Loners Stay Together, an original novel by Robert Napier. Narration and images powered by AI. Chapter 1. Hi. My name is Cassandra Loner, and I'd like to tell you how my brother died. To be fair, I wasn't present for everything I'm about to tell you. But I talked to everyone still living that was a part of it. I got to see the house myself, albeit in a different condition. The physical details are all true and mostly verifiable. Anyway, there's no reason to question the layout or decor of the house. The events are what matter. My editor says I should start with action, not some introspective monologue from someone you don't care about. Personally, I hate long preambles, so I'll do my best to keep it brief. Bear in mind I've taken some necessary liberties, mostly on my editor's insistence. But rest assured that this is the official story that went to trial. No one came forward to contradict it. Believe it or don't. The fact is, 11 people ultimately died because of what happened out there. I'm a private detective. I used to work for the FBI, but I tend not to flourish in a structured environment. Don't underestimate my ability to get kicked out of things. Classrooms, fancy parties, work meetings, social networks, relationships, you name it. I never made it to full-blown special agent at the Bureau. They said I could be overbearing, overzealous, overly assertive, overly analytical, and just generally over. I told them to suck it, in writing. I can tell you all about it sometime, but this ain't that time. Quick facts. I'm a perfect private dick. And any dick worth his fedora would immediately ask, oh yeah, why's that? A couple of reasons. 1, I hate people. I see the worst in everyone, but I don't dwell on it. I don't fall into the trap of thinking no one could do this or that to someone else. I'm paid for results, and I don't get all sentimental about it. 2, maybe this should have been number 1, but I'm smarter than everyone else. When I say everyone else, I don't mean everybody in the world. I mean that the people I deal with on a daily basis don't have that on me, you know? It's the only reason I lasted as long as I did with the feds. If you're one of those successful types, and I respect that, let me tell you something you probably don't know. Intelligence does not equal success. 3, so this is more than a couple, but I should also mention that, basically, this is what I was born to do. No shit. See, some folks adopt a profession. They adopt a profession like they shop around, then pick something and settle into it. Other folks, they're born to do something. I don't know how to put it, like the singer's gotta sing and the runner's gotta run. Really archetypal stuff. And the liar, the cheater, the thief, the killers always say that. I mean, the killer's worth talking about. They say they're just born that way, so they can't help it. Pfft, that's fine, you know? 'Cause guess what, shit for brains? If you're born to be a piece of shit, I'm born to bust your ass. See? I was born to get you. Also, I like ice cream. Any flavor. Really? Okay. Not something you just made up, but for the most part, any flavor, day or night. Ice cream's all right. I just couldn't make it happen. Brian always said it would end this way. The last 8 months had been one long, I told you so. And I bet that just tickles him to death. Yeah, Brian, my ex-husband. We don't see each other much anymore. We separated when he took that job in Washington. The other Washington, the Pacific Northwest. Crunching numbers for some lumber company or miners or something. Shit, who cares? We used to get some work from big companies like that wanted us to run background checks, due diligence, fraudulent insurance claims, and even the occasional sweep for bugs. The part I always liked was the summons and subpoenas, you know? That was fun. But most of our work was really personal stuff. Divorce, alimony, custody. It's no wonder we're both so jaded, we didn't even have a dog. And I could be pissed at him for leaving, couldn't I? Not really. He wouldn't have had to take that job if I hadn't sunk our life savings into the PI business. Sank? Sunk? Whatever. Just one more thing I failed at. Christ. Maybe I'm not that smart after all. I mean, shouldn't smart people make money? Isn't that the thing to do? My parents look at me and you know they say, if you're so smart, why are you so broke? They don't actually say that, but they're rich and successful, and I'm just not. Not that I care what my family thinks. At least I didn't used to. But something happened that changed all that. Actually, several things. Death, murder, secrets, drugs, crime, sex, and money. The usual succotash. Casserole? Families are like a casserole. If you want to enjoy it, you should make it yourself. Now me. I'm a small-town girl who has always dreamed of the big city. Big cities have a lot to offer us dreamers. But don't turn your back on a small town. They have all the same vices and virtues as the city, but everything is much more personal, intimate, gradual, and familial. So, I'd like to take a moment to tell you how my brother died. About 23 miles southwest of blank university, you might find yourself in blank town. After a slow drift through the quaint and sleepy meth-filled downtown area, past the one-story hospital and the Historical Society building, you twist yourself into a wooded and hill-studded rural area. The drive itself suggests a contrast between the suburbs and shrubberies of University Town and the speed-trapped, potholed four-way stops of the land that highways forgot. They are two different worlds with their own languages and customs, dress codes, and life cycles. Around the university, however small, there's a constant rotation of young people only there to party, fuck, and graduate with a seal of approval. They're not interested in local politics, except as a kind of microcosm to tinker with. A surreality they can shake and poke when they need to write a thesis. Meanwhile, in the surrounding county, life has a demoralizing permanence. Somehow, all that tuition money never makes it past the railroad tracks, instead breezing off to faraway accounts, changing hands like Marilyn Monroe with the wind, upper skirt. Odds are you fall into one of these categories, and that's who you're going to identify with. Both worlds deserve their due, and I've tried to show that. Like a whirlwind fit to inherit, it takes two oppositional fronts to make it happen. So now you and I are going to ride that whirlwind, and if nothing else, we'll get dizzy from it. Somewhere in that rant, I mentioned the hospital. There it is, next to the Historical Society building. That's where the two worlds intersect. Doctors and patients with a shit ton of insurance and pharmaceuticals crammed in between. Drugs, drugs, drugs. I won't waste your time with some exposé. You already know that shit. We all do. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Because we're fucking pathological. Anyway, the university owns the hospital. Or maybe it's the other way around? They got the same name, so what does that mean? It's a teaching hospital, which means you sign a waiver agreeing to be a fucking guinea pig for what the fuck ever. Oh hey, are you bleeding from the head? Just sign this and somebody fuck, I don't know who. But they'll have scrubs on, they'll give you an $8,000 Band-Aid and send you on your way. But it's not their fault. It's the insurance companies, man. But don't go knocking on their doors. It's the lawyers up their asses. Eat them first, they say. And you already know that shit. So, in the midst of this melee, Dr. Deacon Voynich sees an opportunity there. More on him later? I promise you'll be sick of that name. The only problem is the bureaucrats won't let him work. And I'm not a mind reader, but I tend to think he had good, but not noble intentions. At least at the outset. We don't know because he's dead. At the further edge of the county, you can skid onto a gravel road that quickly turns to rutted dirt. Not the kind of place you want to take a classic hot rod, but that's not what's on our minds. As each gust of wind parts the branches, you can make out the ominous structure peeking between the boughs. They call it the Dream House. It was an unfinished ranch-style home that was abandoned 3/4 through construction. Family tragedy leads to financial problems, etc. It doesn't matter. The house sat on hundreds of acres that had been manicured lawns, now overgrown by elm, crabapple, and redbud trees that had been planted along the property line. Loggers are still trying to bypass the legal tape keeping them out. There's like a fucking owl or bat that lives out there. I was going to check before writing this, but if you can't take my word for it, then we won't get very far with this. On one hand, you've got the university spooning with the hospital, who's spooning with Big Pharma, who's spooning with politicians, who are spooning with law enforcement who're just doing their gosh darndest to weed out, ha pun nice, the illegal drugs eroding the moral fibers of the community. It spoons all the way down. And then you've got my book in your other hand. So, I mean, you're all right in my book. Now, as we proceed, I'd like you to keep in mind some of those how the fuck did that happen hallmarks of the 20th century. I'm talking about the Manson family and Jim Jones, the Kool-Aid and the mothership and all that, but also institutional shit like the Milgram experiment or the Stanford prison experiment. Okay, so that's the shit you hear about, okay? But what about what you don't? Loners Stay Together, an original mystery by Robert Napier, Chapter 2. So I don't know a damn thing about what my brother has been up to, except that he was suspended from teaching at the university about a month ago. He didn't say why. I'm standing in this shabby doorway across the street from a real classy restaurant called Primrose or something. Not the kind of place I'd pick. Oh yeah, it's nighttime and it's raining. I'm tailing this guy Rupert. Paul Rupert. Scumbag. Not a judgment, just a description. Want more? He's a middle-aged, balding man with a very pretty not-his-wife opposite him, sitting at a table near the window, where my camera can see him. Rupert makes a joke. I don't know. I couldn't hear it. The woman laughs. I'm chewing on a hamburger and using my phone to take voice notes. I hate technology in general, but I also can't read my own handwriting. Not that the recording will be much better thanks to this $8 of mediocrity in my mouth. I tell my phone that it's 20:58 hours. Rupert's either funny as hell or he's paying for her company. She's pretty enough to charge by the pity laugh. I don't even want this burger, by the way. I always think I want things and then they're gross. Blah. I toss it on the street, but only the biodegradable parts. I'm not a complete monster. Back to Rupert. He gets up from the table and leaves alone. Go time. I tell my phone he struck out. He leaves the restaurant and crosses the street. I dip for the car. It's a company POS. Low gas mileage, low insurance, and low visibility. There's a parking ticket on the windshield. It must have been there from the day before. Anyway, I tear it up, because I'm a hard-boiled detective like you read about and I don't have time for parking tickets. Or the money to, pay it. I mean, I couldn't pay for parking, what the fuck am I going to do with this? But I throw it in the car because parking Nazis notwithstanding, I hate people who litter. Shit, here we go. Phone, it's 21:06. He's moving again. I send a text update to my client. Time, location, and activity. Text responds, I know where he's going. But I have to follow Paul anyway because the client doesn't just tell me where he's going, because that'd be too easy, I guess. And cut to exterior of some closed offices. Argent Creek Strip Mall, same night. I thought that would sound cool, like a movie script. Sorry, this part is kind of boring, but shit gets fucked quick. I pull up. A green and white placard sits in the front window. Tax Insurance Finance, $15 special. I track Paul Rupert as he scurries across the street and through the door beside the store window. I say scurry, because I really don't like this guy. Like he's a rat or a roach. But maybe that's being a prejudicial narrator or something. And we really need to build trust, you and I. He crossed the street. Like the little chicken shit dirtbag, he is... Sorry. I come to a halt on the far side of the street and get out of the car. I say to myself, working late, Paul? Because this is his office, but it's been closed for hours. I wait a minute to let the scene breathe and assess what's up before following. Suddenly, Rupert comes running out the front door screaming, "Oh my God!" No shit. His face is dead white with absolute terror. He stumbles to his car and he peels out. I freeze because I have to decide between following Rupert and my sheer dumb-as-fuck curiosity. I go with the latter and walk inside. Immediately there's a stairwell. A clip art arrow on printer paper points up the stairs. I ascend. I want to hug the wall, but the wall is lined with faded photos of Rupert with anonymous clients. An above-average amount of them are mature women. At the landing, the passageway turns sharply. Who designed this place anyway? Pause. This is a great opportunity to pull out my gun. It's a 4-inch .45 Colt Anaconda in leather. I never liked the recoil on a gun that size, but the weight is better for pistol whipping. Dual purpose. I like things like that. Forget what you know about me. I don't often pull my gun. I don't. But by the look that was on Rupert's face, something is truly amiss. There's this strange rumbling noise approaching from behind the corner. I take a peek. There's a short passageway leading to an open door. From the threshold, there's a signed baseball rolling toward me. As it passes through stray light, I realize it was smeared with blood. This is the source of the noise. I stopped the ball with my foot before it clatters down the stairs. It's weird how my mind wanders in moments like this. You'd think I'd be dialed in, like a cobra or something. But no, I'm out here daydreaming and thinking about epistemology and predetermination. And how do I truly know the ball was about to drop? And what might have happened if not for this knee-jerk reaction? Dead silence. After a hot beat, I creep towards the open door. Inside, total anarchy. The cheap furniture is demolished. The finance charts are slashed, files dumped, and computers smashed. I think to myself the place has been robbed, and that's why Rupert flipped. I relax a little. There are 2 offices. In the front is a waiting room, where I am now. But you don't have to follow in my footsteps or anything. Beyond that, through an ajar door, is a conference area labeled fortune-telling room. A bad pun for a corrupt business. From there, I hear this tragic moaning. My asshole clenches because now I'm like, oh, fuck. Somebody is in here with me. I cross the waiting room and hold my gun against my nose like a noob. That's when a nightmarish figure jumps out of the shadows. I manage to recognize her. It's Rachel Rupert, as in Paul Rupert's wife, my client who's been texting me. She's in her early 40s, androgynous but fit from hot yoga and Pilates. She's like a mad dog, teeth bared and eyes like mystery flavor gumballs. She knocks the gun out of my hand and goes for my throat. I flail around in a panic like I told myself I'd never do. Behind me, I somehow pick up a stapler, I think, and bash it on Rachel's skull. You know, I've thought about this moment a lot, sort of beating myself up over it. Seems tame now in comparison to some shit, but I think I got stuck in this loop where I recognized the woman, this sort of mild trophy wife type, who served me lactose-free milk and flourless cupcakes when I told her that her husband was sleeping around. And I never thought we'd be locked, in this life or death struggle. And this dissonance kept telling me, no, don't hit the nice lady, what are you doing? Did you just bash her fucking skull in with a stapler, what? She reels back. I dash for the fortune-telling room because all I can think about is creating space. Space equals time to think. Meanwhile, Rachel is totally calm, like there aren't 6 staples in her scalp. She looks at me, and I'll never forget this. She says, "Fucking bitch." Like I just set a flourless cupcake on her glass-top coffee table without a saucer. So it's night, and I'm in this closed strip mall tax office with a rabid former beauty pageant psychopath. The place is only lit by some cheap scented candles, the kind only a man would hastily buy when he forgot an anniversary. In the middle of the room is a conference table. At it sits Kathy Henderdink, 33 years old. She has been tortured close to death. 3 matching kitchen knives are protruding from her chest. Her life force is ebb. It's ebbing from the... She's fucking dying. On the table in front of her is a fan of photographs, spattered in blood like someone rolled that baseball across them. That idea just occurred to me. I don't know if that's what happened. I recognize them, though, by their compositional elegance as the pictures I emailed to Rachel last week. I raced into the room and can't suppress a, "What the fuck?" Rachel charges at the door. Shit. I panic again and slam the door in Rachel's face, and at least have the presence of mind to push the lock. Like, occupado, bitch. I can hear Rachel's hands tearing at the wood around the lock from the other side like she was going to rip the bolt out. I don't move because I'm thinking this is like the velociraptors getting in the kitchen. I lean my back against the door and pull out my phone. I enter the pass. The pass. The goddamn passcode. I swipe clear a notification. Notification. Update complete. Weather report. It's raining. And a new message from Brian. Goddamn, is her phone dead again? And finally I get to the keypad as my phone dies because I was using the voice recorder all night. As this goes on, Rachel throws herself against the door, and it's a cheaply made door. It's all I can do to keep myself from being pitched across the room. I scan for some means of defense, like a rolled-up newspaper or AK-47. There's a 100-year-old set of blinds to the left of the table, and I'm willing to bet there's a window behind them. Then the scented candles flicker and I look up. There's a glass door on the other side of the conference table. Rachel looms from the darkness behind Cassie. Rachel is more composed now, and obviously more familiar with the office than I am. Her long hair is drawn back into a high ponytail like, top bun, get it done. Her hands are tacky with blood, and she's holding one of those knives. Finally, my Tuesday night kickboxing classes kick in, and I remind myself I'm a badass. I look that psycho bitch right in the eye and say, fuck off. Rachel comes calmly through the glass door. What are you going to do? She strokes a cut on Cassie's cheek. Cassie whimpers, more from fear, but also from pain. Ever watch something die? Says Rachel. If you watch closely, you can see the soul fly away, and maybe you can catch it. Cassie spoke for the first time. Please, Rachel. I wasn't... Ask Paul. Rachel smiled. Oh, Paul had to run away. He knew I was here. Like I was someone other than Rachel Rupert. No, mouthed Cassie, breathless. Dear, are you afraid? Yes. Thank Christ, police sirens filled the silence. I sidestepped the table and Rachel charged at me. I caught her arm and hip, tossed her against the old blinds. The window audibly cracked and the blinds came down on top of Rachel. Streetlights flood the room. She's distracted. I did an honest-to-God judo chop on her wrist and she dropped the knife. Rachel struggled to untangle herself from the blinds. I went hard for a Spartan-style front kick to her solar plexus. Rachel is launched against the cracked window, which shatters everywhere. Still tied up in the blinds, she busts out the second-story window and hits the ground. I went to help Cassie. Don't leave me, she sobbed, tears just pouring down her face. I tried to comfort her, but I could hear Rachel and the blinds staggering in the street. You need an ambulance, was all I could think to say. Cassie dropped her head. It's too late. She blacked out for an instant, then her head popped up and she says, Who are you? I'm sorry, ma'am. We're closed. She grabbed my hand. No. Cassie stares at my hand. Fascinated, she momentarily forgets her pain. She says quietly, You're not married. What? Life is full of strange... Yeah, you could say that. Ever been drawn to wrong over and over? Sure. I have no idea what she was talking about. I guess she was delirious from shock and blood loss. You can't. You have to hide. Wet cough. I slip my hand from her weakening grip. I'm afraid done something terrible. Going home. You mean Rachel? Yes. What about Rachel? Cassie shuddered and died right in front of me. Shit. I tried to look away, but only saw those pictures. All of them are face up but one. I flip it. It's not one of mine. The picture is of Rupert's 3 children on a camping trip in front of a wide, thunderous sky, an image of impending desolation. The flashing lights of 2 cop cars wash the scene. Detective Edward Thomas, a football player turned policeman with buzz-cut blonde hair, walked with me along the alley. I know him. He quickly took my statement, which I've just given you. There are 2 more officers examining the heap of 100-year-old blinds. Thomas repeats, "What were you doing up there?" Like he hadn't just heard every detail. I sum up nicely. I was hired to follow somebody for a few days. A guy called Rupert. He was helping some of his clients commit insurance fraud. Turns out he was sleeping around. I sold the pictures to his wife. Thomas writes it down and mutters, "Classy Cassie." So now I've got Paul and Rachel Rupert. Blow me, Ed. Rupert's got nothing to do with the murder. He came here to get his dick wet. Thomas grunted as if not all men were transparent. What makes you so sure? I got a file on him 20 gigabytes thick. He's a petty fraudster/philanderer. This is something else. How are their kids? Thomas smacks his lips because it's none of my business and he's the cop, not me. We're checking on it. He turned to an officer. Okay. Let's see her. Officer numero uno shakes his head and lifts the blinds. Broken glass drops from the slats. Rachel died from her fall. Only her psychotic rage allowed her a few twisted steps toward home. So where the fuck is Mr. Rupert? He ran, I said, soon as he saw what was inside. Thomas looks up at the window and shakes his head. Real catch. I don't know, I just lock in on those mangled blinds. I don't think he gives a shit. And there you have it, one shit show spectacular presented by Cassie Loner. That was my last PI job. I killed my only client. Later on, people would say I probably saved the kids. I'll give myself a solid maybe on that. I sure as shit didn't save Catherine Henderdink. When Detective Thomas told me to go home, I didn't. I couldn't. I couldn't face that empty, overpriced shithole of an apartment right now. Instead, I went to my empty, overpriced shithole office. Thomas also told me not to leave town, like where the fuck was I gonna go? I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes. It probably looked like I was casing the joint, but I was just ugly crying. Well, if nothing else, I needed to grab a few things and drop off the company car. That's what I told myself as I went inside. I screwed around for about 45 more minutes, packing up some odds and ends, some spare clothes, desk trinkets, yeah, and crying some more. When all the leftover adrenaline was gone, I realized I was extremely tired. There was no use fighting it any longer. It was time to go home. I turned the key in the latch of the old brass knob. I'm closing up shop for the last time. This is it. Just because you're born to do something doesn't mean you get to do it. Not forever. You should be impressed. Not many girls my age have failed it so much. Chapter 3. I stand in the hall, the light flickering overhead. God, what a dump. I should be relieved. I can wash my hands of it and start again. Like always. Keeps the brain fit, trying new things. Don't want to get stuck in your ways. That's when you lose it. That's when you know you're done for. It's late. The office building is shut down. Guess I'm the last one out. That's typical. Then the phone rings. I go reflexively into my coat pocket for my dead cell phone. I pull it out, but the screen is black. It takes the brain longer than I care to admit to realize it was the office phone ringing. I had a landline at the office. I don't even know if small businesses even bother with that anymore. It was probably a collection agency. They had been calling me for months. They had been systematically calling me at different times, trying to catch me off guard. The trick is, don't answer the phone. I thought about it long enough and the ringing stopped. That's that, I thought. But after that, I wasn't certain whether I had locked the door or not. I had the key in my hand, but had I turned it before the phone rang? I put the key back into the lock and felt the tumblers. It was locked. Then the phone rang. Oh hell, I thought, I'm already halfway in. If it was someone looking for a detective, I could point them in another direction. That was really the professional thing to do. I opened the door and crossed the floor quickly. I flipped on the desk lamp. The desk came with the office, and the lamp was permanently attached. I had cleared everything else out hours ago and had it all sitting in the car. I sat on the edge of the desk and picked up the receiver cynically. Hello? There was a long pause on the other end, like a telemarketer, and I almost hung up. Hi, Cassie? It was my brother, Roman. His name was really Romulus. Can you believe that? Makes you wonder whether our parents could have resisted naming another boy Remus. But he was the only boy, with 2 younger sisters, me and Fiona. Roman? Why are you calling me here? Sorry to call you at the office, it just seemed more appropriate. What's that supposed to mean? I can't talk long, okay? What's on your mind? Well, I'm sorry to impose on you like this, but I've got a little problem. Roman always had a flair for the dramatic. I checked the time on my cell. What is it? The thing is, I wanted you to find out from me personally. I've got some bad news. My mind began to race. Someone was hurt. Someone was sick. I couldn't stand his long introductions. Just get to the point. All right. I know how you hate preambles, so I'll just say it. I'm dead. I lurched. Did I hear him right? Did I hear you right? Did you say... Dead. That's right. If this is one of your jokes, it's not a joke, I'm dead. I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but I imagine my body is somewhere between here and the Czech Republic. What are you saying? I was afraid it might come to this, so I arranged to have this recording forwarded to your office. You're trying to tell me that you're dead? Exactly. You always were the smartest. I always said that. And this is a recording? Of course. How else could I talk to you from beyond the grave? You know, I don't believe in all that hocus pocus. What time is it? I can't answer that. I can't answer any more of your questions. Instead, I want you to answer my questions. I want to hire you. I want you to find out who killed me. You've been murdered? I asked another question. But I couldn't help it. The desk beneath my butt turned into a waterbed and started to wobble. Why was my family so complicated? This may be hard for you to believe, but a number of people want me dead. I can't explain right now, but I've kept detailed files at my house. Mom and Dad have the address if you've forgotten. You're a college professor, why would anyone want you dead? I had to stop asking questions. Romulus Loner was that professor everyone hoped they didn't have. He was tedious, pedantic, long-winded, overly critical, overbearing, belligerent at times, and a real pain in the ass. Like right now. He talks in semicolons. For the firstborn, he could be a real brat. It's been a long time, Cass. I'm sorry to drop this in your lap. I know things aren't going that well right now, but I can pay your fee. I've left everything to you because I know I can trust you to do the right thing. That's the best and worst thing about you, Cass. You always do the right thing. I'm counting on you. Because if I'm dead, a lot of other people are in danger too. Are you still there? I know this will sound like a platitude, but I'll say it anyway. Don't trust anyone. Not that you would. Check the time. If I died earlier today, I might be on the news already. Okay, well, I gotta go. I didn't know what to say. Did it matter what I said? Why would it, right? Goodbye. And he was gone. The line was, I gently replaced the receiver in its cradle. What just happened? Did that just happen? I grabbed the phone and quickly punched *69. I listened to the operator telling me the line was disconnected. No shit. Disconnected. I hung up. Great. What was I supposed to do now? It was probably some kind of joke. Roman was like that, I think. I couldn't recall an exact instance when he had played a prank or anything like that, but he had that sort of impish mentality that just sometimes just made you want to kill him. I locked the door again, this time testing the old brass knob to make sure the latch caught. Satisfied, I went down the flickering hallway and the creaking stairs. The building looked like it was from the 40s or earlier. I should have run a background check on the owners, but oh well. Regrets, everybody's got 'em. Now that I think about it, Roman and I hadn't really spoken in years. Not because we didn't get along, but you know how things go. Everyone gets so busy. He lives about 2 hours from here. He said he knew things weren't going too well. Did he mean for me or for him? I guess it was obvious things weren't going well for him. I heard from Pops that Professor Loner had been suspended from the university. Something about one of his experiments violating regulations. What the hell could that be? He was a neuroscience professor, working on sleep problems of some kind, I think. Maybe he was sleepwalking, on the phone. Sleep calling? You know, that's possible. People can do crazy shit in their sleep. Even murder their parents and shit like that. Maybe he's been under a lot of stress and he just dreamed he was dead and called the first number. You know, that he could think of, or whatever. I was tired. It had been a long, exhausting day, closing up shop, down the drain, whoosh, down the hatch. I exited the building and walked right past my car, parked against the curb. Across the street was a little pub where Brian and I used to go after hours, grab lunch sometimes. I go in and sit at the bar. Why not? The bartender doesn't know me or anything. It's not very busy. It's... what? Wednesday, I think. Midnight-ish? I get an amaretto sour. Maybe that's a girl's drink. Hell if I know. It's what I like. Except for the damn cherry that seems to be absolutely necessary. I threw it on the floor. I asked for an alcoholic beverage, not a fruit salad. And suddenly I notice how irritable I am. Also, I feel that I didn't come here for the alcoholic beverages, but because I remembered that the flat screen over the bar always played the local news. I ordered another drink and told Barbie to turn up the show. And I told him not to put any more cherries in my beverages unless he wants to clean them off the floor. I watched the program for about 20 minutes. I hate the news. They show some random person in some random location babbling about some random happenstance, and then act like I'm supposed to know what the hell they're talking about. As usual, Roman was right. There was a teaser about an area man being shot to death outside of a diner. God, he wasn't kidding about platitudes. If that was really him. I stayed tuned. Had another drink. Chill out, it's amaretto, not whiskey. I watched the news story. It was your basic bullshit. Small town rocked by a tragedy. Beloved science teacher shot. Gunmen on the loose. Police are clueless. Hearts are broken. Will, blank town, ever be the same again? They didn't release the victim's name, but it couldn't be a coincidence. That didn't entirely rule out prank, though. No, that would be going too far, even for Roman. Then it hit me. I'd been mostly in denial about the whole thing. Can you blame me? Who the hell gets a call like that? Who would make a call like that? I left my glass clinking on the bar and went to the ladies' room. It was thankfully empty, except for a desperate blonde adjusting her accoutrements in the rusted mirror over the sink. Lady is a funny kind of word, I think. Even though I have a hard time keeping a job, I'm not what you'd call a philosopher. But the idea of a lady is somehow delicate and proper. Two things which I am also not. Will someone one day kick me out of the ladies' room on this technicality, I wonder? Why aren't the men's rooms called gentlemen's rooms? As if it's somehow offensive to men to be called gentle? Restrooms piss me off, which is ironic, if not exactly relevant. As I cover the seat with cheap toilet paper, I wonder if Mom and Dad have heard about Roman yet. They live closer to him than I do, but in their own exclusive little neighborhood. Lots of people know the Loner name up that way. Any one of them could have blabbed about it. Why are rich people such busybodies? Are they just bored? Rich people shouldn't be bored. They've got more options than anyone. Rich people piss me off too. Rich people are like restrooms. They don't make any sense to me. Maybe that's unduly harsh. I don't really know that many rich people. Just my parents, really. Dad was a piece of work, I tell you. He's been an oncologist for shit forever, I guess. He comes from doctors. Like the spoons that make the world go round, he's doctors all the way down. He knows 2 or 3 jokes, loves scotch the way I love ice cream, and never learned to play golf. I can't tell you how much I respect him for that. Mom, well, I'll tell you this straight because it's important. I could tell you that she's a judge, she supports the community and loves charity and all that, and she's very smart, and wasn't always such a snob. She treated us, Roman, Fifi, and me, like adults our entire lives. It's just like, good morning, offspring, hope you slept well and didn't make a mess. You appear lethargic. Have you consumed the appropriate ratio of macronutrients? Like that. I don't know. That's fine. But when I was 12, we had a family incident. When Grandpa died, Mom's dad, she went crazy. No, I don't mean swinging from the chandeliers crazy, but like pills and wine crazy. For several weeks, she just lost it. Like, I don't know if it was Grandpa's death or a combination of things, or hell, it could be something they never told me about. Parents have secrets, you know that? Think about all the shit you've done and didn't tell your parents or your friends. You think you're going to turn around and tell your kids? Hell no. It's harder than I expected to tell you this, but my mom tried to commit suicide. Not just suicide, I guess. She took Fiona. She's the youngest by a few years. Oh, middle child. Is what you're thinking about me? Sure, I get that. But she took Fifi, she was 10 probably, and just took her hand and walked out onto the highway with her. And they just stood there for, I don't know, a few minutes at least until Harvey got them back. Harvey, he was the groundskeeper. I guess he was driving up the highway or at the gas station or something and saw them out there. I don't know, it's stupid. Mom says she doesn't remember any of it, which I think is bullshit because loner women don't forget anything. I've been sitting on the toilet this whole time. My legs are getting numb. I finish up and leave the bar. I stand outside to smoke. I don't smoke. I asked a guy that was already out front for a cigarette and he gave me one, and a light. Men always give me their cigarettes. Don't get all phallic on me. I can be polite when I want something. I move to the corner and look at my car across the street. It's a '78 Firebird Trans Am. Classic. Dad gave it to me years and years ago. I guess the gesture meant something to him, but I just needed a car. I always preferred the one with flames, but he gave that to Roman. I keep it running, though. Right now it looks ridiculous, stuffed with crap from the office. File boxes, stationery, Brian's computer. There's a blanket in the back floorboards with duckies on it that I keep in case of emergencies. It's incongruous. But that's what a detective is all about. Appreciating incongruities. I stomp the cigarette butt like an unnecessary bar cherry and walk to the car. I do love the sound of the engine. I love the idea of all those complicated parts working together. Controlled explosions. I like horsepower the way most girls like ponies. I drive slowly, though, especially tonight. I reach my apartment building and into the lobby. I stop by my mailbox, a little metal box in rows of little metal boxes. Bills, notices, and bills. I get a folded sheet of paper that reminds me the rent is due. No shit, thanks a lot. I go up the stairs and down the hall. I reach the door. I know better than to fumble around with keys. That's how people get killed. You know those scenes from horror movies when the dumbasses are frantically trying to find the right key, giving the monster time to do whatever that particular monster does? That's probably the most realistic shit in those movies. Statistically, I have my keys out and ready. But I don't unlock the door. I just stand there like one of those dumbasses with my key in my hand. I'm not blaming the victim. I'm not saying that people who leave themselves vulnerable to violent crimes brought it on themselves. Because if stupidity is a moral offense, how much more so are rape and murder? I put the keys back in my coat pocket and go downstairs. I walk across the lobby, past the little metal mailboxes, and out the door. I get back in the car. I realize the seats are still full of office equipment. Oh well, I'll take it with me. I'm going to Roman's house. Chapter 4. Roman lives just outside the other side of the next town over. Lived. Not that far. The lack of late-night traffic lets me get there in less than an hour. It's funny how you can live close to someone you're supposed to be close to, and yet you're not that close. As I drive, I reflect on the glints of information from the news report. The science teacher earlier bit was my paraphrasing. The newsies made it clear he was a professor at the university. Neuroscience. They neglected to mention he was suspended from his teaching position a month ago. For what? I'm not sure. That's one of many things I intend to find out. First things first. Later, I'll miss my brother. Later, I'll be sad. Right now, I'm too pissed off to be sad. I may not have been close to my brother, but that doesn't mean you can just shoot him and walk away with your balls. He lives in a worse shithole than me. A flattened, run-down, mid-century home. Lived. It sits on a barren lawn sans landscaping, atop a low hill overlooking a wooded gorge. The effect in moonlight is not overwhelming. The gravel crunches in the drive as my headlights illuminate the garage door. I reach into the box sitting next to me. I feel my gun. I hooked the holster on my belt behind me as I slid from the car. I shut the door quietly. There didn't seem to be any reason for anyone to be snooping around the house, but there didn't seem to be any reason to shoot my brother either. With my hand on the wood grip, I went to the front door. I cautiously turned the knob. It was unlocked. I couldn't be sure if that was strange. Roman was always casual about security, and these rural country types always left their doors unlocked. Right? Christ, I don't know. Does anyone do that anymore? Is anyone that naive? I had a flashlight in the car, but I didn't bring it. I like the dark. Darkness is an equalizer. I could only see the vague shape of things around the room. There were 2 curtainless windows across the way, allowing the moon to peek in. It was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and crickets around the porch. I immediately noticed a musty scent. I slid the revolver halfway from its sheath as I felt along the wall for a light switch. Found it. The overhead light came on. I was in the living room. Quickly scanning the room for human shapes, I soon relaxed. I seemed to be alone. I went from room to room, clearing each and turning on all the lights. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, garage. The house was heavily cluttered with crapola. There were shoes from decades past piled by the front door. There were carry-out containers, pizza boxes, plastic cups, and paper plates around the old sofa. The kitchen had dishes piled up alongside pots and pans. I'll not discuss the bathroom. One bedroom had a mattress on the floor and unmade sheets. The other bedroom served as an office of sorts, with a desk, swivel chair, several file cabinets, and handmade bookshelves on the wall. And there were books. Everywhere books. Rows, columns, stacks, piles, mounds, clusters, heaps, bundles, and boxes. Collections on shelves, sets in secondhand store handbags. I picked up a topmost tome. Old, crumbly. It was in German. I hate German. The prickly Gothic script prevented me from even guessing what it was about. There were dog-eared pages and highlights of various colors. The margins were black with notes. I set it down and grabbed another. It was in Italian. Something about genetics. There was scientific and laboratory equipment too. Metal boxes, cords, scales. I hate scales, flasks, funnels, and meters. A hot plate with a pot of week-old ramen noodles. Some goggles and an empty box of latex gloves. I didn't know Roman was scientifically active, but at least he was using protection. Over the phone, he had said he kept detailed files. I assumed he meant about his potential killers. But when I looked in the file cabinets, all I found was old Christmas cards, maps of foreign capitals, coupons, envelopes, bills, sketches, blueprints, schematics, and instruction booklets for the appliances. I went back to the desk. There was a small monitor, a wireless keyboard, and optical mouse. That meant a computer was nearby. I was too tired to even try. If his house was so interesting, God only knows what was in there. I went through the house again, checking the closets. Then I went out back. Dark. It was settled. I was going to spend the night. I was definitely not going to sleep in Roman's bed, so that just left the couch. I found a blanket and covered the cushions. Lights out. Something was smothering me. It took several seconds to realize it wasn't a dream. I couldn't breathe. My body was hot. I reacted instinctively, lurching upwards, prepared to face my attacker. I felt the suffocating weight fall instantly from my chest and thud heavily on the floor. I bolted up, gasping for air, sweating. Fuck me, it was a cat. Roman's cat. Ernie, Ermin, Irwin. A tough-looking gray tabby. A tomcat probably, but the name was no real indication. Roman once had a striped lionfish named Spot. He stared at me quizzically, accusingly, then sauntered off. I hate cats. Okay, I don't hate cats, but that one nearly killed me, I think. Or saved me. Looking around the dark, unfamiliar room, I suddenly had the sense that something was amiss. You know the feeling. The floors creaked. Shadows moved on the walls. It made me very uncomfortable. I glanced down for my gun. I had gone to sleep with it beside me. Like an idiot, I had let it fall. Between the couch cushions. Keeping quiet, I fumbled through the blanket and the cracks until I found it. Doing great so far. I leveled the gun ahead of me, then crept through the room. The floor creaked with every step. Damn it. I froze when I heard a shuffle of papers from the office. Had I left a window open? Not likely. I stepped again. Damn it. The shuffling stopped. I waited. I was panting, my heart smashing. Why was I so scared? Did Roman have 2 cats? Fuck, I don't know. He could have a Rottweiler for all I knew. I heard the rustle again. I watched the shadows of tree branches, but no wind stirred them. Okay. I stepped again. Damn it. What was wrong with this floor? The noises stopped. Okay, someone was here. They had to know I was here too. They would have seen my car, possibly seen me on the sofa. That meant they were probably burglars, someone who saw the story on the news and thought no one would be home. Or it was the murderer. Or murderers. Why hadn't they killed me in my sleep then? Maybe they had come in the office window and hadn't seen me yet. Maybe my brother's ghost had called out to others. Christ. It doesn't matter. I could set myself against a wall and hope they just left. But what if they know something? What if they're the killers? What if Roman had brought me here to catch them in the act? Was he that clever? Did he have that much confidence in me? Probably not. I wouldn't have counted on me. Hell with it. Now or never, bitch. Ignoring the floor, I bolted down the short hall and banged through the office door. I dropped low and prepared to fire. The room was dark, empty. I retracted a little, waited. I slowly began to exhale. There, a shadow moved. I aimed. It sprang through the towers of books, knocking them towards me like Godzilla in Tokyo. Stop! I shouted. An authoritative voice has a surprising power, but not this time. The figure vaulted over the desk and out the open window. I could have followed, but I didn't. You know, you're thinking fast at times like these. And my first thought was that the intruder might be fleeing, or he might be posted just outside the window waiting for me to awkwardly barrel through, giving him a chance to take me down. I retreated down the hall and loped for the front door. I even impressed myself with how fast I turned the deadbolt and pounced onto the porch. The intruder was gone. He had probably rounded the corner of the house towards the woods instead of running into the street. Again, this could give him a chance to ambush me, so I took a wide angle that slowed me down. I went all around the house like this, but he was gone. Shit. Knowing that he or they could shoot at me from the trees, I went quickly back inside. I locked the door again and shut the window. Likely they had entered from there, but how? I tried to remember if the window had been latched earlier. Christ, I thought it had been. I checked the other windows. And the closets again, leaving the doors open. I even tore down the shower curtain so no one could hide behind it like in that horror movie. I sat on the toilet lid and rubbed my forehead with my gun. The bathroom was small, the lights were brightest, and it was the most interior space with no windows. For the second time tonight, I found myself hiding on the porcelain shrine. Erwin rubbed his body against my legs. I didn't sleep. First thing in the morning, I called the local police. Because I wasn't sure where the murder had taken place or how the body was found, I couldn't be sure which law enforcement bureau would be handling the investigation. I called the state police department first. I was on hold a long time. I hate doing things over the phone. I'm not what you would call a sweet talker. I can fake it if I have to, but frankly, I wasn't in the mood. I always get better results in person. A matronly voice returned to tell me the county sheriff's department would be taking the lead on this one. Great. Cowboys. On whose authority? I asked. She answered curtly. We have a tradition of cooperation, ma'am. I was about to call the sheriff, but decided to drive down there myself. I wanted to get out of the house anyway. I got into the Trans Am and tucked the revolver back among the boxes, taking care to prop it up within reach. My mind on other things, I hastily backed out of the drive. A quick champagne vomit-colored reflection caught the corner of my eye, and I slammed on the brakes. A sheriff's car was pulling in behind me. I had narrowly avoided a collision, but maintained that it was not my fault. Our cars sat deadlocked for a moment before the patrol vehicle shut off the ignition, still partially in the street. The driver got out first. He was 30-ish, average height, broad shoulders, ex-military type. The passenger was a woman, early 20s, hard to see her as she entered my blind spot. They flanked me. I rolled down my window and turned off the engine. "Morning, miss," said the male officer with a genteel nod. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine. Can I help you?" "We were just driving by, saw your car there. Do you know whose house this is, miss?" "Yes." "All right. Would you mind stepping out of the car, please?" "Okay," I said. He moved aside as I swung open the door. "Do you have any identification?" My purse was between the seats. I was self-conscious about turning and reaching for it with him staring down on me, but had little choice. I grabbed the bag quickly and dug through its contents face to face. I explained, "Hi, I'm Cassie Loner. Roman Loner, the owner, is my brother." I handed him my ID. He tapped it in his hands but didn't really look at it. "Was he expecting you to visit, or had you spoken to him recently?" That was difficult to answer. He was expecting me and he had spoken to me. But had I spoken to him? No. I finally answered. For the first time, he looked over at his partner. She was still standing on the other side of the car. I turned also. The sun was behind her, so her face was dark. She wore reflective aviator glasses like Boss No Eyes. She raised an eyebrow and looked away. He handed me back the ID. "Oh? Okay. May we go inside?" "Be my guest." We went into the house. If the deputies were shocked by the mess, it didn't register on their faces. Treating them like clients, I automatically offered them coffee. "Don't mind at all if it's no trouble," said the deputy. Kind of like he was doing me a favor. Crap, I thought, as they followed me into the kitchen. There was no way I could sort out a cup of coffee from this mess. An awkwardly long time passed in silence while I fumbled and grumbled around the coffee maker. Stepping over an affectionate hermano, the female handed me the filters while I tried to find the plug. Finally taking pity on me, the male deputy said, "You know I went to school with Roman." "Really?" I laughed, a little flirtatious. I had a bad habit of liking men in uniform, a rather unfortunate weakness for an aspiring federal agent. But you know, I would need his cooperation down the road if I ran into trouble on the case. I had misjudged his age, apparently. His dark tan and laugh lines dignified him. "Roman, let's see. Well, he's a few years older than me." "What school did you go to?" he asked, trying not to sound like a barfly. Oh, well, we moved out around the state, so... Sorry, what was your name? Deputy Dillon, miss. And this is Deputy Burr, County, Sheriff's Department. Deputy Burr had taken off her glasses, but her eyes were glassy still. I hardly had time to glance at her before Dillon recalled my attention. Yeah, where'd you guys move to? We traveled around a lot. Mom and Dad liked to move, but Roman always liked it here, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Listen, that's why we stopped you. Sorry about that. I'm afraid we got some bad news. I know, I said sharply. Roman's dead. Deputy Dillon noted my change of expression. He seemed like he might ask if I was the killer right then and there. So you know about that, huh? I saw it on the news last night. I knew right away it was Roman. Well, I'm sorry you had to find out that way. We can't really control the press and media so much these days. Especially when it's public like that. It's okay. I'm actually a private detective myself. I'd like to help out with the investigation. That may have sounded like a question, but it wasn't. Well, we sure appreciate that, miss. The miss sounded like a dismissal. But we got our own guys and everything conducting the investigation right now. I leaned toward him. You sure? God, I can be shameless. I must have looked really sexy after spending all night in the bathroom. Tell you one thing, we need someone to come by the medical examiner's office to identify the body, if you're up to it. Okay, sure, I can do that, and I'd like to take a look at the crime scene. We can give you a ride if you'd like. I smiled, innocent. His offer struck me as a disguised attempt to control me. Not likely, I thought. No, thank you, I said. Even though the car trip would have been a good opportunity to question them about the murder, I didn't want to be stranded God knows where relying on their timetable. And besides, Deputy Burr would probably curtail any attempt at conversation. She was icy as they come. Chapter 5. Without me realizing it at the time, we drove past the gated estate of a local celebrity. He wasn't a weatherman or a disc jockey, but rather he was a doctor. He ran a clinic near campus, but preferred a bucolic lifestyle where the air was cleaner, the pace was slower, and the property taxes were much lower. His name was Dr. Nathan Rithvik. He was a swarthy man pushing 50, but with a full head of jet black hair and six-pack abs. He was famous for writing several self-help books, making a slew of daytime TV appearances, and overall being a nice guy. His ethnicity did not serve him well in this locale, but with his East Coast accent and the right clothing, he could pass for tan. That's one reason he almost never wore a white coat, preferring minty green scrubs when on his rounds. It was still early, maybe 0 or 800, but Dr. Rithvik had been up for hours. He was strict about his personal fitness, jogging, swimming, burpees, and yoga. He had a successful YouTube channel dedicated to his fitness regimes. Yoga doctor does 50 pull-ups and other such clickbait, but he really could do them. His mansion was the largest in the county, and he frequently entertained elites from all over the state. He reportedly had a large family abroad, and it was not uncommon for 2 or more relatives to be in residence at any given time. Like I said, he was a nice guy. So nice, in fact, that he had taken it upon himself to act as legal guardian for a young woman who found herself hospitalized, traumatized, and stigmatized. Before INS and CPS could get involved, an arrangement was made for Inez Ramirez to stay at the Rithvik estate while he generously provided for Ramsey's medical and educational expenses. In less than a month, Inez vanished. Nobody looked for her. Given what I know now, there are 3 likely scenarios. First, she never wanted the burden of a child anyway, saw an out and ran, changing states and names yet again. 2, she was murdered and buried somewhere. Or 3, the doctor simply paid her to go away. This was not a Cinderella story, however, and Ramsey Ramirez suffered terribly from PTSD, generalized anxiety, night terrors, and episodic depression. She woke every morning in cold sweats, nauseous, neck sore from grinding her teeth, and with a lingering dread that her dreams had somehow followed her into the waking world. More on that later. Her daily life was quite the contrast, and to the casual observer, she lived in paradise. The manor grounds were full of luscious subtropical plants, statues, fountains, gazebos, and even a koi pond. Ramsey just finished her 10th lap in the heated pool. The blue water glittered in the morning sun. She emerged in her modest one-piece suit, just as Rithvik's live-in housekeeper Esperanza was setting breakfast on the patio table. They spoke to each other exclusively in Spanish, although they were fluent in English. It was a subtle act of rebellion for them both. "Coffee, miss?" "No, thanks. Have you seen Dr. Rithvik?" Rithvik was a DO rather than an MD, and he tended towards a holistic approach to treatment. Usually, he checked on his ward first thing in the morning. Was she feeling all right? Has she been drinking enough water? How did she sleep? Did she do her morning exercises, that sort of thing? It was endearing. He never enforced any house rules, but always checked on her. It was against his wishes that she took a job in town at the local diner. She didn't need to work, he assured her. But yes, she did. She couldn't stay in paradise all the time thinking and remembering. She had to stay busy. She didn't know how to drive, but Ciro always gave her a ride into town. Esperanza tisked and nodded to the second-story window. In his study. As Ramsey dried her hair, she cocked her head. He got something on his mind? Bad mood today. Wooden blinds blocked most of the morning sunlight, but an Edison lamp glowed on the enormous desk. Everything in Rithvik's study was leather. He was making a statement that he was Indian, not Hindu. He even had a ponderous leather-bound book collection. I say collection, not library, because they were decorative, and not for lending. Rithvik sat behind the huge desk and smoked a fat blunt. He fixated on the local news playing in front of him. The screen repeated what I'd seen last night. The headline announces, "Local professor brutally murdered." Below, they looped footage of a diner. By now, the state news had gotten hold of the story and had dug up several photographs of Roman, trying to paint a picture of a beloved community member cut down in the prime of life. If this could happen to him, why not you? Are shadowy gunmen coming for you? Oh God, none of us are safe. Panic. Don't think. Take statins. Nathan was engrossed and maybe a little stoned, so he didn't notice Ramsey knock and walk in. "Hey!" He looked up, startled. "It's a nice day," she prompted. "I just finished a swim." Ramirez had a white robe tied around her now. Some morning sun followed her into the room. The light from the domed entryway across from the stairs struck the shelves behind Dr. Rithvik. There were several figurines on display there, mostly religious artifacts, a couple of tribal masks, and Greek icons. Pretty normal rich people stuff. Ramsey didn't like them. They reminded her of the dream house, but most things did anyway. It wasn't the first time Nathan had noticed her noticing them. He smiled at her, hiding his, cigarette. "I'll get rid of them," he said. Ramsey didn't register his words, but asked distantly, "Bad stuff last night?" Dr. Rithvik had been rotated into the ER last night. Fortunately, he hadn't been involved with Loner's body. He sighed wearily. The usual. Full house. Addicts, schizophrenics, depressives, manics. I tell them... Ramsey cut him off. "You do so much." "Yes. Do you remember Professor Loner?" Ramsey blinked. "Jess, of course I do. Last night, somebody killed him." "What? Oh my God." Rithvik studied her reaction, then confided, "I just spoke with him." A thick silence settled on the enormous desk. Dr. Rithvik stood and paced in front of the window. "Remember, we are having a party. Perhaps I should cancel?" Ramsey shrugged. "Sure. Whatever you think is best." She could see by his shoulders that he was not thrilled by her answer, so she hedged a bit. "But maybe everybody needs a little distraction, you know?" Nathan nodded solemnly. "Very wise, as usual. Will you be there?" "Of course. I don't think you should go to work today." You say that every day. I know, but this time is different. I'll be safe. You want me to find out about Professor Loner? I mean the funeral? Dr. Rithvik took a long breath. No, we're not going anywhere near this. I don't think he would want us to. Ciro was in the hall overseeing the installation of new lights for the upcoming gala, and probably even more security cameras. Ciro is in his mid-30s. His hair had started to gray, so he combed it back close to his scalp. He dressed immaculately in a distinctively European three-piece suit. He projected caution and precision. He gave orders to the workmen in clipped phrases. More left, higher left. Ramsey approached him dressed for her shift at the diner. Ciro? She whispered. Yes? He was from somewhere in Eastern Europe, Greece, Macedonia? Ramsey guessed ex-military, and he still bore a slight accent. Accents were common in this mansion. Do you require transport? Ramsey handed him her tablet. You seen this? Ciro nodded without taking it. They walked down the stairs together, while the workman somehow went on without his strict supervision. Will you do something for me? She whispered, looking over her shoulder in the most blatant and ridiculous way. Ciro raised an eyebrow. I want you to find out who this is for me. She made him take the tablet. Reluctantly, he looked down at it. There is a zoomed-in picture of a rascally blonde woman standing next to Roman in an outdated and god-awful family portrait. It's me, but they don't know that. I followed the deputies to the medical examiner's office. I went in, did my thing, got out again. It was him. No doubt about it. I didn't like seeing my big brother laid out on a slab. Something about how the head was tilted back, when someone is sleeping, they have a pillow under their head. Not when they're dead, you just get a block. I had seen bodies before. But goddammit, it's different when it's someone you know, someone you love, someone you fought with for the remote. The examiner told me what I already knew. He had been shot 3 times in the chest, dead before any assistance reached the scene. Probably died instantly. The wounds were close together. 3 shots had not been necessary. Any one of them could have been fatal. It might have been a coincidence, considering the chest was packed with organs. But 1 bullet had hit the heart, the 2 others in each lung. It was impossible to determine where he had been hit first. There was a zen quiet in my mind at this point. I had no cares or worries or fears. I wanted to solve the case. I wanted to catch the asshole. That was it. I forgot about Brian and about the bills and the FBI and losing the detective agency. Deputy Dillon asked if my folks were coming for the funeral. God, that caught me off guard. Like it didn't occur to me they needed to be involved. Bury him? I thought. A man shouldn't be buried before his murderer has been caught. That's how it felt. Roman deserved the honor and respect of a proper, timely burial. But god damn it, my mind was on one fucking thing. Who I was gonna bury. With him. No sleep and confusing feelings made my mind a molasses that thoughts stuck to like flies. It took me longer to answer than Dillon expected. Longer than was polite. I said, yeah, I'll call them, definitely. Here I was, whether I realized it or not, planning to kill someone for what they'd done, and yet I had no fucking clue how to plan a funeral. Dillon nodded and shook my hand. He was kind of dopey but clean-cut, and his grip felt genuine. Whatever his actual capabilities were, he at least conveyed confidence. I walked away briskly, determined not to look back. I had nearly reached my car out front when Deputy Burr stopped me on the sidewalk. She jogged towards me. I looked at her expectantly. She hesitated to say whatever it was she stopped me for. She looked at the pavement. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for your loss, and you don't have to worry about the investigation. We'll take care of it. She lifted her head towards me, her eyes narrowed by the sun. For the first time, I could look straight at her. She was stout, like a cop, but her uniform was crisp and trim, and her heavy belt pinched her at the waist. Her hair was reddish-brown and loosely bound atop her head, letting strands fall around her cheeks and rather full eyebrows. Her eyes, though half closed, were pale blue. Pretty. I didn't say anything. She turned away. I didn't like her. Just something about her terseness. Her tough guy attitude bothered me. So I took the shot. "How long have you been fucking my brother?" She whipped back too quickly, hands on her belt. "What?" She was more alarmed, I think, by the word choice than by what it meant. "I need to know for the investigation." Deputy Burr moved closer, her eyes darting for eavesdroppers. I could see in her expression she was calculating a response. She decided to go with tough guy mode. "Off and on," she said coolly. "He tell you about it?" "I could tell on my own. You're his type." "What type is that?" "Bitchy." Burr laughed. I think she was starting to like me. "It was a while ago. Doesn't have anything to do with his death." "Doesn't it?" I said. I was pretty sure it didn't, but I wanted to antagonize her. See what I could shake loose. "I was his student, one of his students. I stayed in town." "You stayed in touch." "Off and on," she reiterated. "Enough to know where he keeps the coffee filters." She laughed again. "You were just guessing, weren't you? That why your PI business is going under? 'Cause you just make guesses?" "Off and on." We stood in silence for a few moments. I didn't want to back down, though the exchange was pointless now. She shook her head. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry, all right? Whoever did this is going to get what they deserve. I can promise you that." She replaced her reflective sunglasses, so I was staring at myself when I said, "Thank you, that's very reassuring." Chapter 6. I jammed the key into the steering column, but I had nowhere to go. I was in a small Midwest town where the renovations on the buildings were older than me, and you couldn't read the one faded stop sign, but people still stopped in reverence. Like after the apocalypse and the sign is long gone. Generations from now, their descendants would feel the overpowering urge to stop on that exact spot in this desolate, overgrown meadow, not knowing why and unable to answer their children's eager questions. "What are you doing, Papa? Why do we stop here?" And Papa will say, "We have always stopped here. It is the law." I started the engine. There was comfort in the noise. The car didn't know where I was going and didn't fucking care. It was ready. I backed out and found myself driving towards the diner. I remembered where it was. We ate there as a family once or twice, I don't know. It's not hard to find the only fucking diner in a 1-mile town. It was a dive called Trail Dust. Why anybody wants to eat at a place named after road dirt is a mystery to me. I must have been out of my fucking mind. I had thought to myself, yeah, I'll check out the spot my brother was just shot and killed in cold blood. And while I'm there, I'll have an omelet and hash browns. Just the night before, the street out front had been a crime scene. Likely the worst, or most brazen crime this town had seen in a century. Yet now, there was no indication beyond a shred of yellow police tape clinging to a half-pulled staple in the electric pole. Obviously, the local police had been thorough, able to find all the possible evidence in a little less than 12 hours. But what do I expect? For the whole town to shut down? Stay indoors until further notice? Report all suspicious persons, tramps, vagabonds, foreigners, unwed mothers, and Democrats? Number life must go on. And likely this whole town was one bad day from closing permanently. Same old story. The new highway gave easy access to the larger university town, which is why Roman decided to move here, to be close to his work. And apparently, he liked some of the locals. The town looks surreal in the spring light. Its elm trees and broken street lamps, its storm drains and lack of traffic evoking some phantasmagorical America. This, for all its fresh air and diabetes, is a land of parochialisms and disenchantments. The facade of this small diner off Main Street needs a dash of paint, and the neon sign isn't neon anymore. I have to admit it has a certain charisma. Behind the lunch counter, there's a large, deteriorating mural of famous citizens. mostly 50s athletes. Apparently, this place was called Sluggers back then. Why anybody would eat at a place named after slugs is beyond me. A relic of an era when Americans gave a shit about baseball. That is a baseball reference, right? "You must be a loner," said the waitress as I seated myself in a booth overlooking the street. Murder Street, I called it in my head. I was caught off guard. Did I know her? Had she recognized me from some earlier trip? Likely she had worked here her whole life. Did I look so much like Roman that this shrewd people-watching matriarch had immediately gleaned my secret identity? Half distracted, I asked, "How'd you know?" with a wry, guilty laugh. The woman filled my coffee cup without making eye contact. "'Cause you're sitting alone." She left me to contemplate the menu and my embarrassment in silence. I stared over the edge of the laminated document at the intersection. Not enough cars to qualify as traffic. I don't know what I expected, that the shooter or shooters would walk by the plate glass window looking like Goodfellas, the pearly grip of a Saturday night special barely visible under their Italian leather jackets. Then what would I do? Confront them? Follow them to their lair? I just stared. "Hard to believe," said the waitress. "Oh, eggs and hash browns," I said. "Sorry, what? What's hard to—" I wasn't here, but they said it was the strangest thing. That man pays his bill, gets up, crosses the intersection, and about halfway he just drops. Like he's having a heart attack. That's what Cook says. "Oh Lord, he's having a heart attack." Like I think he was more worried about his cooking being greasy and all, and he says that, and everyone looks, of course nobody heard anything. They all said, "Oh, they heard a gunshot. They heard a million shots from over there, no from up the street." Bullshit, because anybody around here hears a shot, they'll jump right up and nobody moved because nobody heard nothing. Anyway, cops cleared out about an hour ago. Spent most their time in here. Looking for clues, they said. My ass. Not unless the clues were at the bottom of their gravy bowls. They ain't gonna solve this one. Why do you say that? 'Cause sugar, they can't solve shit. How you want those eggs? I pay at the counter. Just my luck, Deputy Dillon is ordering coffee to go. He looks at me over his sunglasses. I guess it was supposed to be a kind of hat tip, but without a hat. "Mornin', Ms. Loner." And I don't know why, but that annoys me and I say, "Lo, ner." And of course he says, "What?" And here we go. Loner, Loner, Cass, Andra Loner. "Loner?" he repeats. And then I realize he baited me into a conversation. And he says, "Is that right?" Not like he appreciated the correction, but like he's already forgotten what I said. "Right. Isn't that French for something?" The girl at the counter, she's cute, a bit disheveled, 17 but looks 20, with a reserved smile. I can see by the vertical scar between her nose and lip she's had some soft palate reconstruction. It's endearing but not subtle, like a UNICEF commercial. Obviously she's who the deputy came to see because the coffee is shit and this may be a small town, but there's still a fucking Starbucks. She clears her throat and says, "Mrs. Loner?" But my eyes are still on the deputy and I say, "Sure, it's French." To which he repeats, "Is that right? Mrs. Loner?" The deputy takes a sip of coffee and says, "That's real cool." "Mrs. Loner?" I face the cashier and she looks me over. I'm wearing a washed-out Metallica t-shirt, slacks, and sunglasses in my hair. "Oui?" I say, because when I have hash browns I think I'm funny. She seems to forget what she was trying to say, but after a weird delay she says, "You haven't paid." "What's the damage?" $20.43. I paused. 20. "Hey, do you need a dishwasher?" The cashier looks puzzled, but it's attractive on her. "Just kidding." I decided to take it easy on her as I dig through my messenger-style purse and hand over some crumpled bills. "Sorry, I've got my life in here." The cashier is Ramsey Ramirez. You know that. But I didn't. I let my sunglasses drop into place as I fumble out the diner door. It's quiet. Nobody heard nothing. That's what the waitress had said. As I started the car, I wondered what that meant to the case. A silencer? A sniper? Probably just means the diner was noisy and nobody would know a gunshot if they heard it. And strange as it may seem, 3 shots are less alarming than 1. You hear 1 and you think, oh, that's weird, that's scary. You hear 3 and it's just background noise. It's just routine. And if nobody gets carried away, we all assume everything is fine. As I sat behind the wheel, I considered that there was plenty of parking out front of the diner. Why would Roman cross the street? I looked up and down the road. Nothing but deteriorating storefronts, hardware, liquor, guns, sewing, check advance, gas and garage, antiques, and what the fuck else a slowly dying Midwesterner needs on weekends. No evidence of robbery, and the overkill was textbook vendetta. With nothing further to investigate, I decided my best chance was to look into Roman's personal life. I steered my late hot rod towards Roman's house and tried not to think about how I had no effing clue who my brother really was. Just as I was reminding myself that the answer to who killed my brother wasn't going to fall in my lap, I rounded the dusty bend towards his house and saw 2 men standing in the yard. I hadn't been careful in my approach, and there was no chance of driving by on this desolate dead-end dirt road. Like, don't mind me. I'm just a random motorist out for a drive past the house of a recently murdered professor. Must have taken a wrong turn at 60 miles per hour, oops. I had to double down. If they weren't the killers, maybe I could bluff them into thinking I was. That I was dangerous and aggressive, and not somebody whose yard you wanted to loiter in. I gunned the engine and whipped the tail around hard to bounce into the gravel driveway, scattering sand. The 2 men, dressed like dads and standing like construction workers, rotated to watch me. When the Trans Am came to a sudden rest, one of them waved in an exaggerated flagging me down gesture, as if I might not have seen them. My mind made an impressive inductive leap, noticing they must have been walking along the road, and that Roman was walking from the diner. And what are the odds that just as I was wondering what walking had to do with Roman's murder, here these 2 are walking by his house? Brian had given these flashes of insight the pet name of paranoid delusions, but as I always say, fuck you, Brian. They approached the driveway like they wanted to lean in my window and chat. Not fucking likely. I had to weigh my options. Staying in the car gave me greater mobility if I had to run, but getting out of the seat gave me a better chance of defending myself. And as my prep school PE instructor will tell you, I never had any inclination to run anywhere except toward a fight. Tucking the revolver in my pants, I quickly cleared the door and moved sideways towards the trunk. There was nothing dangerous in there, but they didn't know that. Like most men, they had an irrational fear of strangers, but not nearly enough fear of short, angry blondes. So they were visibly perplexed by my sudden movements, but approached anyway. "Howdy," one said. "Nice car you got there, phew." I'm Gilroy. This is Street." The other squinted against the sun. "Howdy. You looking for Rome?" "Yeah," I said. "You know him?" "Oh, sure. I thought someone might be looking for him." "Here I am," I laughed coquettishly. I didn't want them to know that I knew anything, but didn't want them to think I didn't know anything either. The detective in me wanted to get these guys' IDs, especially the quiet one called Street. But not only did I 1000% lack the authority to demand identification, it would also have tipped them off, and pissed them off. As it turns out, BTW, the homie's given birth name was actually Street. 'Cause why the fuck not? Well, we kinda heard, what happened and all, and wanted to check on the place, I guess it don't make much sense, but we look out for each other. Or we used to. He stopped there and seemed to expect some kind of validation. I just nodded. Okay, sure. If I could keep him talking long enough, they'd forget I hadn't told them my name. "You must be his sister," said Street. He was the younger of the 2, good-looking in a hillbilly kind of way. "He said you'd come by?" "Oh yeah," said Gilroy. "Cassie, right? He said you might come by. I'm sorry, that you missed him. Come all this way and all?" "Yeah," I said, slapping my hip. "It's been a lot to sort of handle right now, so..." "Yeah, I expect. We were just checking on the place, like I say, we live up yonder on the hill." Neighbors, you know. Anyway, I expect you've got a lot to handle, so we'll keep on moving, you know. Like I say, sorry to hear what happened, just don't make sense, you know. Anyway, we stared across the Trans Am at each other. It was getting hot outside. Do the cops know who did it? Asked Street, squinting, holding his hand over his eyes. I shook my head noncommittally. Fucking cops, he said. Couldn't solve a sandwich. You get into the house okay? Asked Gilroy. There's a key there under the rock, you know. I don't know, like, what's the state of the estate or what have you, but far as I'm concerned, well, it don't concern me, but I reckon you got plenty to sort out on that end. I shook and nodded my head. Alrighty, take care, he said. The pair turned on their heels and started walking down the road. I watched them, but they never looked back. It's funny thing about visitors on foot, you never really feel like they're gone. With a car, it has this whole departure ritual, and you'd know if they came back, you'd see and hear their car, and a car can only be on the road or in the driveway. Of course, none of that was guaranteed, but that's how it feels. I went to turn over the obviously fake rock, and there was, in fact, a key. There was a dirt outline superimposed over another dirt outline, like the key had been disturbed within a few weeks. Could be something, could be nothing. And that's when I asked myself an obvious question I should have asked already. Where was Roman's car? It wasn't in the drive. Instead of going into the house, I went around to the back. Not only to check for a car, but to assure myself Gilroy and Street weren't lingering. I saw it all for the first time in daylight. Not surprisingly, there was a sky blue Mustang circa 63 moldering on blocks under an aging shed. Roman was never a car buff, and it likely belonged to the previous owner. It was too far to walk to town, even for an eccentric professor. And besides, he commuted to work every day to the university. His car was likely at the diner. No way I parked next to it without realizing. Then why was he crossing the intersection on foot? Had the police searched the vehicle? Why hadn't anyone mentioned it? Was it being held as part of the investigation, like Roman's phone and wallet? Where is his car? And besides, he commuted to work every day to the university. His car was likely at the diner. No way I parked next to it without realizing. Then why was he crossing the intersection on foot? Had the police searched the vehicle? Why hadn't anyone mentioned it? Was it being held as part of the investigation, like Roman's phone and wallet? Where is his car? I went inside with a box of office supplies from my car. I threw its contents on the couch. There were some spare clothes, my desk nameplate, extra bullets, a notebook, and a lucky cat figurine. By the way, I always take extra clothes with me for several reasons. One, mainly because I tend to spill shit. I chew with my mouth open and I eat fast on the go. I spend a lot of nights in the car, or I used to, doing surveillance stuff, not as sexy as it sounds. Two, and lastly, a pro tip. When you're tailing somebody, especially on foot, it's good to have layers you can switch out of on the fly. So yeah, I have some clothes with me, and thank God. Loners Stay Together, an original mystery by Robert Napier, Chapter 7. Mark Shutter stayed in town. Folks just call him Shutter. The name is a holdover of German immigrants. Technically, it should be pronounced like shooter, but in this province, folks say it like Shutter, and he didn't know any different. He was both a townie and a college boy, making his way on a basketball scholarship thanks to his 6'5" frame and athletic disposition. He planned to quit the team, though, to pursue psychology and do tests on people. And covertly to understand why his father beat the piss out of him on the regular, and his mother never said a damn word. Seemed like a missed opportunity, though, as a pro basketball player named Shooter writes its own press. He worked nights at the local supermarket, stocking produce, making sure the potatoes were covered, and there was cut fruit in plastic containers. He lived alone in a rent-controlled studio apartment on the west side of town, one of those where the bed folds into the wall. He never had problems getting a girl's attention, but could never keep them around. I wouldn't call his lifestyle minimal, just barren. Nothing on the walls, nothing on the floors, sparse furniture, never more than a day's worth of food in the pantry. He was obsessive about calisthenics. Despite his height and broad shoulders, there is something feminine about him. He only speaks in a whisper, and his eyes are easily distracted. The night my brother died, about the time I was rolling into town, Shutter was on the kitchenette floor beside the folding card table. He repeats, "Loner. Loner." Between sit-ups, I know that name. In his mind, Mark replays his last night at the dream house, over a year ago now. It's something he would later describe to me in vivid detail while corresponding from prison. I have to admit, his experience and insight were instrumental to writing this book. The last night at the dream house, according to Shutter, Roman's hot rod fishtailed right up to the front door, and the van was following so close it had to swerve. Shutter instantly recognized the car, even though it had been months since Roman visited the dream house. Loner. Shutter turns from the door. In his haste, he drops a scalpel that is probably still there, never collected for evidence or responsibly disposed of. He had been carving the group's unofficial sigil into the grayed-out picnic table next to the doorway, and what appeared to be a dark man figure of some kind. The structure itself was well built before the money ran out. It would have been a lovely home if someone loved it. Instead, it was a gutted shell with only dumpster tables and curbside couches moldering in its common areas. It was divided by plastic drop sheets that had tattered over time, as all the windows were broken. Besides the dormitory, it serves no domestic function. By now, even the microwave was disgusting and disused. Shutter's long stride quickly traversed the gloomy and haphazard rooms. He caught glimpses between flutters of hanging plastic of the dismal conditions. The few students who remained were either on academic probation or already expelled. Not that they would notice unless they could smoke, snort, or inject the dean's disapproval. The walls were painted with layers of graffiti. The oldest strata were bubbly and vibrant, but overpowered by the later dreary frescoes of collapsing cities and silhouettes wailing in monstrous clutches, an expression of the helplessness of those that remained. Soon the walls were totally black, smeared more than painted by any spreadable fluid. No matter what color was scavenged or stolen, it inevitably gave way to blackness as it accumulated. Near the heart of the dream house, only children's nightlights, powered by a generator, lit the oppressive corridors. In the center was a kind of meditation chamber, where the students gathered to listen to their doctor's latest epiphany and receive the sacrament. They called him Deacon. There's no way to know how many people passed through the dream house on a weekend adventure, a dare, or as a participant. But by this time, 8 young men and women had taken residence in its apocalyptic walls. They sat on the floor in a circle around their prophet, like a preschool class at story time. "Doctor," whispers Shutter, stooping apologetically for being taller. Deacon was 6'3" and built. He had lost weight in the last year, but it was only fat, leaving him lean and imposing. His jet black hair had grown to shoulder length and his eyes had visibly sunken in their sockets. But he had a buttery voice tinged by a cosmopolitan accent that made every utterance an ineffable mystery. Students that had attended his regular lectures admitted to being more enthralled by his voice than his message. His students are between 19 and 23. We will get to know some of them soon enough. Shutter's only friend worth mentioning is Guy Wallach. He's younger, shorter, and less bright. He sits against the bathroom floor trying to sew himself up after a barroom fight. It wasn't even a good fight, he just slipped and cut his forearm on some stupid glass. Guy is 24 now, but looks younger thanks to his bleached hair, numerous piercings, and anime t-shirts. He has no registered address, so it's likely he's homeless, or spends his nights at Shutter's when he's out covering the potatoes. Wallach bites the thread of his makeshift stitches and says, "I know Loner. Saw it on TV." He pokes the red flesh and sighs with pleasure. "I was in his class once. Some kid had a complete mental breakdown, and he saved the fuckhead's life." Shutter has known Guy Wallach since elementary school. He doubts that he ever attended a lecture in his life. But he doesn't call him out. They're friends. Loner's not a doctor. No, he's just into this psycho mind shit, like you. There's a silence while Shutter flexes in the window reflection. I warned him. Wallach thinks for a moment that Shutter has just confessed to shooting the professor, but he shakes it off as unlikely. About what? Another silence. We've waited too long to have the cops screwing around. What do you mean? Who? Shutter put on his shirt and laughed while typing a text on his phone and mashing the send button. You didn't think it was just you and me? A lot of people worshipped Deacon. They haven't forgotten his promise. What promise, man? About what? About death. Wallach was getting annoyed now. He never bought into all this blah blah dick sucker shit. He just wanted the pills. What about death? Shutter pulled the bed down from the wall and laid himself gently on it, on his side with his hands tucked under his cheek. It's a dream. While I was identifying my brother's body, it was early morning on a nondescript suburban street in the neighboring town. Misty O'Regan had just dropped off her daughter with her grandmother. She sits in her late model SUV and scrolls through her phone. There's a picture on one of her social media accounts of her standing outside the dream house, with Deacon's arm around her shoulder. You can see Shutter and Young, and Carla Hess. They're smiling. Misty doesn't even remember this day. It would have been in the first couple of weeks after learning about Deacon's dream house. She closes the app and rereads last night's text message. The contact is listed as Shutter, since when she created it, she didn't know how to spell Shutter's name, and she liked that better anyway. It suited him. The text just said, "Wakey, wakey." Misty smiled and watched Grandma's house fade in the rearview mirror. In the back, next to the car seat, she has her pink suitcase. Also, a recipient of Shutter's late text was Spencer Lockridge. Spencer had graduated with an associate's in English, having only met Dr. Voynich after reading his one and only book, recently pulled from shelves. The Growth? Blech. Spencer flattered the doctor with his interest, and thereby gained an invitation to the dream house one weekend. Spencer thought it would be a great experience for some theoretical novel sometime in the future. Instead, he spent an entire year in a drug-induced fog and writing precisely nothing. He's 24 years old with sandy blonde hair. He clung to an internship writing safety training material for line workers and is currently taking antidepressants. He had a child out of wedlock while still in high school but never married. He alternated weekend custody with the child's mother. Unfortunately, when he received Shutter's text, it was his weekend to watch over 5-year-old Meredith Rose. Rather than leaving his daughter with a babysitter, he simply shot her in her bed. While I was eating hash browns at the Trail Dust Diner, Carla Hess also received a text message, which she promptly deleted and went about her day. After a shower in my brother's bathroom, gross, I decided to head back into town to see what else I could find out. The sun was warm on my wet hair, and I spread my arms. Hello, LA. Roman's cat, Edwin, was on the stoop. It didn't look desperate, so I wasn't worried. It meowed at me like, "Hey, aren't you that bitch I tried to smother?" I look it in the eye and let it know, "Yeah, you're not getting rid of me that easy." Drove all day, wasted gas and didn't accomplish much. But I learned my way around town. Would be useful if I needed to follow somebody, lose somebody, or find a good burrito. Reconnaissance is half the job. On my way back to Roman's, I swing into the sheriff's department to find out if they know anything. They don't. I might have cussed out the receptionist. I decided to stop by the post office to fill out a forwarding address slip. I'm not sure what time it is, but I'm sweating. After I park downtown, I step out of my car and I spot a mom and pop ice cream shop, and I check my phone as I gravitate toward it. I have messages from Brian and from Burr. Both want to know where I am and what I am doing. I start to type, "Chill the fuck out," when a shadow moves across the windshield of my Trans Am. I raise my head in time to get hit from the opposite direction. There's 2 of them. The first hit was to my stomach. Suddenly, I'm pinned against the driver's side door. 2 men, average build, wearing gloves and masks. One presses his forearm into my chest to hold me. The other comes toward me with a pair of head shears. Loner owed us big time, sweetheart. Pause. I want to clarify something real quick. In the subsequent police report written about this incident, the reporting officer wrote, "Garden shears." I understand this may seem trivial, but if you go down to your local hardware store and ask for garden shears, you will be presented with a small tool, 2 to 5 inches in length, intended for trimming flower stems, alternatively referred to as pruning scissors. Hedge shears, on the other hand, are between 9 and 30 inches in length, with sturdier blades, greater leverage, and designed to cut through dense, woody plants, or perhaps to remove human phalanges. This asshole was carrying hedge shears. Thank you. Moving on. I grab the restraining forearm with my opposite hand and pull it across our bodies. I redirect his body weight with the other hand, forcing him to fall forward. I slip past him in the other direction. His back is to me, and I push him as hard as I can. I don't weigh as much as he does, so it has little effect. That's why I'm a striker. I stomp into the back of his knee, and he stumbles. I strike either side of his head with both palms. Now Shears reaches for me, but he's not too aggressive. He acts like he wants to grab my arm, so I let him. Now that he has one hand on me and one hand on his weapon, I use my free hand to wrap his grabbing arm into a reverse figure 4 and dump him backwards. Jiu-jitsu, bitch. By now it's clear they're total amateurs. I kick the Shears out of reach as they regroup. I could run. Yeah, I could, but I don't. The forearm guy comes at me with a Frankenstein choke. As soon as he makes contact with my collarbone, I sweep one of his hands off of me and my other hand oxjaws into his Adam's apple. He makes a herking sound and starts to rethink his choices. But I'm not done. I trap the swept arm with my opposite hand and knife hand strike him in the brachial plexus. Wing Chun, motherfucker. Shears, now sans Shears, pushes Herc out of the way and I stick my anaconda up his nose. Constitutional carry. He stops. I circle away from the car, trying to stack them up and keep from getting cornered. Drop it! I swing the barrel and Deputy Burr has her sights on me. Are you kidding? I shout at her, turning back on the thugs. They're already moving away. I advance on them and Deputy Burr repeats, "Drop the weapon, nobody move." I hear sirens in the distance. I raise one hand and kneel down to place the revolver in front of me. Burr moves up behind and now gets picture on the thugs, but they're separating. "On the ground!" she shouts at all of us, her voice pitched and anxious. The masked men sprint in opposite directions. They are unarmed and they know if they split up, the cop will have to turn her back on someone. Freeze! Fuck! She kicks my gun over by the head shears and takes off on foot. She dashes about 6 yards before throwing up her hands in despair. She holsters her pistol and marches back to me like she's going to chop my head off. I wait there on my knees with my ankles crossed and fingers interlaced behind my head. She storms past me. "Get up, goddammit!" She talks into her radio. I can't make it out. The squad cars fly by us, searching the neighborhood. Good luck with that. About 3 hours later, they found one of the masks. In the meantime, Deputy Burr cranked cuffs on me and shoved me against my car. "I was looking for you. Where have you been?" "At your mom's house. It's none of your business." "They said you were at the station cussing out the receptionist." "Maybe. Now I have to file an incident report." "You'll live." "Who were those guys?" "How do I know? They had masks on." "Did they say anything?" "They said, 'Loner owes us.'" "So what does that mean?" "I have no idea. You're the one fucking him." "Well, you're his sister. That's why I'm the only one trying to catch his killer." "Fuck you. You're going to get yourself killed out here." "Fuck you more. I had it under control." "Oh yeah? What were you gonna do? Shoot him in the fucking parking lot?" "It was self-defense." "I'm so tired of your bullshit. I'm the one who has to save your ass." "You let them get away." "I told them to freeze." At this point, I can't suppress a laugh. She points at me, but turns away smiling. "God damn it!" She comes back and grabs my elbow to turn me. She presses me roughly against the car and snaps off the cuffs. "Freeze," I tease her. She pushes me and laughs. "You know that has never worked?" I'm so surprised." Deputy Dillon arrived with lights and sirens. He popped the curb and shuffle steered into the lot, making a wide U-turn to dynamically block me from pulling out of the parking space. He killed the siren, but kept the lights. His hand was on his holster as he came on scene. Jesus, I just wanted some ice cream. I take the day off to drive back home. I visit my apartment, except it doesn't feel like my apartment. I had moved into this 2-bed, 1-bath with Brian when I was 18, 19. We planned to buy a house, do the picket fence bullshit. We didn't. The small metal mailbox is overflowing, mostly junk with some divorce papers mixed in. He moved to Washington. I kept the apartment. Most of the furniture was his. Now the place looks like the Grinch who stole years of my life. I'm not mad. I played my part in it. I know I'm not staying here anymore. I grab some more clothes, some fresh towels and bed sheets, and clear out the fridge. To hell with the rest. It was dark by the time I made it back to Roman's. I stayed up most of the night not thinking about my failures in life, and also poking around on Roman's personal computer. If you thought his house was a clusterfuck, you should see his desktop. I clicked through hundreds of files, essays, poems, book ideas, blueprints, diagrams, research, and miscellaneous notes. He had endless files on plants, places, artists, philosophers, and just ordinary unknown people. Maybe one of them is the killer? Shit, I don't know. According to that logic, it was either Todd Dillman from Indianapolis who drives a gray Honda and likes Chinese food, or René Descartes. I hate computers. But I catch myself reading over one of his half-finished novels. It's full of spelling errors and perspective shifts. The main character is a fedora-wearing psychology professor named Norman Donner. What a dork. I had no idea at the time that I was reading a thinly veiled account of recent events. This is what I scanned, through half-closed eyes. Norman wiped the sweat from his brow and then reached down to his belt to index the gun and be sure it was out of sight but accessible. Norman never went to the police. That's his greatest sin in all of this. There are no excuses for him. He made his own methodical choices. Dr. Victor Meacham's behaviors threatened to expose not just both of them, but numerous others who had more or less knowingly participated in illegal and unethical experimentation and the distribution of illegal substances. Dr. Meacham took it to an extreme. He wanted to start a doomsday cult that worshipped a dream god called Perif Riel, of whom he claimed to be the prophet or avatar. Norman planned to offer Victor Meacham a resignation, to just walk away from the dream house, the university, everything. That was his compromise. He turned the door handle like a combination lock. Inside, Meacham's weathered office chair is turned away from him. Meacham's favorite lab coat is draped over the back of the chair. Norman focuses intently on the coat, but hears a quiet murmuring from the far side of the space. Barely 16-year-old Mackenzie Kinzer has been gagged and heaped over with old bones scavenged from the woods and highways. Norman moves towards her. He was torn in time between the chair and the girl, barely flinching as monkeys screeched at the fresh intrusion. This was worse than he imagined. It wasn't just neglect. It was an orchestrated horror. It wasn't even medieval. It was primeval, visceral, and perverse. He reached for his gun. To hell with the resignation. Norman spun the chair. There was only a maggot-filled dog carcass with a name tag and bifocals. Norman wasn't even disgusted at this point. He was just weary of the theatrics. It was almost too on the nose. Too artful to be genuine. Meacham was playing at something. He was always saying in his lectures that art is threatening only in as much as it is an expression of a separate intelligence without a basis in shared morality. He was trying too hard to be something separate. Norman struggled with the ball gag in Mackenzie's mouth. He tries to unbuckle it one-handed, but it's tangled tightly with her long hair. Reluctantly, he laid his gun down to concentrate his fingers. It's okay now, okay? Victor must have been in the room already. Waiting. Mackenzie saw him first, but couldn't speak through her gag. I knew you'd come. Meacham grabs Norman around the neck. I've made so much progress." He was taller and denser than Norman, easily tossing him across the room. Norman said, "Fuck you," or "Eat shit," or something like that. "You think I don't know what you've done? What you're hiding? You're out of your mind." There was a struggle, but Meacham was the stronger of the two. "You're wrong about me." He seizes Norman with one hand and drives him against the wall. He is taller and likely unable to feel any pain. "I'll eat your dreams, Judas." Deidre reached the door to Meacham's room. The tall man lunges from the deep shadows. His knife flashes as it strikes Deidre's hand. She was running on pure adrenaline, so she barely registered the cut. But she knows it's bad. "Gah, you dick!" She cradles her hand to stop the bleeding. Meacham has Norman pinned against the wall. He has a syringe made of something symbolic, disguised so that you wouldn't immediately recognize it for what it was. He jammed it into Norman's thigh. "You want to know what God feels like?" Norman can't get free of Meacham's hold. "It'll make the pain go away." Norman screams as the injection starts to take effect. At this point, I can't take any more. Roman's novel reads like a trashy romance thriller. I love my brother, but enough with the melodrama. Sheesh. Chapter 8. I sprawled out on the couch in my Metallica t-shirt. I didn't bring any pajamas. I knew it was morning because I had to roll over to hide from the sun. It was working okay until somebody knocked on the door, hard. Involuntarily awake, I forgot where I was and sort of shouted, "What?" Like I was talking to Brian, or I don't know, because when I sat up, the sun hit me right in the fucking eyes. Shit. Bam, bam, bam. Another series of unnecessarily loud knocks. A man's voice spoke through the thin door. Kind of like, "Cassie Loner." Shit, I can't do accents. It was a deep voice, slightly nasally, confident and condescending. I shouted back, "Nope." After a beat, the voice condescended. "Are you sleeping?" "God, what are you, my mom?" "I wish to speak to you, Cassie Loner, about the other night." I stumble to the door and open it, but just a crack. I see this 30-something brick shithouse with slicked back hair and fancy suit. Honestly, not what I was expecting. For some reason, I tried to be funny. "Whatever I told you, I didn't mean it, okay? I have like one drink and..." He stared at me unresponsively. "It was a joke. I don't usually drink, but you said..." "Never mind." "We've never met," he clarified, probably assuming the worst about me. "No, like as if I might actually have gotten drunk last night and done stuff with some..." "Never mind. I spent all night on the computer." "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to hire you, on behalf." He didn't say on whose behalf, and I didn't know if this was a language barrier or if he was trying to hire me anonymously or what. "I'm booked," I said as I consulted the microwave clock. "Shit, you weren't kidding, Mom. Have you got a job that'll pay you redacted amount per day?" I snorted, but he looked pretty serious. I opened the door a little more, asking, "Do I get breakfast?" Now I got a good look at him, and he was damn good looking, and like super fancy. "Bruh, brunch?" He didn't answer right away, and I noticed his eyes scanning over my body. I was maybe flattered and a little flustered by the deliberate gaze, but then I remembered I was in my underwear and my .45 Anaconda was about to fall out. Better put some clothes on, Loner. Once I had my pants and holster on, he introduced himself as Ciro, a security consultant for numerous wealthy and anonymous private citizens from here to Chicago. After a brief standoff, I agreed to ride in his sleek silver sedan. He held open the rear door like a gentleman, while I let myself into the front passenger seat. We drove downtown. The car had all the latest cushies and pushies, heated leather seats and built-in tablet, etc. It's fancy. Now I don't make a habit of getting into cars with strange men, but this was an exception. He was handsome and offered me stuff I wanted. Between mouthfuls of breakfast brunch burrito and an energy drink, I asked, "Whose car?" Ciro ignored the chewed tortilla spewing out of my mouth and kept his eyes on the road. It's mine. I laughed, as if I couldn't see the calloused knuckles through his sissy-ass driving gloves. It was like, I don't know, something incongruous. I give him a nice fat bullshit. He smirked like he couldn't believe that I didn't believe him. Just bought. Huh, you've never owned a car that wasn't fuel-injected in candy apple red. Ciro still didn't look at me, but his eyebrow rose. I laughed louder. I always forget that knowing things I wasn't told is usually perceived as mockery. You think you're the first primate to put on pinstripes? After a satisfying bite, I take it too far. I bet you wreck whatever you get your hands on. This time he did look sharply at me, which I guess is what I wanted, but suddenly I'm very warm, and I feel my cheeks turn candy apple red. Since I'm basically a gremlin in a human suit, I don't know what to do with these feelings. So I obnoxiously throw myself over the seat to look in the back, where I probably should have been in the first place. I pull open the ashtray and say, "Be careful who you buy shit from." Somebody's been smoking the reefer in here. I pinch out some buds. Organic? You don't look like a stoner. So what gives? Ciro laughed. You could almost pass for cop, Ms. Loner. I flopped my butt back into the passenger seat and he loosens up a bit. I work for the best doctor in the state. Dr. Nathan Rithvik? Ciro couldn't suppress a frown. You know him. Don't sound so surprised. Best doctor in the state? Pfft. I spew burrito. Like that means anything around here. I didn't mention that I just learned that from Roman's computer last night. Ciro was stern and perhaps defensive, my fault. You like to play games. Only when I can cheat. So Rithvik's supposed to be some kind of miracle worker? No miracles. He's strictly a scientist. There's no such thing as miracles. Scientists do for real. How do you say, the hard way? We turn into a driveway about 8 miles from downtown, grassy and quiet. A cemetery. The sun beats down on a pristine panorama of deciduous trees and white marble memorials. Ciro leads me to a pavilion where he sits down. Anyone famous buried here? Probably not. I stuck my hands in my pockets and rocked on my heels. Not the worst first date I've been on. Kinky, I like it. I winked, embarrassing him. And myself. I like the dead. I'm sure they enjoy the company. Are you a medium? He gave me an inquisitive look. Religious? Medium? Mediocre, you mean? No, I don't need a savior. My eyes are on the grave rose now, or rather on the girl in a white hoodie and sunglasses standing in a strip of cool shadows. Who's the girl? Ciro didn't look as she waved to me. Dr. Rithvik's next book. I go out to meet the hoodie between the graves. When she pushes back her hood, I recognize her from the diner. I'm not sure what's going on. I look back at Ciro, who seemed to be snoozing on the bench but glanced at us protectively. What's this about? I demanded. She hesitated, bit her lip, and sort of hopped nervously. I want you to help me. Help my friends. Who are you? You look like the Unabomber. She doesn't get the reference. My name is Ramsey Ramirez. You can call me Raimi. I live with Dr. Rithvik. Who are your friends? Raimi surveyed the cemetery. I know we're in some kind of danger, and it's something to do with Professor Loner's murder. Did Dr. Rithvik know my brother? Yes, I think... They weren't close, but they saw each other sometimes. I think Rithvik believes all that stuff about the... experiments. I didn't know anything about any experiments, but I didn't let her know I didn't know just yet. You don't believe all that stuff? She grimaced and picked at her expensive manicure. I think we make our own choices. So what's the connection with my brother? Raimi sensed I was hiding something and decided she should be more cautious. She was immature and inexperienced, but adapting quickly. I don't exactly know. Dr. Rithvik doesn't like to talk about it. Why not? She took off her sunglasses. Her eyes were sorrowful but direct. He's a complex man. And you don't know him as well as you thought? Raimi took a step back. We're not intimate. Okay, what does that mean? I'm not sleeping with him, but you're worried about him. We wouldn't be talking if I wasn't. Dr. Rithvik is one of the most remarkable men alive. I demurred. That was a bold claim from a Midwestern teenage cashier, and the way she said alive didn't suit me at all. You don't believe me? I shrugged. He's a brain surgeon, not a rocket scientist. Raimi stared at me. She was 0 for 3 on my jokes. I actually don't know what kind of doctor he is, but I liked some of his videos. Maybe you're right. He could be doing a lot more, but people get distracted, lost, even great people. Nobody's that great. Raimi laughed lightly, not because she finally got any of my jokes, but because she was anxious. Will you take the job, Ms. Loner? Ms. Loner, you sound like Deputy Dillon, and you've already got a bodyguard. I nod towards Ciro. That's not what I'm asking for. I want somebody to find out what your brother was working on, and stop what happened to him from happening to us. Hold on. Who exactly is us? Come to the party with me at Dr. Rithvik's house. I want you to see him with an audience. They love him. Do you? The question catches Raimi off guard. He's my doctor, Ms. Loner. Will you come? Sure, that sounds so fun. Raimi made a cautious little smile before putting up her hood and heading down the path. Hey, I said. You can call me Cassie. I wanted to knock her on her ass and get some real information out of her. But the FBI says that's not how investigations work. Meh, she seemed innocent enough. Besides, that would probably get me uninvited to the shindig, and I needed to talk to this wonder doctor. I scratched some burrito off my shirt and remembered I was still stuck with 0. Hey, primate, I shouted. Where'd you get them fancy duds? I wish I could say there was this really cute montage of me trying on elegant gowns, going from grunge to princess to sleek black dress that's just ever too short for my long-toned legs. And Ciro would peek at me between the dressing room curtains, and we'd bond as I tried to balance on stilettos and fell into his strong arms. But he took me to an outlet mall where I bought the first thing in my size that wasn't heinous. And I did almost fall, but it was in my own shoes on deceptively flat ground, and he only caught me with his evaluating eyes. He dropped me off at Roman's to plan and change, with a promise to pick me up that evening. To be honest, I wasn't paying any attention to him. My face was buried in my phone, fretting over missed calls and text messages from Mom, Dad, Grandma, Uncle Steve, Bank, Second Bank, Groundskeeper Harvey, and Brian. Christ, I don't know what to say to any of them. No, I don't know when's the funeral. No, I don't know what happened. I don't know how I'm feeling. I don't need support right now. No, I'm not going to therapy. No, I haven't caught the son of a bitch who killed my brother. Leave me the fuck alone. Ciro might have said goodbye. He might have said, Cassandra Loner, I've fallen madly in love with you, just as you fell on that completely level and the unimpeding surface earlier today. And I want to make sweet but passionate love to you until all your dreams come true. But I missed it because Brian was calling again, and I was distracted when I climbed out of the silver sedan and onto Roman's porch. I could just picture my ex sitting in his lumber mining office eating complimentary gourmet pizza on his 4-hour lunch break. You're not listening to me, he whines, as I try to squeeze my perfectly proportioned ass into the weirdly shaped dress I bought too hastily. The case is not closed, Cass. Rupert turned himself in, told the detectives what he saw. But you? Brian's voice sinks to a whisper, probably afraid his bubbly new bimbo girlfriend will find out he used to date a psycho. You killed our last client. You need to get your perfectly proportioned ass back home. I'm taking artistic license, remember? Nah, I'm on sabbatical. Brian sighed. You never took a fucking break in your life, Cass. What's going on? You can talk to me. And that really pisses me off. Oh, can I? I got to go. I'm late. I'm going out. Call me tomorrow. Yeah, I'll try, but eat a bag of dicks, Brian. Yeah, you're being avoidant. Again, call me. I told you I'm taking a vacation. One question. Huh? Are you seeing someone? And there's the real reason he called. I can't help but smile at myself and I forget to answer. You're hiding from... Boop. I tossed the phone and peeked at myself in the mirror just to make sure I got all the tags and zippers. I blew hair out of my face and the hot mess in the mirror rolled her eyes at me. I lost track. But hey, I almost die. As the hour approached, I was compiling any number of excuses not to go to this party. I'm busy, I'm sick, I'm working, I hate people, I have no social skills, I feel fat in this weirdly shaped dress, and so on. But I can't back out now. I need more information as I am dangerously close to never solving shit. I'm smart, but I can't do this alone. I need to talk to Rami again, and Dr. Rithvik. There was no real reason to talk to Ciro again, but, he might know something probably. The point is, if I have to go to this stupid party to catch the killer, then I'm going to this stupid party. Bing. Roman's PC wakes up. I glanced at the screen. It was an invitation to play chess online. I clicked accept. The board appeared, pixelated and cartoony. The opponent had already led with a pawn. The username was Baron Bones. Nerd. I had a few minutes, so I moved Roman's knight. Pawn, 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 knight, bishop, pawn, just fucking around. How are classes? Says the chat. The usual, I say. Still teaching that class on the role of psychotropics and gastropod neuroplasticity? Well, didn't take long for me to get way out of my depth. Not this semester. Too bad. Like mammals have been getting lit for millions of years. If anything, it's unnatural to not take drugs. The very concept of a drug is government propaganda. Okay, obviously drugs equal bad, but I like Baron's style. I type, they say Viking berserkers were tripping rage balls on henbane from the Nightshade family. I was particularly proud of this little nugget I had learned from TikTok. Talk about a fucked up family. You got good old potatoes and tomatoes on one side, then Nightshade and henbane on the other. This is fine, no problem, let's just keep it light. I don't even know who I'm talking to. Actually, they don't know who they're talking to either. I type, it's like a Brady Bunch made of the Waltons and the Addams family. LOL. What do you think the reunions are like? If they get the references, maybe I can narrow down their age range, nationality, or educational level. Get some idea of who I'm dealing with. After a very brief pause, Bones hits me with this. There are several theories about the berserkers, including ritualistic hysteria and PTSD. It's the ibotenic acid and muscimol, psychoactive neurotoxins that bind to glutamate receptors. Without knowing the Vikings' recipe, the effects could range from hypnosis to hypothermia. I'll be sure to grab some for my next Ren Fair LARP. But seriously, is that what you have been working on? You're getting awfully nosy, whoever you are. It's time for a tactical redirect. Human history is a 20 million year frat party. Ugh, I just made myself sick picturing that. The chat was stagnant for over a minute. Oh, how's the cat, BTW? I look over at Erwish. He looks fine. Fine, I type. Still having nightmares? I freeze. What kind of question is that? I think I should just quit the game, but I don't want, to make Roman look bad. I'm about to fess up and introduce myself when I see Baron Bones is typing. I wait. I thought you were dead. A chill runs down my spine. So cliché to say it like that, but that's exactly what happened. Why do you think that? I said. You haven't played forever, ha ha ha, I need someone to beat, ha ha ha. Bishop. Pawn. Knight. Rook. Knight. Bishop. Pawn. I relax a little until I read the next line. How's your sister? I'm so stupid. I jump up and look for the webcam. I knock clutter around but can't find one. This program is too old for that, maybe? She's fine, I say. How have you been? There was a long silence without any moves. You know. The status sits on typing for over a minute. Nightmares. Bam, 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 fuck! I fling open the door and point in Ciro's face. You pound way too fucking hard. I nearly jumped out of this stupid dress. Ciro steps back serenely. Because you scared me. Not because I knew it was you. Which I did know it was you because you knock like a fucking... Just don't anymore, all right? God. We drive in blessed silence half the distance to Rithvik's mansion before Ciro opens his mouth. There was another murder. I choke a little. What? When? Ciro likes keeping me at a disadvantage. I can tell, and it's annoying. Weeks ago, local drug man, nobody thought about it. But same. Ciro made 3 popping sounds. In chest, like that. You think it was the same person who shot my brother? I think nothing about it, but you should know. I mull this new information over, but there's not much time as we arrive at the gate. Thank you, I said, a little late, but better than never. For letting me know. He nodded. As we come up the private drive, we avoid a gathering crowd at the front. Ciro escorts me to the line and says with convincing sincerity that he must unfortunately leave me here. I'm standing in a semi-coherent queue between some pretty passive-aggressive velvet ropes surrounded by yuppies in nicer outfits. Rich people never know how to form a line. That's a poor person's skill. I watch Ciro pull an earpiece from his coat pocket and disappear between 2 equal-sized ogres. A looming, oversized standee of Rithvik on the cover of a prestigious publication is perched at the main entrance. There's a table with signed copies of his books. Spotlights rake the skies like it's a fucking circus. The walkway is jammed with attendees, mostly older distinguished men and some photographers. This is a flashy event, by Midwest standards. No limos, but some sports cars disgorging desperate and scanty former fair queens and smiling money men. Even a city news team is interviewing people as they file in. The atmosphere is noisy and excited. It's more like a concert than a house party. There is a bandstand outside, playing some mild, upbeat rock covers for a wide demographic. Amid the circus, me, alone, obviously out of place and wondering how I talked myself into this. Security personnel with radios and earpieces roam the halls. I recognize most of them as off-duty cops looking for quick cash. The party buzzes, and frankly, I'm impressed. I have to admit I didn't expect all this. I head down the hall, wildly overstimulated, looking for clues or whatever, and I have to also admit I'm a double imposter because I have no clue what I'm doing. After passing 6 absurdly well-decorated rooms from the entrance, I finally spot Ramirez. Raimi. She's still in the white hoodie surrounded by strapless sequined designer gowns. Her shoulders are slumped trying to text someone. When she looks up, she smiles lavishly at me and it makes me feel relieved. Like maybe I have a friend. I look behind me because it's probably a mistake. Raimi jogged toward me. I'm glad you could make it. She took my hand. It was a sweet, natural gesture. Hey, I said. This is a big deal. I didn't know that country doctors partied this hard. Raimi sort of winced or smiled. Up on the second-story landing, Dr. Rithvik fidgeted with his cufflinks behind heavy satin curtains. He is eager, but always a little nervous. Security frets over him like they're paid to do, making a show of it. Ciro, he commanded. Ciro emerged from the curtains, leading a large German shepherd. Rithvik was agitated, clinking the ice in his whiskey glass. Ciro! And you couldn't have blamed a bystander for thinking it was the dog's name. I'm here. The monitors in Rithvik's office displayed a matrix of security cameras that he was scanning as he waited. The woman with Raimi. Is that who I think it is? Ciro nodded slowly, forcing the doctor to actually look at him. They exchanged blank faces. Rithvik straightened his tie. She's younger than expected. The music struck a rising Holstein chord. Ciro dipped away as Rithvik sank into a meditative preparation. Deputy Dillon, off-duty in a rented tux, turned to Dr. Rithvik. "Ready, sir?" The doctor nodded. "I'm ready." Rithvik went out onto the landing above the ballroom. Deputy Burr, off-duty in her one good dress, looked across at Dillon. "I hate working with these pricks." She was referring to the off-duty city police also working security. It was overkill, but the good doctor liked to proactively redistribute some wealth. "It's fine, Burr," chuckled Dillon. She scoffed. "You know half those assholes are dirty." Dillon popped a mint in his mouth. "So what?" The lights dim. I try to say something to Raimi, but her eyes are intent on the landing. The lights go out, and the music dies, like somebody just cut the power. A spotlight clunks on and awkwardly centers its beam on the curtains. The satin folds open, and Dr. Nathan Rithvik steps out as everyone applauds. He bows in 3 directions and covers his heart. "Welcome, yes, please welcome everyone. How about that band, huh?" "Yes. Ha, ha. Thank you, my friends. So glad you all could celebrate with me on this occasion. Our community has been ravaged by tragedy, but tonight is a night to reflect on our blessings and appreciate the many wondrous opportunities that await us in the very near future. I have a very exciting announcement, but for now, please enjoy yourselves and the music. We are blessed with food and drink. Thank you all for coming. And our thanks to the dedicated law enforcement agencies for helping us organize this little get-together and making sure no one spikes the punch bowl. Although, no. And thanks to so-and-so, politician, rich guy, politician, etc., for being with us today." Nathan cleared his throat, took a sip from his whiskey glass. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on the threshold of a new era." The music subtly rises as colored lights wash the stage. I am very pleased to announce that some of our Scandinavian friends at Haken Prefab have decided to build their new distribution center right here in blank county. Genuinely surprised applause sweep through the audience. I have no idea who he's talking about, but apparently it's a big deal around here. Rithvik held up his hands to quiet the ovation. "And thanks to the generous support of Cavalier Medical, we will be breaking ground at an all-new industrial complex next year." Rithvik pointed to 2 men in the crowd, and the spotlight hunted them down. "I'd like to thank Mr. Redacted and Mr. Redacted for being with us tonight. Without them?" Rithvik felt a tingle in his fingers. He looked down and saw the German shepherd licking his hand. He scratched its head behind the ears. The music came to a crescendo, anticipating his final words. Rithvik speaks in a whisper. "My friends, come with me into a bright new future." A barrage of lights and music courses through the audience as they applaud. Cameras flashed. I elbowed Raimi. "I'm surprised at all the photographers. People are really into this stuff?" Raimi grunted. "Dr. Rithvik pays them. They're paid to look like paparazzi." I felt like an idiot. "Is he always this dramatic?" She snickered. "You haven't seen anything yet." The security guard at the front door caught sight of a lone figure arriving late. He never saw any headlights, and this man approached on foot. He seemed to grow taller and taller as he neared. The guard spoke in hushed tones over the radio, and soon Deputy Dillon came to his side. "What's up?" The guard gestured toward the approaching man, who came to a stop several feet away from them. It was Mark Shutter. He even dressed up for the occasion, wearing his least ripped black jeans and V-neck t-shirt. He stopped to listen to the muted sounds of music and applause. He grinned at Dillon and offered his invitation. Dillon took the envelope and rotated it. There was a burgundy smudge on the corner. Inside the folded card was a $50 bill. Dillon tucked the card back into the envelope. "He's good," he told the guard as Shutter shouldered past. An airy, optimistic musical motif dangled in the air. I stood beside Raimi and tried to snag a few hors d'oeuvres, Hors d'oeuvres ease. Hang on. Hors d'oeuvres. Fuck. What's he talking about? Raimi shrugged. I don't care about this stuff. Like I said, she was immature. She didn't understand that most of the evil in the world was agonizingly banal. Of course, I had no idea how much she did know of evil. I watched Dr. Rithvik speak some more. Then he went around with other fancy pants, shaking hands and talking to the crowd. The band kept playing, but softer stuff. That's when I set eyes on Deputy Anna Burr. She was halfway down the stairs with her hand on her cheek, pressing on an earpiece. She was wearing a sleek black dress that was just ever too short for her long-toned legs. Dylan overtook her and made some comment she didn't approve of. She stopped and her eyes met perfectly with mine. She did not seem happy to see me. Even less so to see me with Raimi. She came down a couple steps and I thought she was going to throw me out of the party. But some excitement drew our attention. Dr. Rithvik, in the midst of a photo op, began coughing violently. Several well-meaning but useless people rushed to pat him on the back. He tried to wave them off, but he was visibly shaking as foam appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed. I was suddenly back in that tax office, looking at Kathy Henderdink covered with blood and making those same rasping, rattling noises in her throat. Rithvik begins to convulse as people scatter. Some screamed, others laughed nervously. Was this a joke? What's happening? Should somebody help him? Raimi was a ghost. Oh no. Murmurs, gasps, and sobs shot through the crowd as security closed around him. The mob is rising now, as the horror of what they've seen sinks in. Panic. 2 more people have fainted. Raimi tried to push through, trying to reach her guardian. She was a small, fragile girl, insignificant in the crowd. I shoved some tuxedos hard to cut a path to the doctor. This time I grabbed Raimi's hand and she followed me. She dropped to Nathan's side as he was racked by a violent seizure. She took his hand. He raised his head to peer at her through glassy eyes. He squeezed her hand, then sagged into unconsciousness. I'm standing over Raimi as Burr and Ciro push me out of the way. And it's basically chaos. Everybody has heard how there's a mad killer on the loose. Is he here? Is he targeting rich people? Running and sobbing and puking. Some simply stunned and watching. Ciro is at the body, with the sheriff at his side. The fake paparazzi snapped pictures deliriously, probably instigating more seizures and rumors of gunfire. Ciro gave the sheriff a direct order. Get them out of here. The sheriff was actually relieved not to be in charge. You heard him. It's not a fucking show. He physically pushes the crowd back. The crowd is clearing now, pouring down the carpeted runway, but still obeying the velvet ropes. Shutter moves against the current, coming towards the landing, with an angry, puzzled look on his face. Guy Wallach appeared from one of the absurdly well-decorated rooms. Psst. He stands at an open door, leading below the stairs. He's disguised as a waiter, and it's very likely I snagged some snacks from him without ever knowing who he was. Shooter went to him. Raimi kneeled at Rithvik's side. A few yards from her, I examined the scene. There wasn't much I could do. Raimi held his hand. Nathan, she whispered. EMTs appeared, dropping their kits and working on the doctor. They don't even finish taking his vitals. It's clear they need to go now. Feeling awfully useless, I made my way up the stairs to watch from above. That's when I heard scuffling down the hall. I had my handgun in my handbag, but I didn't pull it because of all the cowboys. And likely it was just caterers or more security. I came into Rithvik's leather office. It had been overturned, wrecked. Drawers dumped atop the desk, books tossed on the floor. It would have been noisy, and I doubted it was a coincidence. I drew the revolver. The weight was reassuring in my hands, but somehow I was on my own. There were at least 20 cops here, for fuck's sake. The window was open and the table in front of it had been flipped. Against all my better judgment, training, and experience, I went straight to the window and stuck my fat head out to get blown off. I was just in time to see a silhouette dashing away from the floodlights. There was an ivy-covered lattice within reach. I thought it must have been how the intruder got in and or out. That meant it could probably hold my weight. Of course, the intruder, now extruder, probably wasn't wearing an outlet mall dress. In hindsight, this was a total fuck-up on my part. I'm a big girl and willing to admit that. Now that literally everyone has armchaired me for it. If nothing else, it would have been faster to run down the stairs, get zero burr anybody, and go around the house. But Cassie Loner, ladies and gentlemen. The ground was muddy under the window, so I sank immediately. Shit. The back lawn is an eerie, shadowy space, filled with spiky plants, enormous fronds, a maze of shrubs and stone terraces, including a postmodern jagged metal sculpture depicting fuck if I know what. From the veranda further up the hill, I hear footsteps and voices, muted and receding. A noise behind me. I swing my gun and see that dark figure ducking away. Hey, I chase. Maybe this is my brother's killer. Maybe he knows who is. He's fucked if I catch him. I lose him in the shadows. I stop to listen for movement. Suddenly, Guy Wallach flies out of the darkness with a shovel and swings it at my face. I reel back. He's savvier than expected, and rather than bet on a return swing, he jabs the handle into my ribs. I hit the ground instantly, the wind socked out of me. One hand clutches my separated ribs while the other shields my face from a bullet. But he doesn't fire. He looks aside, and we see a 6'5" frame come out of the maze. I'm 5'4", by the way. I don't know if I said that before. But just so you know, this bastard is more than a foot taller than me. He slaps away my shielding hand and grabs my throat. He easily picks me up, and time slows way down as I realize that the wind knocked out of me isn't coming back. Who did this? Shutter asked, with his college basketball hands around my neck. Who got to Rithvik? I can't breathe. Can't breathe. He knows I can't answer without an air supply. He's getting off on it. I don't know you. Who are you? I scratch at his arms. I'm supposed to press my thumbs into his eye sockets. I know. I've taken plenty of self-defense courses. But his arms are so goddamn long, I can't breathe. I'm on my toes and my high heels drop off. The grass is wet, slippery, can't breathe. Kick him in the nuts. You're probably thinking the same thing. That's what everybody says. Just kick him in the nuts. That'll fix him. But my legs are like gelatin. If I try to kick, I'll fall. I know I will. Who are you? He repeats. I try to think, but it's hard when you can't breathe. Loner, I gurgle. Loner's dead, princess. No more white knights. Fuck. Can't breathe. You. He drags me closer. I could reach his eyes now, but my fingers are deadlocked on his wrists. He's so close that the spit I can't swallow speckles his cheeks with each gasp. You don't have a clue what's going on, do you, little girl? My eyes roll back. He drops me with a snort. Who got Rithvik? I try to breathe between the spasms in my diaphragm. He backhanded me across the cheek, and I don't know. It hurt, but it might have saved my life. It made me mad. And I'd like to say I was playing dead to draw him in. That this was a strategy to lower his guard. Oh, look at the helpless woman on her knees in front of the big, strong man. Oh, just a little closer, that's right. Come here. And then I would sucker punch him and take him down. That would be a neat trick. But it's not a strategy. I'm blacking out. Can't get air fast enough. I'm panicking. My chest is burning, my nose is gushing. My eyes are so watered I can barely keep them open. And my own gun is aimed at me the whole time. He hit me again, I think. Who? He screams like an angry toddler. And you know what? I hit that motherfucker right in the nuts. I don't know how it happened, really. I looked up and his crotch is right above me. I can see his dick is hard from choking me. I actually see the shape of it in his black jeans. And I just rammed my head straight into his crotch. Like a torpedo, bam! We were both pretty surprised. And spare me the jokes, I've heard them. That's using your head, Cass. That's putting your heads together. Should have gave him a heads up. He was a real dickhead, huh? Head-on collision. And my favorite, Cassie knows how to give head. I'm actually really glad everyone found it so amusing. You know, I still can't wear a turtleneck without having a panic attack because I almost died. But cheers, mate, good one. You got me. So I ram my head into his balls. And say whatever, but I'm no white belt. I duck between his legs, because he's like 1,000,000 feet tall, and do a schoolboy takedown, rolling him over me onto his back. Of course he's still clutching his groin and bitch this, bitch that. Wallach can't get a clear shot because I'm tangled in Shutter's freakishly long limbs. We tumble around a bit. I land some elbows to his stomach like I'm Rowdy Roddy Piper, and I hear my gun go off. I think I'm dead, but I'm not. The big bastard kicks me like 10 feet away and starts to run. Wallach has fired a shot in the air. Now he aims at my brains. I see the sprinkler hose beneath him and I yank it hard. He sees me do it and steps over the hose so that it just whips safely underfoot. And I'm not even upset because at least I tried. Sorry, Roman. I tried. Then this 90-pound fur missile nukes Wallach from the left. His foot is still up, and he's pleased with himself, so he never sees it coming. Reithvik's German Shepherd slams into him, targeting the gun hand, which fires into the dirt about an inch from my body. Wallach falls back and lands right on top of that what-the-fuck Pomo lawn sculpture I mentioned earlier. Schnick. Splat. R.I.P. Instant death, motherfucker. I'm still coughing and wobbling as Shutter retreats into the night. He's gone. Through blurry eyes, I look down and Wallach's blood is pooling in the saturated grass at my bare feet. Fur missile licks my hands, and I can finally breathe. I fall down onto the shepherd's back with my arms around his shoulders, and I sob wretchedly into his tan and black uniform. His name is Krigo, and I heart him forever. Chapter 10. I'm dazed from the fight. They told me later that Deputy Burr came running and fired into the shadows, but there was no trace of the big man. They identified Wallach right away, a regular customer at the Blank County Jail. There was already a couple ambulances standing by, and I was blanketed and sat in one, while paramedics put a beepy thing on my finger, and the police asked me, who was this, and who was that, and who am I? And I don't fucking know. The next thing I know, I'm on the phone with Brian, and he's screaming at me, "Stop killing people!" I hang up the phone, flick the beepy thing off my finger, and point at Deputy Burr, and I say, "Where's Ramey?" I sit at a desk with Anna Burr hovering behind me, now in uniform, and just overall being a judgy bitch while this burnt-out detective types my statement directly into the departmental forms. I'm exhausted, cut, bruised, and my throat is sore. "So this tall man," grumbles the detective. "Gone," I whisper. I can hear Burr's eyes rolling behind me. "What? Was he a fucking magician? Where could he go?" Deputy Dillon, now in uniform, drops his report on the desk. Detective Burnout takes a perfunctory flip through the 3 double-spaced pages. "And how did they get into the house?" Dillon tugged up his duty belt. "We're still looking into it. We think one of the security guys let him in." I lean over in my chair and I see Ramey in a back office, ashen and tearful. "Are we done?" I whisper. The detective grunts. Burr stands over me. "For now. When are you leaving town?" I look Deputy Burr in the eye and I let her know. "Can't get rid of me that easy." Ramey was alone, staring at the wall with a jail-issue blanket over her shoulders. I come into the office, careful not to startle her. "Are they treating you okay?" She seems happy to see me, but I don't know. Her lip quivers apologetically. "I heard what happened. They told me Dr. Reithvik is in critical condition. They took him to the hospital." Ramey started to cry. "I'm sorry I got into this so late, but if you want, I'd like to stick around, maybe dig where cops don't go." Ramey ran her finger across her nose. "I don't know where you'd start." "Well, how about some of the other doctors or faculty?" "They won't tell you anything." I'm persuasive. For the first time, I see a real glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yes, I think you are. But that glimmer faded and she stared into her hands. But I can't pay you. Don't worry about it. I'm not going anywhere anyway. I'd like to say I'm a big damn hero for you, kid, but I'm not. I'm here to find out who killed my brother. There's no way Rithvik's attack was a coincidence. If I solve one, maybe I'll solve the other. But I'm sleepy now, though. We'll solve murders in the morning, okay? She sniffles and we shake on it. I woke up on the couch. I don't even remember coming home. Or here, I mean. I'm out of that awful dress, but now I'm shirtless in a bedsheet. I hear noises in the kitchen. Fuck, where's my gun? My eyes dart around the room. I didn't want to get shot, said Anna. She poked her head cautiously past the dividing wall. Your hand cannon is in here. I'm making waffles. I'm so confused. I put on a pair of shorts and one of Roman's campus sweaters. It's 15 sizes too big for me, but I like that I can hide in it. It smells like him. Reminds me of wrestling with him over the remote, or the window seat, or at tea parties, or the water slide, or when he wouldn't give me a ride to the mall, or when he tripped me in the living room, or that time I sold his furniture on eBay. Actually, we wrestled a lot. My revolver was on the kitchen counter. It had been processed by the county, and I had to admit it was nice of the deputy to return it to me. I slip open the cylinder. Obviously, it's been unloaded. The rounds were lined up like soldiers against the bread box. My chest tightens as I remember why there are only 4. Because I fucked up. Anna can tell I'm confused. Small town, she apologizes. Everybody has multiple jobs. I'm a deputy, but also the town social worker because, she makes air quotes with her fingers. I'm a woman with feelings and sensitivity. Sometimes I'm evidence tech, computer analyst, or whatever the department needs me to be. I sit at the table and deputy, etc., drops a plate of waffles in front of me. Except she's not a deputy at the moment. She looks like a human being in jeans and a cardigan. You had a big night, she understated as she flopped down across from me. I've had worse. I tried to act like a badass, but my throat was still sore as fuck, and I sounded like a pubescent mouse. But she didn't doubt my claim. She slid a cold energy drink to me, and I thanked merciful Christ as I cracked the tab. Ciro brought a case this morning. I didn't acknowledge what she said. I was too busy slamming this sweet beverage. What? He was checking on you. You must have made an impression. I sat the can down. You two know each other. Oh, please. Everyone has worked for Dr. Rithvik at some point. That means, at the very least, the whole town is a suspect. In keeping with my badass routine, I was going to push the plate away and kick her out, but god damn it, I do like waffles, especially with ice cream. I hop up and check the freezer. There's a half-crushed, freezer-burned carton of plain vanilla behind the peas. Oh my god, have you ever tried this? Anna shakes her head skeptically as I plop 2 scoops onto her peace offering. Roman said you like waffles. I pause between mouthfuls. He talked about me. Anna shuffled in her seat. No, not really. What did he say? I demanded, like I was going to wrestle him over it. Except he's dead. He said you were a pain in the ass. Stubborn, temperamental, aggressive, and stupidly loyal to the wrong people. Oh, I thought it was something bad. And that you liked waffles. You had that in common. You make waffles for him? Off and on. How did you meet? I took his class. REM sleep and memory consolidation. It was a graduate course, but I got permission to take it my senior year. Heady stuff for a cop. Psychology is 90% of what cops do, but I didn't always want to be a cop. Neuroscience, I said, spitting waffle at her. What? He was a neuroscientist, not a psychologist. Burr laughed. Tell that to Norman Donner. And okay, she got me with that one. We both laughed. What a dork. I forked my last waffle. So why did you become a cop? Anna scratched a stain on the tabletop. I don't know. I always wanted to help people. Seemed to make sense. It's like I just woke up one day and wanted to be a cop. I nodded and smoothly transitioned back into my investigation. He was doing some kind of experiments? Burr's demeanor instantly frosted. She spun her coffee mug. Yeah. Publishing is required for tenure. All the science professors do experiments. But these weren't the publishing kind. I push her because maybe she forgot who she's dealing with. Some kind of sleep experiments? You've obviously gone through his computer, you tell me. Did he experiment on you? He had a lot of better students. I talk with my full, don't fuck with me. Anna Burr ate one waffle with her fingers, pet the cat, gave me a 50-50 nurturing, condescending look even though I'm older than her, and said, I'm working an extra shift, as she slipped out the door and left me with the dishes. I paused to reflect on the conversation, which quickly turns to how I almost got myself killed while accomplishing nothing, and how everybody thinks I'm an idiot and a fraud, even you, and that there are even more text messages and missed phone calls I'm not returning. That's when I realize I've forgotten all about the creepy phone call from Roman's ghost that brought me here in the first place. The ghost had to be a co-conspirator with a tape recorder, or some kind of computer program. I was hoping for a conspirator a la tape recorder because I hate computers. I check Roman's PC again. The chess game is still open but idle. About an hour after Ciro scared the shit out of me, Baron Bones had sent another message. You dead again, bro? Then my phone vibrated and it was an unknown number. This is Raimi. Meet me at the bookstore on campus. How did she get my number? Not even I know my number. It takes 45 minutes to find parking on campus, even for someone with a very loose definition of parking space. I pace the sidewalk amid rows of trees and shambling students with their noses in their phones and the same bus going round and round the block. It's almost noon. The sun is bright and the streets are busy. I poke at the Band-Aid on my cheek where that big bastard backhanded me. I see Raimi at the corner. She hops excitedly when she sees me but resists the urge to wave. She hurries over to me and awkwardly hugs me from the side. You came. Yeah, so what's our move? And how did you get my number? You gave it to me. I was pretty fucked up last night, but I know I didn't, and she knows I know. Okay, Ciro got it for me. He does computers. I fucking knew there was something wrong with him. Don't be mad. Fine. What are we doing here? Okay, so there's a guy who works here who can get us in. Into what, Raimi? Right, there's like this club, sort of. They're not like a club, like not a college club or anything. I nod through a growing headache. But they know all about this stuff, right? And this guy can get us in to talk to them. What stuff? Talk about what? Her voice drops. The experiments. That's what you want to know about, right? No, I don't care about any experiments. I just want to know who killed my brother. I know, but it's not a coincidence. You said that. I think Dr. Rithvik was trying to replicate your brother's work. And that's why someone tried to kill him too? That's what I think. So we find out what they were working on, maybe we find out who the killer is? Raimi pretended to punch my arm. Jess, come on. Chapter 11. We walk into the bookstore. It's like a nerdy wonderland. Books, college teas, stationery, souvenirs, calculators, etc. 2 or 3 customers browse the aisles. I look them over. Then Raimi targets a college-aged boy in corduroys and a sweater vest who is shelving books one-handed. His other hand constantly scrolls his phone. Raimi points at him like a secret agent. That's him. His name is Marty. I walk over to him. Hey there. Marty looks like he is going to faint when he realizes a girl is talking to him. What? How you do 2 things at once? Oh, sorry, I don't know, I'll stop. I'm Cassie. I offer to shake his hand, but the sleeve of Roman's sweater is dangling over my fingers. He fumbles to put away his phone. No, shelve the books, no, put down the phone. No, put it in a pocket, any pocket, and drops the books. Eventually, he shakes my fingers. His hand is clammy even through the fabric. I thought I knew all the students here. He shrugged like it's no big deal. Only bookstore on campus. Gotta stay ahead of the game. Cool, I say. But I don't know you. I mean, we haven't met. Hi, I'm Cassie from University. I came to see Dr. Rithvik give a lecture. He's like totally cool. Oh, did you hear what happened? What a tragedy. It was just a matter of time, of course, but it's not good for the school. I couldn't help but find his candor a bit odd and ask, was he causing problems? Ho. You don't know the half of it. I'm Marty Hobbs, by the way. No, not the Marty Hobbs? He beams at me, and I instantly regret showing him any interest. The one and only. He reaches into his fanny pack and hands me a car decal for his social media, Hobjob69. I say thanks and stick it in a pocket as quickly as possible. Hobbs excitedly asks, You know Dai Young? No, I do not, but I say, sure, yeah, totally cool. She knew Dr. Rithvik and Dr. Voynich from way back. She says there were a lot of drugs, a lot of crazy shit. The grads called them Viknik, like they were rock stars or something. I'd love to, hang with you guys sometime. Hobbs was visibly excited and sweating to have the attention of a cute girl. People are pretty tight-knit around here. Who do you know? What do you mean? Hobbs faltered, maybe sensing something was off. For an introduction, he said. I had to play it cool. Play it cool, Cass. Don't break his arm. Cool. Well, I know Professor Loner, for one. Marty Hobbs takes a moment to assess me up and down. Young? Check. Blonde? Check. Tits? Check. Collegiate sweater? Check. He was still very skeptical of my claim. Professor Loner? How? Then fucking finally, Raimi shows herself. Her easy smile relaxes Marty, and he flashes with recognition. Young? Check. Mysterious? Check. Tits? Meh, but check. He recognizes her, but she's not someone he ever had the nerve to talk to. Despite his reservations, he can't stand up to 2 pairs of tits. He luxuriates under the attention for a moment, then magnanimously concedes, I think I can arrange something. We leave the bookstore with a time and place to meet Hobbs. Raimi and I kill time until our appointment with Hobjob69. We go sit on a bench and watch traffic. She tells me about her mom. There's not much to say. She tells me that she was kidnapped last year by a drug dealer, and my racist ass assumed she was talking about a Mexican cartel or something. In my defense, she wanted me to think that. But she never said that, so shame on me. She tells me she has night terrors about being tied up and choking, and she takes long pauses to not cry. She tells me that Dr. Rithvik took her in and helped her get into school. And she outright lies to me, telling me that's how she met Roman, that he was helping her with her bad dreams. Dr. Rithvik was a friend of Professor Loner. He didn't ask questions. He cared for me. Didn't the cops question you? Of course, but it's not like I could remember much anyway. When mi madre did come, she was in no condition to care. Ramsey explained that her mother was an illegal immigrant who had already fled Texas and Arkansas, following the meth to the Midwest. She had changed names a dozen times. Quedamos, she whispered. En el olvido? Through the cracks. Keep in mind that at this time I know absolutely dick about any dream house, or anything about Deacon Voynich, except that he was an acquaintance of Dr. Rithvik. Yeah, I took a mental note of it when Hobbs brought it up, but he might as well be Todd Dillman for all I care right now. Raimi wanted to take me to an upscale clothing store. She insisted I needed to blend in better. I thought I was doing a pretty good job, but she said I look like Facebook, whatever that means. She tossed me jean shorts and a leather jacket, bracelets, mismatched earrings, neon eyeliner, headbands, nail polish, and white cotton knee socks. What am I supposed to do with this stuff? But she's got the doctor's platinum card, so what the hell? When we're done playing dress up and I look ridiculous, That's when I spot a billboard for blank car dealership, new and used, American and imported. The name's familiar, so I decided to check it out. Half the cars at Rithvik's shindig had that same name stuck to their back bumpers. I take Rami with me, and she's excited to be part of a secret mission. I let her navigate to the address on her phone. She whispers directions to me like we're under surveillance. It's a smallish lot with some shiny expensive shit up front, and rows of junkers in the back. Before we can slam the car doors, a salesman is on top of us. Ick, no thank you. First thing he does is whistle at my hot rod. Men seem to believe there's a social loophole concerning cars and tattoos that allows them to be overly familiar with women. I tell him I'm looking for a white Challenger with red interior. He's genuinely perplexed by the specificity of my request. I tell him to check with the manager. He stutters but doesn't want to turn us away. He leads us into the showroom. Before he disappears, I tell him, "Oh yeah," with flames on the side. I check my teeth in the side view mirror of a Bugatti while we wait. About 5 minutes later, a suit comes out and asks me again what I'm looking for. Again, I tell him I'm in the market for a Challenger, white with flames. He says they don't deal in any classic cars, but here's his card. I hand the card to Rami and say, "Sorry, Devika. You'll have to tell Dr. Rithvik to take his business somewhere else." "Nathan Rithvik?" The suit says pretty darn quick. "Sorry for the inconvenience," I say as I open the door for Rami. "Let's get back to the mansion. Your uncle will be really disappointed." "You know, I almost forgot," says the suit. "Some inventory just arrived. It doesn't always show up in our system. You can wait in my office while I check." "Oh, perfect," I smile. We are ushered into a back office with a cloudy 75-gallon tropical aquarium and a panoramic view of the side lot. It's obviously too nice to be the suit's office. He indicates for us to sit in the plush chairs in front of the desk with a promise to return promptly. When he shuts the door, I lean across to Rami, who seems to think this is a lot of fun. I, on the other hand, am pretty sure I've made a big mistake. "Do me a favor." "Yes, what next?" "Just don't panic." Some of the enthusiasm drains from her face. "Kay?" I give her a quick thumbs up. "Okay." 2 men enter the office and I'm already on my feet. They grab Rami first. I put out my hands, but I don't resist them. Rami and I are forced face first against the wall. More suits pile into the room. I can't see, but my instinct says 5 to 8. I don't look at them. I hold eye contact with Rami. Strong hands on our backs press us on the wall. No words are spoken. Our feet are kicked apart, and we are patted down from the crown of our heads to the soles of our shoes. Large hands turn out pockets while others dump our purses on the desk. They are not police. They make it very clear they're not worried about our rights or our gender. When they're satisfied, they drag and drop us back in the seats like folders to the recycle bin. I hold Rami's hand and remind her to stay calm. Easier said than done. She's more mad at me than scared at the moment. 5 or 8 suits pile out of the office, leaving a stranger at the door. About a minute later, another walks in. He looks like a gorilla in a man costume. He clears his throat as he sits behind the desk. He folds his hands on the leather protector and looks us over back and forth. Just before he opens his mouth, I beat him to it. "Who are you?" He's a white male, about 45, with combed-over brown hair and blue eyes. "I am Eben Hruska. I am the owner of this dealership." I act like this is a perfectly normal business meeting. "Great. I'm looking for a white Challenger with red interior and flames down the side. Seen any around?" "You have a beautiful car already. Why do you need such a car?" "It was my brother's." "Brother?" Hruska finds my driver's license amid the clutter of our purses on his desk. He reviews it. He then glances at Rami's student ID. "And Natan is your uncle?" She chokes and can't commit to either a shake or a nod. "Yep," I answered for her. "I'm sorry to hear of your brother's passing. He was a friend of mine. Dr. Rithvik, not so much. I'm a private investigator. I want to know who killed Roman." Hruska considered this, fishing my PI card from the pool. "This is expired." blood doesn't expire. He laughed, but not because it was funny. I see a resemblance. Where's his car? How should I know? You think because I own a dealership? I think because your goons jumped me in a parking lot. I don't know of any goons. Cut the shit, Ebenezer, I know you know something. He leaned back in his chair, mildly amused at my tone for now. I liked your brother. Why do I kill him, huh? I don't think you killed him, but I think you know something about who did. If you were really his friend, then help me. Help you what? What do you think you will accomplish? Justice. Justice? What is this? Revenge. Hruska stood to stare out the wide plate glass window. That is a messy business. I should know. Why'd your guys come after me? Hruska looked over his shoulder at Rami. Little one, how would you like sit in Lamborghini? I'm fine, she answered stoutly, but it wasn't a suggestion. The stranger at the door led her out of the office. I could still see her in the showroom through the interior window. Now we're alone. Unfortunate misunderstanding. I'd like to understand. They work for me sometimes, but I do not control everything they do. They thought your car was one of Roman's and acted impulsively. Why were they looking for Roman's car? Eben sat down again. You're sure you wish to know? Everything. Roman owed us money. He claims to be on edge of scientific breakthrough. Not just money. He needed equipment, untraceable. I can provide it. Okay, you provide money and equipment. For what? There is a big house in the woods known to the homeless and drug dealers. They go there sometimes when the city orders the parks and camps to clear. Roman wanted to turn it into a laboratory, and Hruska legit says laboratory, like a mad scientist in a 50s cartoon. But his breakthrough never comes. Can't pay, etc., etc. We accept car out of courtesy. Courtesy? Instead of break legs as usual. What's that got to do with me? They thought Roman had tricked them somehow, taken back his car. He was notoriously tricky. And what would put a man like you in such a courteous mood? Roman helped me resolve a difficult business problem. Respectfully, ask me no more about that. Tell me about that. Respectfully. There was an associate of mine, a doctor from back home. I helped him come here, and now he thinks to run the place from his big house. I cannot have this, but he's connected. Roman solves. He used to say all your dreams can come true as long as they're not too good. He was very clever. I appreciate cleverness. How did you meet my brother? Eben seemed to relish the opportunity to speak openly, as if at a confessional. Except the more he told me, the more he felt compelled to have me killed. That's why Rami was sitting in a Lamborghini. When I first come here, terrible dreams. I was seeing the doctor from back home, but he could do nothing. Worse. Wait, Doctor who? I forget his name. I knew that was bullshit, but I was already pushing my luck right off a ledge. Can you tell me what happened to him? Only that he will not be missed. He was a foreigner, recently fired, and no secret he wasn't liked by the right people, even if he was protected by them. I think I blindsided him with my next question. What kind of dreams did you have? Eben frowned. Silly, really. Military service is compulsory in my country. Back then, the conditions were terrible. But the hazing, that's what I remember. They called it hazing. Terrible things, the older boys. I'm sorry, I said. I have at least some idea what bullies are like, although I have a hard time imagining anyone bullying you. People think bad men are like sneaky, frail, sickly, you understand? But sometimes they are sick, but also strong men, powerful, can break you. You understand? I do. After all my service, all the other things, it was this time that I dreamt of. Every night. And Roman helped you? Yes. Made bad dreams go away, I never forget. But the dreams go away. I sleep for first time in 25 years. Thank you for telling me this. How did he do it? Roman, how did he help you sleep? Eben searched the ceiling for his broken English. He dreamed for me. If you find his killer, you call the police? Yes. That is for the best. He laid his business card on top of one of the ID cards. A phone number was handwritten on the face of it. We will not meet again. He turned in his chair to stare at the fish tank. I rushed to scoop all of our belongings back into my bag. You know, all the direct sunlight from that window is causing your algae problem. Loners Stay Together, an original mystery by Robert Napier. Chapter, 12? Finally, it's time. We walk 4 blocks in silence to a hipster hole-in-the-wall restaurant called Redacted. They serve authentic Indian food made by Asian studies majors and gourmet coffee repackaged from Walmart into mason jars. It's faux decor but with a kitsch charm. Marty Hobbs flags us down. Raimi doesn't want to go in, and I think that's for the best. She takes a bus to wherever she goes. Me and Marty wander towards the front door. Marty gives my makeover an oh-so-validating smile. I think I look like an overpriced punk. Hobbs isn't as dumb as he looks, and he knows something is up. But now he's really curious to see how it plays out. Plus tits. You don't get in without looking and talking the part, he said. It's like a gentleman's club for grad students. He winks at me. Except there are no gentlemen. The interior corridor is murky and atmospheric, the walls covered with Bollywood posters, string lights, and statuettes. Marty leads the way through the long hall, past rooms where associate professors are holding office hours. Marty nods and waves to half a dozen people on our way through the restaurant, up the stairs and towards a bar. Is everyone here in grad school? They come and go, it's a living. He points out the window at an unassuming square building across the alley. It's a repository. We call that the catacombs. There's files on every psych study known to man in that building. Marty leans close to me and I catch him sniffing the air around me. He couldn't hide confusion at the musky smell of the sweater. But he wasn't turned off by it. They say there's even files on Dr. Voynich in there. Crazy shit. This is suddenly more interesting than the restaurant, and I ask, have you been in there? Nah, there's only 3 keys. Di Young has got one, of course. But you know how she is. So I have to confess that when Marty first asked me about Di Young, I thought he said some Korean name or something, like Di Young or something. Yeah, laugh at me, I don't care anymore. And right now I realize he's saying Di Young, like, leave a good-looking corpse. It took about another 10 minutes for me to realize the woman's name is Diana Young. She's drunk and holding court like a 12th century tsarina. She's in her late 20s, a gothic and loquacious woman with exaggerated mannerisms. In the dim upstairs, she sits at an oblong table surrounded by courtiers. I walk behind Hobbs, and while we get furtive glances, nobody objects or speaks out. Nobody makes any introductions, but for brevity's sake, I'll tell you who's who. Diana is at the head of the table. To her right is her blonde-haired, blue-eyed boyfriend, Lars von Walde. Next to him is Zheng Tso, who, despite being Chinese, is doing an impressive impersonation of Steve Jobs. To Diana's left is an overdressed teacher's assistant and social media influencer, Devin Levine. Beside her is a sallow but astute associate professor named Gillis Blake. At the far end sits me and Marty. The table is spread with half-eaten appetizers and entrees. Coffee mugs and beer bottles litter the board as if a dozen people have come and gone and the waitstaff just gave up. Diana was delivering a pronouncement. It's more than science. We're opening people's heads up, putting art back into their boring lives. She not too subtly waves her non in my direction. Zheng reiterates a previous point. But they're manufactured. Diana is frustrated that he's just not getting it. We used to have shamans. Now we have pharmacists. Times change. It's time to prop open the doors of perception. Sounds like Project Artichoke all over again, said Blake with a cynical scowl. Diana waved her non dismissively. Research like MK Ultra gave us Ken Kesey, Allen Ginsberg, and the Grateful Dead. Blake shot back, and Charles Manson and Ted Kaczynski. Give me a break. I'm not talking about the CIA, Manchurian Candidate, or Weapon X. I'm talking about all-natural psychedelic psychotherapy. We have to take some risks. I need to get involved, so I blindly interject. You believe that? Diana engages me like a fighter pilot. I think we walk a treacherous path. A dream path? She stares hard at me, trying to figure out whether I'm being sarcastic or not. A path between Plato and placebo. I smile politely at her. You take this all pretty seriously. It's just college. Lars frowns because he knows I'm putting my foot in it. Diana chuckles like a babysitter. I'm saying everything is fake, but that doesn't make it less real. Blake groans, you can't trick people into sanity. Diana is deadly serious. I'm telling you, we can provide a medically induced spiritual epiphany. There is a strained silence. Marty tried to scooch closer to Levine, and the chair legs on the hardwood floor were like nails on a chalkboard. I take my shot. Was that Professor Loner's idea? The smug smile dies from Jung's face. Rapid glances are exchanged around the table. Only Tseng makes an amused smile. Diana paused while her coffee cup was refilled. He was a philosopher. Now she's rapidly sobering up. I goad her a little more. I heard he was working on pharmaceuticals, that he was a genius. If he was so smart, why's he so dead? Oh, now she's goading me. I thought you'd maybe have a theory. You seem to know everything else. I've got plenty of theories. I'd like to hear them. Huh. It was Professor Loner's idea to convert a crack house into a makeshift lab, where he could carry out the kind of work the intelligentsia can't stomach. Practical, grueling, wet, effective. Everything academia is afraid of. Gillis Blake nervously cut in. It was harmless. The property was annexed by the university for a wilderness and recreational school, basically buying it cheap for future expansion. But, the local economy tanked a few years back. The house was out there in a cold blood kind of way, said Jung as if telling a campfire ghost story. It was a last resort during renewal projects. That's how the dream house was adopted by Dr. Voynich. The dream house? I asked like an awestruck undergrad. Forget what you heard. Glossed Diana as she adjusted the thick rims of her black glasses. It was just kids having fun, drinking, socializing, and expanding their minds with the pretense of scientific purity. It was a private little party where the middle-class suburbanite students could feel like they were rebels on the edge of a revolution, and get a rush when the occasional townie came to flirt with the nerdy girls and fight the college boys and all end up eating candy out of Dr. Voynich's hand. About 2 years later, said Blake, as would have been obvious to anyone looking back, Professor Loner lost control. He moved on to more legitimate research while Voynich withdrew more and more. Diana smirked. To play Pied Piper in his own private Neverland. And why didn't anybody do anything about it? It's left to us to wonder. I had to ask the obvious question. Who is this Voynich? Diana Jung stood from the table. No, I'm not talking to you anymore. She turns on Hobbs, who is looking down Devon's low-cut shirt. You idiot. You brought a blogger in here. Just tell me about Loner, I said quickly. Or are you scared? He was a genius, sure. He was also out of his mind. I stand in Diana's path toward the stairs. She's not used to interacting with someone she can't intimidate. Out of his mind about what? About evil. He thought he discovered the root of evil. Diana beckoned to Lars. Come on. She gives a daring stare around the table. Don't talk to this imposter if you want to stay in the program. I let her glide past, but I call after her in the silenced room. I'm his sister. Diana whipped back with a burning flush, and I thought she was about to throw hands. Bullshit! Roman's sister is paralyzed. You're disgusting. Diana and Lars stomped down the stairs. One by one, Blake and Tseng left their chairs. When Devin Levine got up to follow them, Marty realized something was going on. He stares at me, puzzled. "You're paralyzed?" Chapter 13. I walk solemnly back to my car. I tear a parking ticket from my windshield. I have 8 million texts from Rami asking how's it going. Instead of replying, I'm typing Project Artichoke into my phone's web browser when I hear footsteps behind me. I reach under the hoodie for my revolver. It's Tseng. "Hey." He's jogging towards me but constantly checking over his shoulder. "I have to be careful. If Dai sees me talking to you, there will be trouble. She's a pain, but connected. Usually," I say with my hand under the sweater. Tseng lowered his voice. "I've heard a name. Someone they only talk about in private." "Who?" "Di and Blake." "Who do they talk about?" Tseng checks his shoulder again. "Deacon." "Deacon?" "Yeah, like a preacher. A priest. Deacon." "Okay, so who is he?" "I think maybe he taught Professor Loner." He handed me a handwritten note. "This is me. See you around." Tseng hurried off, zigzagging like he was in a war zone. I stuffed the note in the pocket with Marty's decal because, 1, these stupid jean shorts don't have functional pockets, and 2, I don't care who taught Roman, I care who shot him. I was bristling with coiled rage and nervous energy, and I didn't know what to do with it. I completely forgot to research Project Artichoke, but if you get a chance, you definitely should. It's some real-life fucked-up CIA mind control shit. Anyway, I came back to Roman's and did some midsummer cleaning. The place was a sty, even for a bachelor. I decided the best way to search for clues was to clean house. I have no idea what his organizing principle was for all his books, but I collected all the piles and stacked them against the wall, almost floor to ceiling before they tumbled down to terrorize the damn cat. I'll spare you the details, but once the trash, unopened mail, dirty dishes, and science-type equipment was sorted, disposed of, or crammed into one spot, I began to feel more at ease. It's not really cleaning because I don't dust, wipe, polish, scrub, or sweep anything. As I organized the area, I made chess moves on the computer. I'm no Ree Lopez, but I was in the chess club at prep school for 5 minutes. I beat the pants off Baron Bones in 3 games over the course of the day. We didn't chat. By nightfall, I had dulled the edge of my nervous rage. In between chess bouts, I read more of Roman's novel, resisting the urge to make line edits. I had to respect his vision. I couldn't help but notice that the fictional villain's hideout was called the Dream House. I found myself rereading certain paragraphs as something about the characters began to feel familiar. Here's another excerpt. Victor Meacham looks up from his rat. He smiles and dismisses his acolytes. More a place of nightmares, the Dream House harbors some grotesque artworks, which might be charming in the right neo-Gothic gallery. The centerpiece of the meditation room is a wrought iron and cowbone sculpture hanging from the vaulted ceiling, knotted together by discarded shirts, bras, and belts. It's rudimentary, evoking a cross or ahenk, creaking as it sways heavily in the rafters. Beneath it, like a modern Damocles, a young girl is sobbing into her filthy hands. She is a raven-haired girl, all the more beautiful to Meacham in her mortal agony. She is Mackenzie Kinzer. But only her friends call her Kenzie, so for now she's Kinzer. She's tied by a telephone cord into a false fetal position. She is soaked by sweat and tears, blood and urine, not entirely her own. The bruises are all hers, though. Nobody knows what Meacham said to her as he is about to die, and Kinzer never told a soul. It's possible he said nothing. She pleaded with Meacham every chance she got. She didn't even know what to ask for. She just said, "Please, please," over and over, when her aching throat allowed it. Feral rhesus monkeys darted and screeched in the house. They had been liberated from the animal research lab a month ago, and no one had thought about what to do with them. Meacham treated them like cats, but they were prone to scratch and bite, and who can blame them? Kinzer has been hogtied on the meditation room floor for over 36 hours now. During that time, she has been injected and force-fed several substances. We know from medical reports she had THC, LSD, salvia, methamphetamine, and antifreeze in her bloodstream. They were relatively small concentrations, though, and we can conclude either Dr. Meacham was being stingy or he knew how to make a cocktail. Whatever the case, it's clear that she did not see rhesus monkeys. Instead, she was beset by demons on every side. And Dr. Victor Meacham was the devil himself, who wielded not horns and pitchfork, but a lab coat and needles. The tall man also watched the girl writhing and begging for a moment, lost in her wide brown eyes, longing to see the world as she saw it. "You don't approve," said Meacham. The tall man was confused and his face showed it. Meacham clarified, "Of the professor. He wants your research." "So does the world. Go fetch him for me." He hesitated to leave the girl with Victor. "What are you going to do?" But ultimately he obeyed. Norman Donner kicked open the car door and thrust himself out. He was tall next to the sports car. He's 36, bookish with a ponytail and brilliant eyes. People say he's handsome. From the passenger seat steps 21-year-old Bethany Hamilton, also a local. She's one of his better pupils, focused and intense. From the van tumbles 26-year-old William Drake, skinny and jittery, along with Deidre Toombs, 24, an astute woman with a steely gaze. Norman checks in with all three. "Are we ready?" I close the text file and rub my eyes. I was not ready for another chapter. I was exhausted. Brian always told me paranoia was a poor substitute for imagination. But as I mulled over my brother's melodrama, I had an unusually clear mental picture. It was common for novelists, especially bad ones, to directly imitate real people. Okay, so let's suppose the characters William Drake and Deidre Toombs were based on Gillis Blake and Diana Young, whose party I had recently crashed. But that didn't mean any of the events were real. Did it? I sat on the couch ready to doze when I glanced at the latest victory screen on the chess app. The other day's chat was still saved on the sidebar. I scanned the conversation from the couch. My eyes fixed on, "How's your sister?" My narcissistic self had immediately assumed the question was about me, and that Baron Bones was subtly calling me out. But in the absence of a webcam, that was impossible. I was sure by now Bones would have guessed he wasn't playing against Roman anymore. But they couldn't know who their new opponent was. My eyes closed for like a second, and I was in India sitting below a camphor tree on a distant bend of the Ganges, surrounded by lotus ponds and serene bodhisattvas. The central figure is a golden naga wearing thick-framed glasses, with a dozen arms, holding coffee mugs, beer bottles, a slice of naan, and a shimmering key. I know none of this is accurate or whatever, but it's a dream sequence, so give me a break. The naga, now more of a Medusa, hisses as if to strike and spits, "Bullshit! Paralyzed! Disgusting!" I blindly turn to run and I'm caught. Constricting fingers squeeze my throat, serpentine arms stretching out of darkness. My body hangs from my neck and I can't breathe. A disembodied voice, slow, distorted, and rumbling chuckles. "No more white knights." A gun goes off and my head explodes. My brains are all over the lawn. Raimi, Anna, and Roman stand over my chunky, splattered consciousness, shaking their heads. Disgusting. I'm awake. Ernesto is rubbing against my shins. My phone is vibrating somewhere under a sorted pile of assorted junk. Shit. I answer it without looking. Loner. Quick cut to the interior of Rithvik's mansion. Raimi's bedroom, nightfall. Raimi sat up in bed. She didn't expect an answer. Shit. She was wearing her silk PJs and drinking vodka she stole from Ciro's stash. The only illumination is the massive TV on the wall opposite her bed. Cass? There was a pause. Hey. I know it's late. I rub my eyes and check the clock. It is late. That's okay. I wasn't sleeping. How did it go? I have to think for a second about what she means. I went up to the restaurant with Hobbs. You were right. Roman didn't have a lot of fans up there. It's dark in Rithvik's kitchen. After an hour of job searching, Esperanza has gone to bed. Ciro sat at the breakfast bar with the blue light of his laptop staring at him. On screen, the audio recording program spikes and scribbles, tracing the highs and lows of voices. His employer paid him well to keep tabs on his ward, and Ciro didn't do anything by half. He intercepted and recorded all of Ramirez's phone calls, DMs, and emails. He presses on his earbuds to evaluate every nuance and detail of their exchange. He could easily tell their voices apart. Ramirez's was soft, but colorful with long vowels. Despite the speech therapist that Dr. Rithvik had hired for her, she still bit into her SHs, and she either dropped or overcompensated her H's and the final G of the present participle, depending on how safe she felt. She whispered harshly, "They were jealous of him." On the other end, Cassandra Loner, curt, emphatic, irreverent. Why? Because he was onto something? Because he could do the right thing, and the others couldn't, or wouldn't. What about Dr. Rithvik? He couldn't? Ciro could hear Raimi sitting up in her bed. Cassie pressed her like she pressed everybody. "So why do you live with him?" Ramirez hesitated. Her strain was obvious to Ciro's ears. "That's none of your business, Cassie. Just curious. Look, I'm sorry about what to Rithvik, but I'm not here for him." Raimi was contemplating hanging up. "Back to Roman," I said. "They've got to be connected somehow. Ever heard of a man called Deacon?" The audio program displayed a flat line for several seconds. "Raimi? Jess." She took deep breaths through her nose to relax and speak deliberately. "I'm here, and no, I don't know anything." "What about Fiona?" "No, I don't know her. I have to go." "Fiona Loner? Did Roman or Dr. Rithvik ever mention my sister?" "No, I don't know anyone." As he listened in, Ciro could hear Loner working a ballpoint pen, anxiously doodling. "Fine, I'll keep looking." Ramirez was distant. "Yes, do that." She takes a hard swallow of vodka. The rattle of the bottle touching the glass is audible over the phone. She's shaking. She gets up. Her bare feet shuffle on the plush carpet. Ciro can hear a sharp inhale as if she's preparing to speak, but the faint sound is lost on Cassie's end. "Get some sleep, Raimi. I'll talk to you tomorrow." "Adios." The feed cuts. Ciro replays the conversation. He drops his earbuds and ponders. The program flashes rapidly. Ramirez is calling out to Loner again. The phone rings its full course with no answer. Raimi hangs up on the voicemail. No answer meant Loner was on the move. Ciro slapped shut the laptop. Shit. Rithvik's mansion is only a few miles from Roman's house. But by the time Ciro arrives, the Trans Am is gone. He used the key under the rock to get in. He flicked on his gun-mounted flashlight and cleared the rooms. He came to the couch. An excessive heap of blankets was tossed on the floor. He ran his hand over the pleather cushions. They were warmer than the ambient air so that he could trace the shape of a small woman. The PC screen lit up, and Ciro froze. There was a message from a chess program. Rematch? The light of the monitor shone onto the coffee table. Ciro glanced down and saw stacks of unopened mail. On the back of the topmost envelope were various scribbles and scratches. Amid a dark swirl of ink was the name, Deacon. Your standard Midwest security. I pick the lock, easy. I head down the hall lined with closed office doors and photos of flowers, American flags, and farmhouses. I find the door labeled Dr. Nathan Rithvik D.O. It was locked like the others, but this one was crime scene taped by the police. I pick this lock, also. Okay, I stole Rithvik's keys from his desk at the party. No Snoopy Sleuther is going to pass up a set of keys just lying there. Come on, I don't know how to pick a damn lock. It's darker than the hall, and I use the flashlight on my phone. I move quickly because I forgot to charge the thing. I search the room, opening cabinets and drawers. Rithvik's hoard of bric-a-brac is stashed everywhere. Boxes of crystals, religious statues, historic medical posters, incense, etc. He's as bad as my brother. The light illuminates the gray file cabinet. It's locked too, but a loner is always prepared. I slide a flat pry bar out of my waistband. Snap. I pull open the drawers. Halfway down the stack, I notice that a rosary is wedged in a niche at the base of the drawer. I pull the drawer out of the frame and empty its contents on the desk. I ignore the files and office supplies spilling everywhere. I use the pry bar to force open the false bottom. Yes. In the secret compartment are about 20 file folders and an address book. I flip to D. Nothing. I can't remember the last name exactly, but I know it started with a V. Flip, 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 there it is. Voynich Deacon, MD, PhD. Inside his file, there's no demographic info about him, but there's a list of other names and short bios under the title heading. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I about scream when a familiar name pops off the page. Loner, Fiona. They've got her birth date and the hospital where she and I was born. There's a phone number and an address. I can tell it's another hospital. It listed our parents, hometown, schools, and then 2 lines of acronyms and abbreviations that looked like medical or government jargon. I jammed the folder and address book into my cat burglar backpack. I sling the pack, taking my time to plan my next move because there's someone else here. I play it cool and strafe my flashlight across the room, then immediately cut it off, trying to create a distraction. I low dash around the desk and draw. The dark figure moves quickly through the doorway, thinking I'm trying to run, but I don't. I stick my gun in his ear. What the fuck are you doing here? Ciro sighed. Looking for you. I tried the house. Why'd you come here? You're a detective with no clues. Where else are you going to look? I considered pistol whipping him, slashing his tires and leaving him in the mop closet. But while he certainly was dangerous, he didn't show any threat. He raised his hands half-heartedly and I patted his jacket. At first I thought he was wearing steel body armor, but no, that was just him. You armed? I asked like a street cop. Of course. How did you get in here? I holster my gun and we face each other. I dangle the keys in front of him. He doesn't react. I'm going to make this simple, he says, reaching slowly for an envelope. Here's $10,000. What for? A ticket home. I am home, and you didn't hire me. Ramsey did. Even if she wanted me off the case, it wouldn't stop me from finding Roman's killer. She doesn't need your help. She's had enough pain, enough churning over the past. Tough shit. My brother was murdered. Yes, it's regrettable. Fuck regrettable. I'd like to know why, but mostly I just want to know who. What for? What will it change? I like to investigate, to know why things happen, and who to blame. Why death happens. Give it up, Loner. Go home. Or what? You gonna make me? You're not conducting an investigation. You're just hurting people. Leave Ramirez alone. Let her heal. I slip past him and back into the hall. Don't hide behind her. Then don't make her a martyr in your crusade. I toss him Rithvik's keys, high and right. Before he can snatch them out of the air, snap. I'm gone. Chapter 14. I sit in the car and hyperventilate. I haven't seen my sister in over 2 years. I don't have any excuses. I'm a selfish piece of shit. Keeping that in mind, here are some quick facts. Fiona Loner is my younger sister. She is 20 years old. She is bratty, entitled, prettier than me, according to Mom. Petulant, bossy, smarter than all of us, according to national demographics, manipulative and paralyzed. She was born with hereditary spastic paraplegia, HSP. Long story short, our mother carried the disease. She found out after Grandpa died. I was 12 and Fiona was 7, I think. The odds were, and are, Good that at least one of us would carry the genes for HSP. Roman is in the clear. But it could have happened, and still could happen to me. It probably, statistically, should have happened to me. The onset was early for Fiona. It was lucky they caught it when they did. She has been permanently hospitalized for 4 years now. Her life has not been easy. She tried to kill herself. A few times. But that's the trouble with round-the-clock care. There's no privacy. You can't get anything done. I told you she's brilliant. She never should have had the chance to try, but she's a sneaky cunt when she wants to be. I haven't had the nerve to face her for a long time. It's shitty for me to go to her now about Roman, but maybe this is my chance, you know? Maybe. I call her Fifi because she hates it. The hospital is a grand old dame, the best loner money can afford. It's got an impressive facade, more neoclassical than Gothic. The interior is sterile and utilitarian. The walls of the labyrinthine corridors are decorated like an art gallery. After a half hour in the car screwing my balls on, I spent another half trying to find the right ward. Yeah, maybe if I visited more often, right? Somehow someone tells this doc that I'm poking around. He and a nurse intercept me at the elevators. He introduces himself, perhaps a little flustered. Dr. Crenshaw, 40-ish, soft-spoken. I tell him who I am and who I'm visiting. I guess I was supposed to call? I don't know, I've never come here by myself. As we followed the very upright nurse down the blindingly white tiles, Dr. Crenshaw makes small talk. Fiona is very special. She's been an absolute privilege to work with. I transferred here in May. She's only had one visitor since I arrived. I didn't know she had a sister. The way he says sister, I know he knows she has a brother. Was it Roman? The one visitor? Right. And I understand he's passed away? I was a little unbalanced by his intel. He can tell by my pallor that he's right. Fiona doesn't know. Her father called and we agreed this isn't the best time for her to be told. Why not? She deserves to know. We pass through 2 separate common areas. There are cafeteria tables and low bright carpet. Several patients are sitting with staff playing board games or combing their hair. It's quiet. No shock treatment. No straitjackets. I don't know what people imagine these days. There's no histrionics, just blank medicated faces. Fiona's been with us for 4 years. She has made tremendous progress. Her scores are off the charts. He's talking about IQ tests. That strikes me as more barbaric than water torture, and Dr. Crenshaw is at least experienced enough to read my expression. He matches my frown. But just this last month or so, she's been worse than ever. We turn a blind corner and the nurse escorts us into a breezeway. What's her problem? Lately, she has no grip on reality. Reality, what's that? Dr. Crenshaw is not charmed by my sophistry. I'm very serious, Ms. Loner. We have to agree on what's real and what's not. It's what keeps us connected to each other, to society. It holds us together. And what does Fiona think is real? We came to double doors that are propped open, letting the wind billow the light curtains. The nurse politely indicates which way to look. There's a black wheelchair facing away from us, lit by the sun. I recognize Fiona's strawberry hair, grown long, cascading almost to the ground. Crenshaw speaks quietly, superstitiously. Recently, Fiona has been convinced the devil is coming for her. She's obsessed with the idea. It's not what I expected. I guess I thought her delusions would be more original. And, said Crenshaw, she's been having nightmares, dreams about the devil. The nurse approaches wide, so the patient can see her coming. She bends at the knees to tell her a visitor has come. The nurse points at me, but there's no way the patient can see. Dr. Crenshaw takes the lead and indicates I should follow slowly. He touches Fiona's shoulder and she leans into it. When I'm close enough to hear, she says to him, "I told you, Dr. Crenshaw, the devil is coming." Fiona smiles playfully. And behold, you've brought her right to me. You look terrible, Fifi. I teased her as I walked behind her chair on the winding sidewalk. There are lavish flower beds lining the walkway. Fiona watches the blossoms as we pass by, while the nurse watches me. Several supervised patients were digging and planting in the soft black soil. They all greet Fiona with a smile, ignoring me. Have you been here before? No, not at this hospital. No, I forget things. They give me pills, you know. You don't forget shit, Fee. Hustle somebody else, will ya? Fiona laughed mischievously. Everybody else is boring. I just came because I wanted to know something. You must really be desperate to come all the way here. She smiled at me, but that fades when she looks in my eyes. Do you know anyone named Voynich? Dr. Deacon Voynich. Fiona stared towards the clouds. Maybe. I see a lot of doctors. What about Dr. Rithvik? Fiona scoffed with surprising disdain. I know Rithvik. He's a fucking liar. The patients digging in flower beds look up at the outburst. They know they're not supposed to talk like that. Why do you say that? Fiona wheeled to face me. He said he knew how to help us, but he didn't know anything. He made us think it was over and buried. What was over? A caravan of emotions cross her pale face from fear to anger to horror. I don't want to think about it. If I think about him, I'll dream about him. Who? One of the other patients, an older man, crosses the lawn with a handful of flowers. He lays them in Fiona's lap and she squeezes his hand. I told you. We stop to watch as small flowers are uprooted from their trays and patted into the warm dirt. Fiona's face is ashen and sweat forms at her scalp. She stares intently into the fresh hole the patients eagerly dug out for a clump of bulbs. I step away to look closer, trying to see what she sees. When my back is turned, her chair begins to roll. I see the nurse lurch forward first. I turn, but the chair handlebars are out of reach. The nurse dashes past me and catches Fiona at the cusp of a small hill. Be careful, snaps the nurse, more at me than at her. Fiona reached over her shoulder and scratched the nurse's hand resting on the chair. The nurse jerked her hand back, red streaks already forming. Fiona releases the brake and flings herself down the hill. He's not going to get inside me. She rolls down towards the terrace. I catch her. I jerk the chair hard and pivot her off the decline. I think Fiona is just acting out, that this is one of her games. I lean over her to tell her to knock it off. Her face is ghostly, distorted, terrified. She grabs my wrist with impossible strength, the bands of her forearm pulsing beneath her paper-thin skin. He's inside me. He's in my head. Who's in your head? Deacon. Deacon. Was he your doctor? Yes. Yes. Where is he? Dr. Crenshaw pushes me aside. She holds her arms out to him and he bends to hug her. Her fingers clutch his coat like a security blanket in the dead of night. Her eyes are 1,000 yards away, looking through me. He's in my dreams. He's digging in my dreams. A new nurse appears behind me. I'll take care of her now. Hold on, I snap. This is my sister. The nurse gives no shits. Back off, she orders, and I can see she's serious. I step away. The fury in Fiona's face faded. In another moment, it was as if nothing happened. Jesus. The patients have stopped digging. Their mud-encrusted hands are palm out, and they look at me like I missed my meds, like I'm the one who should be locked up and forgotten, and maybe they're right. I lean against the white wall and listen to my heart rate. Dr. Crenshaw approaches me. She has good days and bad days. I don't know what to say to that because I'm mad. I get into his personal space, but he doesn't retreat. Who's Dr. Voynich? Who? Deacon Voynich. Fiona said he was her doctor. Dr. Crenshaw shook his head. No, that's just not possible. Prove it. I don't know much beyond the previous year. But we can look at some records. After 45 minutes in the waiting room, yet another nurse comes out. Dr. Crenshaw checked your sister's records and confirmed that she was never seen by a Dr. Voynich. Maybe it's not in the record. I said accusingly. The nurse shrugged. How could she know? I huffed, but there was nothing else to do. I head to the exit. The nurse with scratches was waiting by the glass doors. I stop a few feet away from her and she steps closer. She doesn't look at me. Your brother sometimes brought colleagues and students with him when he visited. I shook my head. Like who? I don't know. They were her visitors, not her doctors. I sighed with my head down. Would you know if she was taking different medications? What do you mean? Could they have given her something? That's against strict regulations. I open my mouth to object and she repeats, strict regulations.
Hello, listener. My name is Robert Napier. I just wanted to say thank you for your support.
Whoa, hold up a sec. This seems like a good time to pause for a second. If you're anything like me, and I'm betting that you are, if you've come this far, then you're probably asking yourself, who is Robert Napier anyway? Yeah, we've heard his name over and over, maybe seen it written in a dark corner of our video screens. But have we really ever asked ourselves, just who is this clown? Or more to the point, who does he think he is? I mean, he must have some nerve putting his name all over my story. So I did some digging. Turns out he's this Midwestern nobody from Indiana. Actually not too far from where I grew up. Besides a few other books and some boring-ass YouTube videos, he doesn't have much of a footprint. I was surprised to find out he had 4 degrees, in bullshit like cybersecurity and cognitive science, even a master's in advanced counterterrorism. Shit. I didn't even know you could get a degree in that. He served in law enforcement for 7 years, attended 2 police academies, worked for naval security forces, trained in self-defense and martial arts, and even wrote a book on physical fitness. Robert Napier is currently a contractor with the Department of Defense, reviewing super-secret documents for typos. God forbid somebody misspells nuclear missile. I've actually never met Robert Napier in person. After the so-called Dreamhouse trial, I couldn't get work as an investigator, so I decided to publish my own version of events. My editor said Napier could help me put my perspective on paper, tell the world about what I've seen, and my experiences surrounding these events. I guess he's doing okay. We even worked together on a couple other projects that I am not allowed to talk to you about right now. We're still waiting for Uncle Sam to process the FOIA request. So that's Robert Napier in a nutshell. Now, at least you have some idea why this book sounds like it was written by a complete amateur. But hey, it's not like Netflix was knocking down my door. At least Robert was willing to put his reputation on the line for me, which is more than I can say for my own family. Okay, let's get back to the case. Chapter 15. I'm driving back from the hospital. I'm shaking. I can't tell if I'm mad as hell or scared shitless. The sun sets as I hit town. I put the phone on speaker and punch up Ramey's cell. I know she knows more than she's telling me. If this son of a bitch Voynich was fucking with my sister, I'm going to end him. The phone rings once and clicks over. Ramey? I'm afraid Ms. Ramirez is not feeling well. Ciro? God damn it, put her on. I thought we understood each other. I need to talk to her. Ciro sat in the library enjoying the latest mystery thriller by his favorite author and sipping what was left of his imported vodka. The laptop was on the table next to him, tethered by earbuds. Ramey passed by the door and saw him chatting. She had never seen him talk to the computer. Who is it? She asks reflexively, forgetting it's none of her business who he talks to. Ciro closed the screen. My mother. She's very persistent. No word from Cassie? Ciro shook his head. It's better she's gone. She would have done more harm than good. Harm who? Me? I don't think so. I've been trying to reach her myself. Ramey nods, heartbroken by the inexplicable desertion. She turns and leaves the library. She examines her phone. It's been oddly quiet all day. Fucking fuck, fucker, fuckhead, fuck. I press the end button as violently as possible. I throw the phone into the passenger seat. I smack the steering wheel once or twice. I should have pistol whipped him. Damn it. I look at my phone, but instead of my phone, I see the crumpled handwritten note between the seat cushions. At first, I thought it was one of the parking tickets, but then I remembered what it actually was. I grabbed the phone again and safely pulled off the road to dial the number. Hello? Tseng? Yes, who's this? Cassandra Loner. We met. I remember. You're familiar with the building across from the restaurant, the catacombs? What about it? Suppose I wanted to get in? There was a pause, and then faint laughter. Is that a yes? Hello? Hello? I don't know about you, but I was imagining this eerie skylit venue with deep shadows and wax museum display cases full of medical or psychiatric devices, like something out of a penny dreadful theatric like the Batcave. But it's just a building. It's just this squat little cinder block storage closet of a building. The front door is a heavy brown slab with a simple silver knob. We walk in and get blasted by pressurized air. The sound of souped-up ventilation whitewashes all conversation. There's an imposing desk, like a pharmacist's crammed into a dinky one-chair waiting room. 2 student workers sit behind the desk with their feet up playing on their phones. Tseng waves to them, but they don't even look up before hitting a buzzer to let him through. The door slams behind us thanks to the air pressure. It's deathly quiet on the inside, where the squeak of my shoe made me cringe. You've been here before. I did my time at that desk. Hobbs said there were only 3 keys. You would never gotten through that door on your own. Not look like that. I look at myself. What does that mean? You look like a police. We walk down a tight hallway to a T intersection. Tseng takes me through 4 doors at odd intervals, with no apparent architectural scheme. Here and there, we hit 2 or 3 stair steps at a time. He uses a faculty ID card to get us through another door. We must be underground or something, because the building was not this big outside. But we never went down any flights of stairs. We come to another solid wooden door with a lock plate and slender handle. Fluorescent lights flicker and hum. I look at Tseng with wonder and amazement. Do you know how to pick locks? He laughs at me and holds up a blank white card. I clone Dai Young's ID. The card beeped on the reader and the door buzzed loudly. Tseng pulled it open and we slipped through. I searched for a way to prop it open because I'm paranoid. Tseng waved me away. It is timed. Alarm will go off. Click. The door closes. Houdini would be impressed, I said, patting him on the back. Houdin Ngai? He says. Who is that? I choke and he laughs. The room is about 10 by 10, lined with metal shelves. Undusted boxes were piled on every shelf, so that the bottom boxes were buckling under the weight. Loose manuscripts, old books, and poster boards lounged in every nook. All I could see was musty papers, but Tseng was impressed. At least there was some of that old equipment I was hoping for. Needleless syringes, blunted scalpels, a polygraph machine, even an electroshock device dusty and covered by cobwebs. Tseng pokes around wide-eyed while I scan the shelves for anything regarding Voynich, Roman, sleep research, or paralysis. Tseng peeks in boxes, but he didn't come here to help me. He wanted to know what I knew about the psych department's inner circle. I hear Dr. Rithvik is sick. I talk and browse at the same time. You heard right. He considers this and then seamlessly transitions, "Are you see someone?" I smile at him. He's cute. Not lately. Why is that? His directness is unintentionally biting. My life is too weird. Tseng grins at me. I like weird. In the corner of one of the shelves is an old computer. The screen is black and the keyboard is crusty, but there is a small blue light on the numlock key. Hey, does this thing work? Tseng examines it skeptically. Maybe there is a file system or database. You're a hacker? I ask, mistrustful of anyone who likes computers. He narrows his eyes. Because I am Chinese, you think I am a hacker? No, I say defensively. You're right, but not because I am Chinese. My undergrad was computer science. You are a racist. Will you just do your thing? There was no chair, so Tseng stood and turned on the monitor. It was slow to warm up, but we were greeted by a login screen. Tseng clacked the keyboard. Invalid. Try 0000, I say, giddy to be helping with the hackings and things. He ignores me and clacks some more. Logging in, loading preferences. How the fuck did you do that? I'm literally impressed. I am genius. And Control V. The password is... And forget what I was about to say because he looks at me like he just lost all romantic interest because I'm a total moron. Clack, 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 he's doing stuff really fast, and I keep waiting for him to use the mouse because that's the only way I know how to use a computer, but he just types and all this stuff is happening. What are you doing? I am escalating my privileges. Hold on. Can you escalate mine too? This time I'm joking, but he's done with me. Can you find anything? He smirks. Of course, I am Chinese. While he's clacking away and I'm feeling really useless, my eyes fall on a small yellowing sticker stuck to the corroded metal file cabinet, like the one in Rithvik's office. The sticker is a generic label for a yard sale, or something you'd get at an office supply store. Hey, Tseng. But he's busy. This was tattooed on someone's hand. Tseng glances over and asks me, "Any idea what it is?" No, but this fucker tried to kill me. He tried to kill you? For what? I don't know. Tseng is stunned for a moment, so I try to put his mind at ease. He's dead now. Tseng drops his hands from the keyboard. What exactly are you looking for? I'm trying to find out who killed my brother. He was mixed up in... something. You said the others whisper about a deacon. Dr. Deacon Voynich? He was working with my brother on some kind of sleep research or dreaming. See if you can find anything about that. He nods dutifully. I pull eagerly at the drawer. It's locked. Tseng grabs a set of small keys that are hanging from the shelves by a purpose-bent paperclip. Try these. The drawer creaks like a haunted house, bizarrely heavy. Tseng chuckles. Low tech. Good for you. Control V. I counter. The drawer is dark, like the interior has been carbonized by fire. Inside is a messy stack of brown folders. What have we got here? A progress bar on the monitor completed, and Tseng turned back. Me, ever eager, picked up the top folder and thumbed it. I mumble under my breath. These are about Voynich. I take a sheaf of papers and flip through. Tseng runs a file search cross-referencing Loner, Voynich, and sleep. One folder appears in the search results. You go through that. Go on, I insist. Reluctantly, Tseng clicks it. The File Explorer displays a list of picture thumbnails. Tseng chose one named Dreamhouse 01. It's a photograph of an abandoned house surrounded by trees. Dreamhouse 02. The picture takes us through the entrance and into an interior warmed by battery-powered lanterns and steaming pizza boxes. A frail young girl, later identified as Misty O'Regan, is biting into a slice and smiling at the camera as she stretches the mozzarella to its limit. Tseng clicks. Dreamhouse 03. It's a very close portrait of Anna Burr. She's so young. From out of frame, two hands gently press fingers against her temples. She's peering through the camera. Her face is nervous but hopeful, like on a first date. She's afraid, but she wants to trust you and make you proud. Click. Dreamhouse 04. We're led through hallways hung with Christmas lights and extension cords. Behind an unfinished wooden door, we see rows of cots with people sleeping, hooked up to machines. Tseng tapped the computer screen. Those are EEGs for recording brainwaves. Is that who I think it is? Tseng leans in. Diana Jung and Gillis Blake are sitting together on a cot making faces at each other. Just out of frame is a silhouette only visible by the white of his lab coat. What are we looking at? I ask, but Tseng has no idea either. Click. Dreamhouse 05. We see the doorway into the house. There's 3 young people. Pizza girl, tall boy, and an unknown female, posed with an older man, but his face is out of focus. They seem happy. I tap the screen. That's one of the assholes who tried to kill me. I recognize his height even as he hunches toward the blurry figure. Zeng clicks over to the next image. Dreamhouse 06. It appeared to be taken only seconds later. The same subjects, just blurrier. The next picture was of the same doorway, but the two girls and tall boy are gone. Instead, we see the older man standing beside Roman Loner. I grabbed Zeng's elbow to stop the clicking. "That's Professor Loner," says Zeng, forgetting that I know what my brother looks like. "Who's this?" I point at the older man. "Never see him. Do you think this is Deacon?" I don't answer. I'm distracted by the board above the doorway into the house. It's painted with the sigil. I turn back to the drawer to pull more pages. Zeng keeps clicking. Dream Drawing 01. It's a digitized image of a charcoal etching. It shows a severed hand dripping blood. Zeng nudges me. "Take a look at this." "Who's the artist?" There's no way to know. Zeng shudders. "What kind of study is this?" He rapidly clicks through the dream drawing series. Sketch of a man expelling a serpent from his mouth. In another, a shadow man stares at us from behind a skeletonized hand. In a third, we see a face with a swirling hole in the middle of the forehead. Zeng's throat was dry. "I don't know any study like this." "What did Diana say?" "Something about a path between. Plato and placebo?" "Yeah, she says that all the time. She worked on this with Roman. Whatever it is." I go back to dig in the drawer as Zeng clicks. More hands and shadow figures. It becomes like an animation as he clicks faster and faster. It's clear they are done by different artists and with different mediums, but they show a clear synchrony and progression towards something. Zeng stops and sees me up to my elbows in the drawer, trying to pull out all the folders at once. He taps my shoulder. I pull out an armload of folders stuffed with disheveled paper. He reaches past me to the yellowing sticker on the front of the cabinet. The edge is curled and he peels it off. The adhesive is old, so some of the paper backing tears away, leaving streaks on the metal like animal scratches. Hidden by the sticker, someone had written on the cabinet with black marker, "Hands off," beside a smudged smiley face. Zeng took the folders from my arms and said, "Just put them back." I was in the middle of arguing when he dropped them into the charred drawer. Clang! There was an ear-rending clap and screech of metal. The folders vanished into a shower of shredded paper. When we both recovered from the shock, we looked down. The folders in the drawer had concealed a fucking bear trap. A full-on fucking bear trap. It was very old, well used, still mottled with hair and dried blood. The jaws were razor sharp and the spring so powerful it rattled the whole room when it triggered, bending and denting the metal cabinet. What the fuck was that? Zeng was terror-stricken and shaking. I reached in and pulled out a handful of the mangled files. Boxes tumble on top of Zeng as he stumbles against the shelves. He's trembling and repeating something I couldn't understand. I can lost my fucking hands. I guess somebody didn't want us snooping. Zeng is on the verge of hyperventilating. They not hiding. That is statement. Who the fuck are you? How's that for low tech, huh? I'm out of here, you're crazy. I rip loose a handful of papers from the Deacon file as Zeng frantically fumbles with the door. I'm coming. I'm reluctant to leave the other files that were torn in the trap, but I know it's time to go. As I am writing this, several super helpful people pointed out that a bear trap would not fit in a file cabinet, and that either this never happened or it was a much smaller trap. First of all, fuck off. Second of all, this absolutely happened and I almost lost my fucking hand. Thirdly, fine. Whatever. It wasn't a quote-unquote bear trap, but it was an animal trap of some kind. A big animal trap that almost took my, or Zeng's, fucking hand off. The student workers behind the desk barely raised an eyebrow as Zeng sprinted out of the building. It was dark outside the catacombs as Zeng and I pant on the sidewalk. Thanks, I said. Couldn't have done it without you. Zeng's hands were still shaking. Okay, sure. Actually, no. Do not call me next time. I'm go back to music school. I was about to offer some words of reconciliation when the world vanished. A thick sack was forced over my head as a powerful force jerked me backwards by the throat. My hands went to the tightening cord under my chin. My feet couldn't catch up to my body as another set of arms wrapped around my waist. I reached over my head to scratch at the eyes, face or scalp of whatever was holding me. I heard a muffled zapping pop, and my muscles seized as my nerves burned. I'd been drive-stunned by a taser in the academy, but this was much worse. A black SUV screeched to a halt only inches from where we stood. Zeng threw himself against my attacker, but was rebuffed by a fist in his abdomen. I could tell by the forceful exhalation and his sudden drop to the pavement. I tried to twist my hips out, but this wasn't like a rear choke. My gun was yanked from its appendix holster as my legs are scooped from under me. I feel a cold rush of visceral weightlessness. I belly flopped on the sidewalk as my arms were cranked back at the shoulder. I tried to resist but had lost all mechanical advantage. It was done in a matter of seconds. I was in the back of the SUV on my side with a dense man on either end. One hand pressed heavily on my head, forcing my cheek between the cushions, while my feet were held firmly in the other man's lap. My mind raced through scenario training. This was so textbook, so cliché, and yet never once had I thought it would actually happen. I waste precious seconds in disbelief. My wrists turn in the zip ties. It's painful and ineffectual. I tried to kick like a porpoise, but one man is more than enough to hold my ankles at this angle. I tried to raise my head, the breath coming shorter and shorter inside the sackcloth. I was rewarded by a sharp shove onto the seatbelt anchor. So here I am. Chapter 16. This next part I was regrettably absent for, but this is my understanding of the sequence of events as related by several reliable parties. It was almost bedtime. Esperanza had finished her shift at the Rithvik mansion and was preparing to depart for her own single-story house on the far other end of town. However, she had grown fond of Dr. Rithvik's young ward, Ramsay, who reminded her of her own daughter who had died of a congenital heart complication almost 13 years ago. That was how Esperanza had met Dr. Rithvik, a soft-spoken and charming man, complex as he was genteel. He offered her higher wages than any other well-to-do family in town, or factory for that matter. She had never intended to remain in this state at all, still didn't intend to, and yet here she stayed until she couldn't remember anything else. Esperanza could tell that young Ramy was going through a difficult time recently. Perhaps not worse than when she first arrived. Feverish, screaming in the night and confined to her bed for days on end. But Esperanza knew, as mothers do, that something had jolted her to the core. And just like that, she was on the verge of mental breakdown, whether she knew it herself. So when Ramy took her calloused hand and asked her to stay a little longer, what else could she do? They sat in the small family room on the first floor, southwest corner of the mansion. There was a set of paned double doors that opened onto a small raised patio, an island of concrete on an ocean of grass. Inside this little nook there was a couch, a set of recliners, and a large screen TV. They watched a movie, nobody remembers what, as Ramy lay curled up on the couch and Esperanza tirelessly crocheted the latest blanket, scarf, or sweater that she would inevitably donate somewhere to someone who might find comfort in it. It was a quiet night, but it was unusual for anyone to be up so late as 10 p.m. Against Dr. Rithvik's adherence to the old American adage, early to bed, early to rise. But Dr. Rithvik wasn't at home tonight. He was in the hospital. That being the case, Ciro, with a fresh mug of hot chocolate, was making rounds before remitting himself to slumber, and found the family room unexpectedly cozy. He leaned against the door jamb under the pretense of investigating the anomaly, but really just caught up in this peaceful domestic moment so unlike anything he had known in his own childhood. Ciro had grown up extremely poor, even by third-world standards. He didn't grieve for missed comforts, though, and was pathologically unsorry for himself. More and more, however, he was aware of time making stealthy inroads into his comportment, if not also into his tested and proven physique. He never intended to stay in America. America was an illusion. Ciro thought of himself less as a mercenary and more as a magician, selling the fantasy of security to his clients. Security was no more or less real than the white rabbit. One way or another, the rabbit came out of that hat. It's just a question of what you're willing to do to sell the magic of it. Over the last few years, Ciro became increasingly worried he was going soft, a way of saying in his line of work that it was time to quit or die. He sipped his hot chocolate and enjoyed watching others enjoy their fantasies. But as a precaution, he didn't luxuriate long in this illusion. Just as he was turning his back, the security floodlights clicked on in the backyard. He had overseen a total upgrade of the exterior security since the party. Ciro set his mug aside, indexed his handgun, and advanced to the patio doors. A woman was jogging across the back lawn towards the double doors. She was average build with a tan trench coat over a gray skirt and black blouse. It was an unusual sight that gave Ciro pause, unsure whether to shoot, call the dog, or dial 911. There was urgency in her approach, but no hostility. She made no effort to hide her presence or trajectory, seemingly comforted by the sudden illumination. It was likely enough that she had come to the front of the house, hesitated to knock there, came round and saw the TV through the patio doors. Ciro knew they were invisible inside the house now that the exterior lights were on. But he moved to the side and directed Raimi and Esperanza to leave the room. Esperanza took Raimi in her arms and they retreated to the hall. The woman hit the patio doors with a quick but conscientious knock, rattling the glass but not attempting to open the door uninvited. Ciro looked over the lawn, checked his phone for any other perimeter alerts. Nothing. "Hey, I know you're in there," the woman shouted, pressing her hands against the glass to look inside. "Hey, Ramirez, I have to talk to you." Ciro took a breath and opened the door. The woman practically fell into the room. Ciro shut the door behind her and then stepped wide for distance. The woman threw back her head to breathe. Raimi, peering around the corner between Esperanza's guarding embrace, let out an anxious gasp of recognition. "Diana?" Deanna Jung's frantic eyes locked onto Ramirez across the couch. She started toward her, but Ciro seized her arm. "Who are you?" he ordered. Raimi came into the doorway. "It's Diana. She's a friend." Whoever she wasn't Ciro's friend, and he didn't let go of her arm. "I'm not staying," she said. "I just came to tell you." "What?" demanded Ciro. Jung tugged on his grip but didn't fight it. "I'm talking to Ramsey." "Talk to me." Raimi ran to Diana and hugged her desperately around the neck. Ciro released her arm so she could hug Raimi in return. "What's going on?" "I know we agreed." Diana paused to review Ciro. "Agreed not to meet, but I didn't want a telephone record either. I'm sorry to come here." "It's okay," assured Raimi. "I missed you." "I just thought you'd want to know. Your friend, that investigator, she's been taken." "Taken? Well, what does that mean?" "Outside the restaurant, some people grabbed her off the street. They took her. They had this van or something. They took her." "Who, Diana? Who took Cassie? How the fuck should I know? Zhang was with her when it happened. That's all he told me." "What do we do? Did you call the police?" "Yeah, I tried. That bitch Burr said she'd look into it. We can't trust anyone." Diana pulled the collar up on her trench coat. She seemed to realize for the first time where she was standing. She shivered. "I've done my part. I'm out of here." She let herself through the door. "Wait," cried Raimi. "What? What should I do?" "Hire another investigator. I'm done." Diana took a deep breath as if preparing to plunge into cold, dark waters and set off across the ocean of grass. When she was halfway to the hedge, the security lights clicked off, leaving Raimi to ponder into total darkness. She spun back into the room, slamming the doors behind her. Esperanza was in the hall, clutching her crochet like she'd seen a ghost. Raimi turned to Ciro. He'd know what to do. He had to. He had to do something. He liked Cassie as much as she did, she was sure of it. Up until now, she had been too shy and too intimidated to ask him for anything more than a ride into town. Mustering her courage for Cassie, she whipped to face him. But there was no one in the room. Ciro was already gone. I didn't panic. I guessed it had been an hour since they threw me in the SUV. It's hard to gauge time under these circumstances. One moment feels like crystalline liquid, barely moving, frozen by interminable horror and discomfort. At the same time, events occur so rapidly, the mind can barely cope, clutching and stumbling to come to terms with what it cannot control. After the first 20 minutes or so, I stopped squirming and cussing and accepted that I would have to wait for the situation to evolve. In truth, I could not form a single coherent thought. I tried to think of tricks and strategies and tried to steel myself for a fight. I told myself my moment would come, over and over, without once believing it. More than anything, I blamed myself. I should have seen them coming. I should have fought harder. Why didn't I call for help? Why did I let them tie my hands? I deserved it. I should have never let them get me into the truck. Why didn't I do more, anything? Why am I so weak? This is my own fault. And that sort of thing over and over. I have to give myself some credit, though. I didn't panic until they took my pants off. They dragged me out of the SUV by my armpits. There was no use in fighting because my hands were still zip-tied at the wrist and I was completely blinded by the sack over my head. One man held me from behind. One of his hands was on the zip ties, the other was hooked behind my elbow. I felt an instant chill when the surgical scissors sliced through my shirt, leaving it to hang off my shoulders like a vest. All right. That's how it was going to be. I can handle that. Then the man behind me lifted my feet off the ground. By a series of coordinated and practiced tugs, the other man gripped the waistband of my jeans and peeled them down to my ankles. My underwear came down almost past my hips, but they were intentionally left in place. They were professionals who only went as far as the checks could clear. That's when the panic set in. My whole body started to shake as if plunged in ice water. I didn't cry. I couldn't cry. Just whimper and plead. I had moved out of the cussing stage into the bargaining stage. I couldn't think of anything to bargain with, though, so I just said, okay, no, okay, no, don't, no, okay, as my voice shook with my limbs. I was dropped on the ground. For the first time, I realized there was no floor, just cold dirt, straw, and rocks. They're going to rape you. The voice in my head is calm and certain. This voice is familiar, but I don't know who she is. She's in my head somewhere. She talks to me when things get bad. She always says she's the only one who can save me, but she's no angel. They're going to rape you if you don't do something. Okay, I answered her out loud. What do I do? What do I do? The men heeded none of my words. They remained cool and neutral as machines. The wad of fabric around my feet was used like a handle to drag me across the ground. It hurt like hell on my bare skin, each stick and stone leaving raw streaks as I scraped over them. I vainly contorted, only twisting myself into worse positions as we traveled several yards. The rough terrain snagged the hood and peeled it forcibly over my chin and nose. When the sack came off, my eyes were dazed and blurry. I was in a large, dark, and musty room. Make them kill you. No. I'll make them kill you before they can rape you. Don't. Because my legs were in the air and we were moving, I couldn't sit up to look at the one dragging me. But I could tell by the steady pace of travel that he was big. The ceiling was a black hole, but I glimpsed the edge of a loft with a trickle of perpetual dust spilling from the void. I could see 4 slatted walls and headlights slicing through the irregular gaps and knotholes. I saw a rusted-out tractor, buckets, rotting tires, swaying chains, overturned barrels, an air compressor and sawhorses, garden tools, and bent gutters. I was in a barn. I was somewhere in a barn. I saw the other man by his silhouette against the intermittent light. Kill them or make them kill you. Do it now. No, okay. I started kicking again. Instead of chastising me, I was lifted by my ankles. A chain was hooked to my wadded jeans. As an unseen crank clink clinked, I was raised feet first off the ground. I was lifted just high enough so that my neck and shoulders rested on the gravel, leaving the world upside down. This way I wouldn't pass out too quickly. I'd rather you not picture it, but that's how I was left. As I said before, I couldn't trust my own perception of time. The 2 men went through an exterior door across the barn. If you're like me, you're screaming at the main character to do something creative. Lift yourself off the hook. Or wiggle out of those stupid jeans, they're not even that tight. Well, those are great ideas. But have you ever tried it with half your body weight on your cervical spine and your wrists tied behind you? Try it, go ahead. I'll wait for you here, on this fucking hook. I don't know how much time passed. I know I broke into a sweat, and every salty drop was funneled into my nose and eyes. I know my skin was ice cold and covered in goosebumps. I know because the whole time the only thing I could see was my own bare, useless body. I know I was cold and sweating at the same time, as all the floating detritus of the barn clung to my clammy skin. And that the bitch in my head kept saying, look at you now. Look at you now. Are you planning to die on a fucking hook? So it was however long it takes for all that to happen. It's deathly quiet in the barn, except for the rattle of the chain hook as my feet wobble overhead. A distant rumble comes up quickly. Several big engines roar into the yard outside. Their headlights strafe and crisscross my face, their bulky shadows moving like monsters behind the slats. I hear car doors opening and slamming, voices, whoops and laughter. Some shouts, ding, 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 when do we fuck? Then another man walks in and I start shivering all over again. Here we go, says head bitch. He clicks on a naked hanging work light that stings my eyes. He looks at me dangling, and for a split second I think he might want to help me. But instead he grabs his crotch. After a languorous stroke of himself, he shook his head and spit tobacco toward me. He took about 5 steps to a handle and dragged open a sliding door. An engine roared, and after a rake of headlights, I see my own transom pulling into the hollowness of the barn. It crunches the gravel before coming to a hard stop about 20 feet away. The driver's door is facing away from me. A man in a polo shirt and slacks pops the latch and steps out. I convulse with recognition. Shit, I know who this is. Paul Rupert. That dickbag fraudster with a psychotic wife. Miss Loner, I assume I need no introduction? I tried to nod, but it was mechanically impossible. He came around the car and tilted his head to look me in the eye. Tonight, you're going to pay for what you did to my family. He's obviously rehearsed his lines. I wanted to say fuck you or eat shit, but my throat wouldn't work. I think he got the sentiment, though. More figures came in through the door. First came the 2 men from earlier in their pinstripe suits, and then 3 more besides. It was hard to tell in the harsh light, but those 3 looked like real dregs of rural society, in cut-off flannels, overalls, and tucker hats, taking turns spitting tobacco into the straw. With his audience in place, Rupert reached behind his back and drew out a hunting knife, like something a greenhorn would buy at the local hardware store. It was shiny, broad, serrated, and sharp. I don't know what he was expecting from me, but by now I couldn't quiver anymore. Even when he dragged the edge of the blade over my stomach, shaving away peach fuzz and cold sweat. You drove my wife mad with your filthy little pictures, whore. He added the last word as an afterthought, improvising maybe, or desperately trying to shift blame. The joke was that I already blamed myself, so what now? I'm going to cut you, whore. I'm going to bleed you the way you bled my family. Wait, I managed to say, which surprised me so much I had no follow-through. He chortled, and mimicked me like a fucking psycho. Wait. He was obviously a sociopath, but he had never gone this far before. Now he was cracking under the emotional strain. He couldn't have arranged this alone. How did you find me? I say in clipped exhalations. You think it's hard to follow somebody? You think you're clever, slut? He paused, unsatisfied with the invective. Cunt. I know how to find a little twat like you. You're not so smart, are you now? He waved to the darkness of the barn. There was a blinding flash. A high-pitched whine emanated from the abyss as the flash recharged. Oh no, someone's taking pictures, uh-oh. He gestured again, and there was another flash, faster this time. How does that feel? He growled. Who told you to do this? I asked weakly, trying to draw this out. He seemed taken aback by the question, but shook his head. I'm doing this because you ruined my family. You ruined my career, my business, my reputation. You ruined me with your pictures. That's why I'm doing this, Miss Loner. Bullshit. You're such a coward. I saw you run. Shut up, he shouted with his fists at his side. I struck a nerve. I couldn't turn my head, but my eyes shifted to the 3 dregs. He ran away from his wife. He was scared of his wife. One of them sort of chuckled, but they clearly were uncomfortable when the meat made eye contact and talked. Shut up, he screamed. That throaty tantrum did more to prove my point than anything I could have said. He squatted down to slap the flat side of the knife on my forehead 4 times. If you must know. I got a call from a concerned citizen. He said he was a doctor, Dr. Deacon, and he wanted me to get closure. He told me exactly where you would be and when. He even set me up with some of his associates. You see, Miss Loner, people just don't like you very much. He stood up to walk a circle around me. Now everyone will see what a filthy whore you really are. Oh look, your filthy panties are soaked. Ha 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 ha. He was right, but it was from the sweat of fear and physical exertion of my unnatural position. As for all this, let's just say the idea came to me in a dream. This fucking scumbag leaned forward and sniffed my body. I jolted away from his sticky breath. Flash! Another photo, but this time unprompted. Rupert wheeled around with his knife. Not with me, goddammit, not my face! He stomped like a 2-year-old tyrant. He had to take a timeout to compose himself, then awkwardly spun the knife in his hand to a reverse grip. Okay, get a picture of this. I want you to zoom in. He tiptoed like a hobgoblin until he was behind me. Because of my bent neck, I could see him in the shadows cast by the work light. He was taller than me, like everybody else. One arm looped around my knees while his cheek rested on my calf. The other hand aimed the knife tip just below my rib cage. He held this posture for a long beat as I tensed and wiggled like fish bait. Fuck you, motherfucker. Then he groaned to the darkness. Come on, get the shot. Bitch won't hold still. Nothing. No flash, no whine, nothing. Rupert dropped his hands in frustration. What's the holdup? A singular figure emerged from the shadows in answer to Rupert's outburst. The way the light fell, only his three-piece suit was visible, leaving his face an impenetrable void. His hands were raised. One was holding a cell phone. I was foggy from the blood pooling in my brain, but I reasoned that this was not the photographer. In synchrony, 5 guns were leveled at the Void Man and 1 cheapo hunting knife. In response, the suit pressed send on his phone. The jacket pockets of the 2 kidnappers vibrated simultaneously. They looked at each other and then at Rupert and the dregs. One of them lowered his pistol to retrieve his phone. He read and reread the screen, his uncomprehending face lit by the display. He presented the screen to his comrade, who equally reread it. They shrugged and discussed it while we all waited anxiously. It sounded like, Shah Sarah da-da-da-da, far do it beige me couch Esther vet gem. They switched postures with the first man now covering and the second checking his phone. He repeated some of what was already said. What's going on? Demanded Rupert. Who is this guy? The 3 flannels held their guns out but indicated they didn't know what was happening. The 2 suits holstered their pistols with one making a gesture that was either hostile or romantic, depending what you're into. The other looked at me past the trucker hats and Rupert. We would like to apologize, Ms. Loner. They smirked at the void, then went out the way they came. After a stunned silence, the old boys reaffirmed their weapons at the newcomer. It's a small world, he said. And when I heard that voice, my body started shaking again, because I knew I wasn't going to die tonight. Ciro came out of the darkness. He was tense but collected. Police are coming. Walk away, he urged with a smooth sincerity. The fuck is this? Said Overalls. There was an exchange of hasty words, but at this point I had pretty much vanished into the root cellar of my own psyche, was barely conscious, exhausted from dangling, torture, and imminent death, and I didn't appreciate the nuance of the negotiations. I heard the distinctive cadence of gunfire, pop, pop, and the next thing I'm aware of is sliding into the back seat of my car. The leather is cool on my skin and I realize I'm very dirty. There are small pebbles lodged in my arms and thighs. My shirt is laid over me like a jacket. My bra is dingy and full of hay. My pants are gone. My wrists are cut and raw. My shoulders ache as I try to pull my shirt on but can't understand why it doesn't fit like it's supposed to. Also, my head is pounding. The engine ignites and the tires spin. They toss gravel against the wooden slats as the hot rod whips its tail. I'm forced against the back seat as we change directions and launch forward. I bounce hard as we exit the barn. I'm lying on my side, but my hand hits the ceiling. I bounce off the front seats, then recover enough to hang on as we squeal onto blacktop. I look through the seats and meet Ciro's eyes in the rearview mirror. He waves his hand indicating I should lie down. He checks his other mirrors. It's a quiet, dark road. Somewhere. I start crying. Not about the hook. That will be a long process. No, right now I'm crying because I feel safe. I guess we all need a little help sometimes. Ciro relaxes into the driver's seat. He has to slide it back to accommodate his legs, but he's enjoying the horsepower. He sees a cassette tape poking out of the console. He hesitates for a moment, but decides some music will relax us both. The tape whirs, and I hear Tiffany's 1987 hit single. I think we're alone now. It helps. About the 3rd verse, just as we hear for the umpteenth time. I think we're alone now, alone now. There's a burst of light and a lifted 4x4 truck ramps over the hill and roars into our wake. Ciro swears and mashes the pedal. I slam into the seat. God, not again, I can't take any more. I can't, I'm so tired and sore, I'm not even afraid, I'm just sick of it. My stomach turns wrong side out and my heart slithers into my throat. I try to hide in the floorboards, but there's no room, even for me. The tires screech as the engine sounds intermingle into one ominous growl. The truck is gaining on us. I can tell by how the headlights swing down and cut the car in half. What have they got in that thing? Bam, the grill smashes into the trunk and the transom fishtails. Ciro countersteers and controls the wash. The road is paved but patchy. I feel every bump and pothole through the springs. I just want to hide. I just need a minute, just a fucking minute. I can't. Ciro cuts onto a side road trying to outmaneuver. It buys us some time, but the whole world blazes in those hunting lights. Plink, plink, I hear bullets hitting the car body. I don't hear the shots, just the plink of metal. Stay down, orders Ciro as he leans into a hard right. and the whole time Tiffany is singing her heart out, running just as fast we can, holding on to one another's hand. The angry motor crunches against the trunk, and the back window blows out, showering me with beads of glass. I hear Ciro mash down on the accelerator and we pull away. I just want to hide. I see my favorite blanket behind the passenger seat. My ducky blanket. I'm desperate for its warmth and comfort. Between bounces and swerves, I yank it to me. I just wanted that feeling of security. Then the probably not an angel whispered in my ear, "Hey Cassie, are you going to cry again? That's okay, but wouldn't you rather kill these motherfuckers?" That's when I remember why the blanket is there in the first place. To disguise my Remington 870 pump-action shotgun. Also a classic. Screw the blanket. The stock is longer than ideal, but I hug it to my body and rack around into the chamber. I know they do this unnecessarily in movies all the time, but I don't drive around with it in firing condition. Ciro almost loses control of the vehicle when I come through the seats. "Swing me around," I shout at him over the wind and combustion. "What? Swing me? Fuck it." He slams the brakes and cuts the wheel so the front of the car swings 180 degrees while still traveling forward. The 4x4 straightens out and rushes towards us. It's a game of chicken we could never win. Ciro sends us forward to get positive control. As the truck bears down on us, I see Crotch Stroker behind the wheel and Rupert riding shotgun. As it passes about 8 inches from our car, Rupert and Stroker are sitting up to look down into the passenger seat of the Trans Am. I put my feet up on the door and wedge myself against Ciro for stability. I jam the stock into my shoulder pocket and aim the barrel between my scraped knees. That's when the occupants of the truck decided not to pursue us any further. They turned around and left. I cannot speak on Mr. Rupert's behalf, but I believe he has departed for parts unknown. I have no information regarding his whereabouts. I have nothing further to add. Chapter 17. We drove for 30 minutes on narrow dirt roads dividing moonlit grain fields before reuniting with the highway. At the intersection was a garishly lit 24-hour gas and fried chicken station. I curled sideways in the front seat and Ciro pulled the blanket up to my neck. The baby blue blankie was made for a child, but I was so tightly coiled it covered me from chin to toes. Ciro jogged into the store and came out with soda and dreamsicles. I was still fumbling with the wrapper as the station lights receded. I appreciated the gesture more than I can put into writing, but I had no appetite. After 2 bites, the chilled sugar helped calm my nerves, but I couldn't manage to eat anymore, and it melted between my trembling fingers. I was scared, angry, humiliated, and broken down. And above all else, I was tired. Ciro took us back to Rithvik's mansion. He had called Rami and told her some of what happened. She prepared a room for me. When we arrived, she ushered me into a shower, leaving enough towels, robes, blankets, and pajamas for the entire Loner family. 3 separate times she gently knocked on the door with her fingertips to ask how I was and what I needed, and to tell me she was glad I was okay. I didn't have the emotional energy to face her. I sent her away with, "Thanks, I'm fine," all 3 times. In the morning, I felt like shit, so I stayed in bed the entire day and through that night until 3:33 a.m. I devoured a fat ham sandwich and cheese puffs that Rami brought earlier that I couldn't stomach at the time. Now I was wide awake and increasingly pissed off as the events of that night replayed in higher and higher detail and contrast in my aching head. I was wearing 3 of Rami's sweaters and sweatpants, with the comforter around me like a sleeping bat. But no matter how many layers I wore, my blood was arctic. Bam, bam, bam. Ciro's obnoxious knock startled me. He came into the room without permission or approval. I can't imagine what I looked like with 2 days of bed hair, and standing in the middle of the carpet, draped like Count Dracula. "Come," he said. "You are strong enough to stomp all night. You are strong enough to work out with me." "Work out," I said, like it was some ancient Greek curse word I didn't understand but daren't utter too loudly. "Yes, it will be good for you. Ease some tension and return your sense of control of your own body." I took a half step away from him so he could feel the chill wind blowing from my shoulder. I don't like anyone giving me advice on my own body, let alone by someone barging into my room. "Come, I don't feel like it. You will." "No, I won't." "Don't be embarrassed. You are strong." "I'm not embarrassed. I'm busy." "Yes, busy tearing up the carpet, I see." "Where's Rami?" "I took her to check on Dr. Rithvik, then she's going to work at the diner." "She went to the hospital at..." I glanced at the digital clock on the nightstand. Shit. It was 800 hours. I really had been pacing all night. Come, there are clothes for you in the gym. The Rithvik gym, in the northwest corner, I think, was a super modern, sleek, and spacious arena, crammed absolutely full of every kind of machine known to science. The apparatuses were all matching, but with a bewildering array of shapes: levers, handles, cords, ropes, plates, cushioned seats, and swing arms that I scarcely knew where to begin. Esperanza had set out athletic clothing for me to change into. This was Nathan Rithvik's private gym, so there was only one bathroom, but it was wide, heated, and equipped with 2 showers, a sauna, toilet, urinal, bathtub, hot tub, 4 sinks, and some stuff I had no idea what to do with. When I came out, Ciro was already doing jumping jacks in an olive drab tank top and black cargo pants. As for me, Rami was about an inch shorter and chronically underweight, and it showed in her clothing choices, or rather, in the style that had been chosen for her. Don't worry how I looked, just know the clothes were unfairly restrictive. Come, said Ciro with a stupid grin. We passed all the shiny machines down a few steps and hung a right into a much smaller separate room. In here was a wide middle area surrounded by gnarly old free weights, suffering from decades of rust, chips, and flakes. All the handles on the dumbbells between 10 to 45 pounds were blackened by extensive abuse. This is my gym, Ciro proclaimed. I can show you how. I know how to work out, I grimaced. I just choose not to. The truth was more complicated, though. I had trained in mixed martial arts since I was 13 and done my share of CrossFit and hot yoga. Just lately, I haven't had the time or energy to exercise regularly. I just prioritized other things, like ruining my marriage and bankrupting my PI business. I have my own routine you can try. Fine, I said, in the same way I said fine when Rami asked me how I was doing after being stripped, strung up, and nearly stabbed to death by a psychopathic insurance salesman. Hey, I'm fine. I'm peachy. I'm swell. Ciro leads me swearing and sweating through 10 sets of a 20-rep circuit. Squats, lunges, overhead presses, stretch, 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 dumbbell curls, skull crushers, side lateral raises, stretch, 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 until I can barely stand or grip my water bottle. I keep up with him, though. I don't quit, and I don't back down. Okay, obviously I use lighter weights, as is appropriate given that I'm 5 feet 4 inches and he's 6 feet 1 inch, and apparently stacked. As I came out of each set winded and dry heaving, his body only got lumpier and veinier. By the last grueling, monotonous rep, I slumped and dropped the dumbbells on the padded flooring. Ciro took a satisfied breath. That's it. You did it. That's right. Whatever you can dish out, I can take it. He smiled and patted me on the back like I was a prize-winning pony. You are a fighter. Bet your ass I'll beat you every time. You are a joker, too. You think you can take me, primate? Ciro shook his head. Cassie Loner, 2 semi-pro bouts. Knocked out in the 6th round of your first match. 2nd match disqualified for flagrant headbutting. It's all on YouTube, but at least you showed up. Fuck you, and she started it. Ciro laughed. No, I do not ever wish to fight with you. Damn straight, I say, toweling off and finishing my water bottle. Ciro hopped off the bench. Now for our run. What? I don't run for anything, not even for jacked, emotionally damaged Mediterranean men who peel off their sweat-soaked tank tops in the morning sun. We agreed to go for a hike instead. It was like 100 miles entirely uphill, and there was a partial trail behind Rithvik's house that ran hundreds of acres into a secondary forest. I had zero fun, and Ciro was lucky those thugs had taken my revolver. Because I really, really wanted to shoot him, really. Did you know those men? I finally asked. It had been bothering me all night. I thought maybe I could overlook it, lock it away in my mind somewhere. I kind of liked the story where the mysterious stranger thwarted the bad guys and whisked me away to his fairy tale castle. But my muscles were exhausted. My blood sugar was crashing. And I had let my pride goad me into this drudging battle of wills I was not physically or mentally prepared for. Who? He asked, and that pissed me off. The 2 suits that grabbed me off the street, do you know them? No. They tased me. They cut off my shirt and used my pants to drag me and hang me by my feet in a fucking barn. You don't know them? No. He maintained an even tone of voice as we crested a steep wooded hill. How did you find me? We reached the top and Ciro rested his hands on his knees, sucking air through his nose. Lucky I did. Yes, thank you, but there are hundreds of barns in a 50-mile radius. Now how? Ciro faced away from me and sniffed. I don't know them the same way I don't know you. We are professionals, mercenaries. There's not so many of us, but we're closer than people think. Also, I found the number in Ramey's purse. You went through her purse? Dr. Rithvik insists. God, did you know about this beforehand? No. I'm not some mercenary, you know. Are you not? My mistake then. Ciro took a throatful of water. Then he stares at me. You think I'm an asshole. Now I'm the merc and you're the detective. Sometimes the good guys have to be worse than the bad guys. So, who were the other 3 idiots? Do you not know them too? No. What about Deacon Voynich? Did Dr. Rithvik ever mention him? No. What about Ramey? Did she ever mention him? Number, does he have something to do with your brother? It's all connected somehow. I just don't know how yet. I have to find this Deacon. I'm sure he's behind my brother's murder. Rithvik's poisoning, my kidnapping, everything. Ciro slid his hands into his pockets and considered this for some time, as one might muse on a great economic disaster from a previous century, or the fall of Rome, perhaps. When he returned from his musings, he withdrew his pocketed hands. He presented me with a palm-sized block. I didn't reach for it, and he turned it over, and I saw it was a digital camera. He held it like a grenade. What's that? I asked. This is a decision. What does that mean? They were taking pictures of you. No shit. We can give these photos to the police and tell them everything that happened. No one will blame you. And? They will go to the barn, gather fingerprints, tread marks, DNA, but nothing will be done. How do you know? Mr. Rupert is gone. The 2 men who grabbed you are gone. The truck will be chopped down and sold for parts. I get it, but I have an obligation to report what happened to me, Ciro. Not if reporting it puts your life in danger. When he says that, I suddenly feel very much alone on this forested hilltop. What's that supposed to mean? I never met your brother. Tell me, was he the type of man who would report a crime no matter what? Yes, I say without hesitation. And how do you feel about the investigation so far? You think the cops are corrupt? They're covering something up. This is a small town. It only takes one with something to lose. There are more of them out there. They've done this before, and they'll do it again if we don't stop them. Stop this Deacon. Ciro offered me the camera, stretching out his arm. I don't want to touch that, I said, crossing my arms. If I take it, I'll look at it. I don't want to look at it. Ciro retracted his offering. He took a few steps and bent down to place the camera on a patch of exposed dirt. After a quick inspection, he reached for a heavy angular rock. With 6 sharp strikes, he smashed the plastic block into jagged fragments, taking skillful aim at the memory card. He used the rock to dig out a small hole, and he pushed the fragments into the dirt. He then seated the rock atop the grave. When this was done, he dusted his hands and looked into my eyes. I promise they won't do it again. It's not your fight. I can take care of myself. Dr. Rithvik hired me to protect him and also Miss Ramirez. Doesn't look good for me after what happened. Now you and Ramey are mixed up in this. You know I like you. But you and I, we don't get sentimental. We just get the job done. Professionals? Yes. You care deeply about the causes of things. But me, I'm just the effect. A wind picked up, howling in the alley between us as a brief chorus of leaves and branches silenced our exchange. I had to drive out to pick up my car, said Ciro when the wind died. I had to park it far away the other night. I arranged for your car to be taken to a garage for repairs. I'm certain my employer would be pleased to cover the damages. I scoff at his clumsy redirect. But that's fine. I wasn't asking for his help anyway. He'd just get in my way. There was one problem, though. How am I supposed to get back? Ciro smiled wryly and waved his hand over the landscape like a magician. As you say, it's all connected. I followed his gesture and realized I was about 2 miles from Roman's house. From the top of the hill, I could see it in the distance among other homesteads dotting the woods and farmlands. You may walk the rest of the way, or I can drive you when I get back tonight. He wasn't really giving me the option. I snatched the plastic bottle from his hand and chugged all his remaining water. One for the road, I said, and threw it back at him. Chapter 18. I'm just hot and sticky and tired and hungry and fed up with this bullshit. I smack branches and brambles out of my way as I hike over uneven ground towards Roman's house. It's mid-afternoon now, and I haven't accomplished anything, besides wearing myself out. It gave me time to think, though. My feet and my brain work best together. The thugs from the barn I recognized. Inbred hilljack lowlifes, I'll settle up with them soon enough. Beyond that, I suspected just as Ciro did that someone in authority was intentionally hindering the investigation into my brother's murder. But that didn't narrow anything down. There could be any number of reasons for that, ranging from plain ineptitude to pure evil. Then there was Dr. Rithvik's poisoning and his strange file on Dr. Voynich that included my sister. Fifi said Deacon was her doctor. Was he some kind of mentor to Roman? My stomach grumbles as a branch slaps me in the face. Fuck, keep walking, keep thinking. There are whispers of bizarre experiments involving students, patients, faculty, and staff at both the university and the hospital. And let's not forget someone went to the trouble of putting a fucking bear trap in the file cabinet. Zhang said it was a statement. It certainly was that. But who was it meant for? Only a handful of people have regular access to that room. Diana Young was one of them. Neither Tseng nor Hobbs had said who else might be able to get inside. Okay, I need to find this Deacon fucker. According to Rupert, he arranged the barn. But why bring in an outsider? And even if Deacon is behind my brother's murder, that doesn't mean he pulled the trigger. 3 times. My phone vibrated in the too tight pants. The contact info reads, Deputy Bitchface. I hit talk. Yeah? This is Deputy Burr with Blank County Sheriff's Department. Yeah, no shit. What? Where have you been? People are saying you've been kidnapped. She said that like it was my fault. I took care of it. Cassie? It's taken care of. Do you have any updates, or did you just miss the sound of my voice? Anna sighed into the phone. She wanted me to hear her sighing. Still no word yet on Rithvik's poisoning. The hospital was tight-lipped about everything. They'll only talk to the sheriff about it. Why? Given that he's a prominent citizen, an internationally known author, and conspicuously absent of blood relatives in the country, everyone's reluctant to tell Ramirez or Ciro more than they have to. That's bullshit, but okay. On that topic, why would Dr. Rithvik hire someone like Ciro in the first place? What do you mean, what's Ciro like? Overkill. Well, obviously he needed more security, Cass. Which brings us to the next question mark. Why sneak in on that night, the night Rithvik happens to get poisoned? Wallach got in disguised as a caterer. He could have poisoned Rithvik any time to create a distraction or, who knows. I suddenly gasp, gah, yuck, you, damn it, pfft, shit. I can hear Burr's grip tightening on her phone. Cassie, are you all right? What's happening? I walked straight into a spider's web. God damn it, it's in my hair, fuck. Gross. Where are you? I'm taking a hike. A hike? Yeah, a fucking hike. Anyway, the department is testing all the food and food containers in the house that Dr. Rithvik had exposure to. The poison worked fast, so it would have had to have been something right before his speech. The whiskey glass? Come on. I know you think we're all a bunch of inbred hilljacks out here, but we tried that first. There were trace amounts on the glass, but that could be from contact with his lips, or backwash. It's the ice, I said, coming into Roman's yard. Did you check the ice? Anna was annoyed and came back instantly. There wasn't any ice. She caught herself being stupid. Of course there wasn't any ice. We say at the same time, it melted. I stop at the shed and catch my breath. There was an ice bucket in Rithvik's office. It was on the floor. So the ice is gone. Maybe we could test the bucket for traces. No, I said. Test the carpet. The carpet, why? The ice spilled on the carpet. No way the poisoner could have known which ice cubes Rithvik would pick up, so they all had to be poisoned. The carpet, you know. Don't say it. Annie, you should get the sample yourself. I hesitated to say what needed to be said. I think someone in the department is stonewalling this. The line was quiet. Anna? Cassie, I have to tell you something. Okay? A woman has gone missing, a graduate student, Diana Young. I think you met her. Young? What do you mean she's missing? Her boyfriend reported it this morning. He went over to her apartment. The lock was broken. The place was trashed. Some blood. No sign of Diana. Shit. Do you know something about this? That's why you called? Because you don't have to Mirandize me over the phone? According to her friends, you two had a fight. She's the one who reported you missing. Now she's missing. You getting me? Yeah, I get it. Where are you? I'm at Roman's house. Are you sure? What? What's that mean? I'm coming over. Stay there. We can get ahead of this. What does that mean? Just stay there. Fine, I said as my tummy rumbled. I was so hungry I was actually regretting that I threw out that week-old ramen. All this time in town, and I'd never been to the grocery store. I'll stay. I didn't really have a choice since my car was smashed up. But you better bring food, hello? The line was dead. Shit. What the hell is going on? Did the same people that took me take Diana too? Is she upside down in a barn somewhere? Raimi told me about her late-night visit. That means Raimi was likely the last person to see her. I feel something against my leg. For some reason, I think it's that spider crawling up my pants and I scream. It's the fucking cat. Ernie fucking Pyle. I shake my hair out again, because spiders, and prepare to kick the little shit into eternity. But it occurs to me that I have been gone for 2 days. I may be a mediocre detective, but I'm damn sure I locked the doors before I left. Cats being phase-shifting, wall-walking, interdimensional assholes notwithstanding, I circle the house looking for openings. All the windows are shut tight. It's the only way I can sleep, and there are no obvious holes. Maybe there are holes in the foundation, but that's pretty unlikely given there is no basement. Or is there a basement? How did you get out? I asked the cat that now won't come near me. Strange as it may seem, given recent events, I had completely forgotten about the first night I slept here. Someone was in the house. It was the cat that woke me that night, not the intruder. I never heard them breaking in, I only heard them breaking out. My skin crawled, felt like it was covered in spiders. Like big hairy ones brushing their bulbous, wiry abdomens all over me, and I just want to rip off these skin-tight athletic clothes. And this is how my mind works when it's working. I never heard or saw any cars or engines or anything. Dr. Rithvik is in great shape. He could easily jog 4 miles over uneven terrain, even at night. Hell, this is practically his own backyard. And we know he's involved in all this somehow. Why else would someone try to kill him? No, it's too early to jump to conclusions like that. First thing first, I need to change out of these clothes and then find out if Roman was hiding a basement. And also, what he was hiding in that basement, if it exists. And also why someone would be in that basement the night of Roman's murder. And also who that someone is. If I was right about the cat, then there must be at least 2 cat-sized entrances to this hypothetical basement. One inside the house, and one outside. Hang on. I gotta change clothes though, seriously. These are tight. I strip down and toss the sweaty clothes into Roman's washing machine. I shower and put on the oversized college hoodie. All right, I'm comfortable now. I've got no car, but apparently Anna is on her way over here to get ahead of something, whatever that means. I'd rather have plenty of time to explore Roman's secret squirrel stash on my own, but if I can't find it soon, maybe it'll be nice to have extra eyes. Shit, maybe Anna knew about Roman's basement all along. Wait, maybe she was the one sneaking out that night. Why the fuck was she in Roman's basement? Or maybe it was Todd Dillman of Indianapolis. No point guessing before I even know if I'm right. First, I thought there might be a dungeon-style hatch under a rug, like in Evil Dead. But if the cat could come and go, it had to be a static opening. I had organized much of the clutter, but the house was still a mess. It was entirely possible there was a door to the basement, and I had just overlooked it somehow. But after a pretty thorough walkthrough, I was confident that either there was an honest-to-God secret passage in this house, or the cat snuck out before I left. I think we know which is more likely. I know what you're thinking. What if there are 2 identical cats, one inside and one outside, and that's why I can't get their names straight? Huh, good idea. But no. No, I don't think so. Anyway, if anyone is capable of creating a secret door, it's Roman. Based on what I know about him, it's almost certainly behind one of the bookshelves. It's an hour later and I'm pretty sure it's not one of the bookshelves. This house is not that big, and without a lot of money, there's no way he secretly built some kind of doomsday bunker in the backyard. Although the property is adjacent to Dr. Rithvik's, who is ridiculously wealthy, and there was obviously some connection between Roman and Nathan. The idea that someone as smart as Roman was working with someone as rich as Rithvik opened up infinite terrifying possibilities. I say terrifying, because if it was anything other than terrifying, the world would know about it already. Yes, I tried the mirrors, the cabinets, the fireplace, the back of closets, even the attic. By the time Anna arrived, I was sitting at the computer, Googling how to find hidden doorways. I closed the browser and met her at the door. She was in her personal vehicle and civilian attire. I checked the microwave. I guess she waited until after her shift to pay me a visit. She approached the door with her hands in the air. She was armed with 2 grease-soaked sacks of chicken nuggets. I let her in. "Where's your car?" What are you doing? Where have you been? We volleyed passive-aggressive questions at each other. I really didn't feel the need to explain anything to her, but I decided to try something. I've just been down in the basement. She waited innocently for more information. There was no look of surprise or concern. Whose basement? Metaphorically, I say, like thinking from the ground up. She squinted at me like I'm an alien life form that just jaywalked in her jurisdiction. We need to talk. Okay. I don't think you have anything to do with Jung's disappearance, but I think you should come to the station tomorrow. Just answer some routine questions, to rule you out of whatever. What about you? What about me? What's your connection to Diana Jung? What are you talking about? Okay, so that's how you want to be. Again with the squinting. I know you know her. You were both Roman's students. You're about the same age, and you've shielded her from legal trouble before. So how about you stop lying for once? Everything you said is true, but I only met her a couple times. Shouldn't take you long to notice that she and I aren't exactly compatible. Did you test Rithvik's carpet yet? I got swamped at work, and I'm not exactly supposed to be poking around there, I'll go tomorrow. Tomorrow could be too late. I'll talk to Ciro, have him preserve the scene. Do you even want to find evidence? I'm getting really sick of you undermining my decisions. You're not the only one working the case. Yeah, you said that before. All right, so what have you detected, hotshot? Why should I tell you? Best case scenario, you run to your bosses and take all the credit. Worst case, you're the fucking rat that's stalling everything. Fuck you. This is personal for me too. If anyone finds out about me and Roman, I'll be banned from the entire investigation. I'll be a suspect. Then who's going to help you? I don't need help. My throat squeezes on the last syllable as I remember how many times I've almost died because I insist on doing everything myself. Fine, I say, and lead Anna into the living room to sit on the floor with me, and I tell her everything that's been bothering me about the case. She listens silently about the catacombs and the fucking bear trap, about the dream house and Dr. Voynich. I tell her about Fifi and Roman's visits to her hospital. Nothing seems to surprise her, but she doesn't claim to know any of it either. After about 2 hours of exposition, ending with a vow to find this Deacon scumbag no matter what it takes, she speaks up for the first time. But Cassie, he's dead. What? Deacon is dead. How do you know? It doesn't matter. The hell it doesn't. You can't just say something like that. Anna stood up and paced the living room. I stand up too. When did he die? A long time ago, over a year. That's impossible, I say, thinking of Paul Rupert's claim, which I had neglected to mention to Deputy Burr. But then I remembered anyone could have used that name. Shit, Roman managed to call me from the grave. Why not this Deacon? I shivered and Anna noticed. What? Nothing, feels like this whole time I've been chasing a ghost. You're chasing someone very real, but it's not Deacon Voynich. How do you know he's dead? Anna dropped her head. Because I buried the son of a bitch. I don't understand. It was Anna's turn to talk. He was doing experiments on people out in the woods like concentration camp shit. Evil. Roman tried to shut it down. But he was fucking crazy. Now I began to see the bigger picture. I thought I did anyway. The pieces seemed to add up. So, Voynich was some kind of biochemist and discovers or invents a new drug. Dr. Rithvik provides a list of patients from all over the state with sleep disorders. And Roman finds out about it through my sister Fiona. But instead of exposing the whole thing, he helps with the research? That doesn't seem right to me. Why would Roman get involved in something like that? It wasn't for money. It wasn't like that, said Anna, rubbing her forehead. It was Roman who recruited the others, along with his students. He thought he was going to cure the world. Cure what? Nightmares. But Deacon? He was obsessed. He thought, God, I don't want to know what he thought. He thought he could touch people's dreams. I don't know how to describe it. He was fucking crazy. He hurt people. Not just their bodies, but their minds, their souls. Made them do things. You're saying that Dr. Voynich ran some kind of cult, right? Some kind of Heaven's Gate, Manson family shit? She shook her head with exaggerated sweeps. It was worse than that. I was getting frustrated with the half-answers and illusions. I wanted to get to the fucking point. He was experimenting on people, on Roman's students and Rithvik's patients, giving them experimental drugs? Anna refused to meet my stare. Roman said Deacon could do stuff, yes. Stuff? He could get into people's heads, make them see things. He could make them do things in their sleep. He taught this to Roman? Some of it Roman taught him. How did he do it? Some kind of sleep science brainwashing shit? There were 12 of us at first, if you count Roman. We were all ordinary kids from relatively normal families. Most of us were in the psychology or sociology programs, with some branching into neuroscience or biochemistry. Bright, affluent, healthy kids. We all had our own styles, but we all were marked by the sigil, painting it on our shirt, body, or face. It was fun, like a fun house. What did the students do there? Deacon stood over us, gently handling a white lab rat, hypnotically passing it from palm to palm as he spoke. Nobody remembers the stuff he was saying, referring to himself as a shaman, an instrument, tulpa, and the redreamer. He said dreams were messages from the angel peripheral. What did he talk about? He said nursery rhymes and half-baked fortune cookie horseshit. Anything seems plausible when you're handed LSD and a handjob. For all his airy-fairy propaganda, Dr. Voynich was running an opium den and brothel out of the laboratory Roman built. It's simple as that. The whole thing is less mysterious when you lift the veil of New Age hocus-pocus off the bald-faced truth. The truth? What? That there were college girls looking for quick cash and an easy fix, and plenty of colleagues, administrators, and IRS investigators looking for college girls? Anna shook her head violently. Somehow it didn't feel wrong when you were part of groundbreaking research. So did he discover anything? Deacon discovered a new drug. I don't know what it did, but Roman was afraid of it. Why? At first it was like a miracle. We all wanted to take it. We begged him for it. I guess that was the first sign that maybe something wasn't right. What he discovered out there was at the root of the glory and the terror he inflicted upon all of us. His students, or fuck it, let's just say cultists, were dozed out of their gourds and repeating Voynich's nonsense back to him. Shaman. Instrument. Yes. Sewer, then Deacon lost it. Lost it? How? He kidnapped a girl. Raimi, I interjected, suddenly merging her story from the campus bench with Roman's novel. Anna shook her head. Yeah, and she killed him. I gave her a look of bewilderment. Raimi killed Deacon, shot him in the head. Anna tapped her forehead. We all saw her do it. Who? Anna hesitated, and it didn't take me long to fill in some gaps. You, Roman, Diana, shit, you covered it up. For her sake, Cassie. And yours. I'm not denying it, we all had a hand in it. Christ, Anna, who else knows about this? Like I said, we were smart. We were never even questioned about the fire at the dream house. We reported it anonymously. Not that the fire department couldn't see the smoke from 100 miles away. We were lucky we didn't burn the whole county down. If anyone knew, they'd have said something by now. It doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Somebody is getting revenge on Deacon's behalf. Surely you can see that. Roman, Diana. Wait, what does Rithvik have to do with Raimi? Rithvik works in the ER sometimes. Roman knew him from way back. That's where they took Raimi. Rithvik is smart. He's smarter than he pretends. He never said anything to any of us, but he knew about everything. Roman said a lot of people wanted him dead. It seems like the whole town was mixed up in this. I don't say that out loud. I needed some time to think. Anna's story created more questions than it answered. Deacon is dead? I was angry that she hadn't mentioned this earlier. That bit of info could have saved me a lot of trouble. But I had to admit that it was a big show of trust for her to tell me, so I decided to share a little bit more. I think Roman had a secret room, like a basement or something. Anna was lost in her thoughts and feelings, and it took her some time to realize what I said. There's no basement. That's what I thought, but the cat. What about the cat? Will you help me find it? Find the cat? No, the door. What door? That's what I'm asking you. We both needed some space, we were drained. I flop down at the computer and show her what I've been researching. She shakes her head. Maybe there's something on the computer itself, like a blueprint or building plan. I've been through most of these files. What about hidden files? What files? Hidden move. I'm taking digital forensics courses through the department. You think there's a secret file about the secret room? Oh, that's dope. I won't bore you with another hacking scene, but basically Anna finds some encrypted files nested in hidden directories. She can't open them, but she can copy them to a thumb drive. She entrusts it to me. We don't find anything about a secret door, though, which would have been way cooler. These are the files I mentioned earlier. It would be quite some time beyond the scope of this book before anyone is able to break the encryption, so don't get too excited. But I don't know that yet, so I keep trying to guess the password to decrypt the files. No luck so far. Anna says we need some kind of program. She was dozing in the recliner, and for the first time I could genuinely see why Roman liked her. She was always in a hurry, but always had time. She seemed almost sweet in her sleep. I could see her eyes moving beneath her eyelids. She was dreaming. I called Seng, but he doesn't answer. Not surprising when I realize how late it is. I was tired like 12 hours ago. Remember that I got up at 3:33 a.m., then went on a 4-mile hike in skin-tight pants. Shit, I said, startling Anna, who acted like she just shut her eyes for a second. I forgot to put the clothes in the dryer. I know she just woke up to me shouting, but she looks extra confused. I explained. My car broke down and I had to hike several miles. My clothes got dirty, so I threw them in Roman's washer. Oh, she murmurs. Don't shout, please. And she's asleep again. Screw it, I could use a nap too. I lay down on the couch, and the next thing I know, the house is on fire. Anna is shaking me. I think I'm being strangled, and I twist her arm. She slaps me, and I feel the heat of the flames. Fuck, what's going on? The house is on fire. Which is exactly what you should say when the house is on fire. But there's something so surreal about the idea that no matter how you say it, the mind is slow to grasp the gravity of the situation. What? Get up, we are going to die. I'm up. Sure enough, the house is on fire, and not just a little. The fire is so loud I can barely hear Anna screaming at me. We're both drenched in sweat. The kitchen is awash in flames. No getting out that way. We retreat to the hallway as the inferno reaches the ceiling. The window! We ran into the bedroom, but the window won't budge. It had been painted shut about 50 times. We tried together with no success. Break it. I grab a small bust of Mozart off the shelf and prepare to chuck it through the window, but the bust disintegrates in my hand with a hard blast. Before I can discover the meaning of this, Anna tackles me around the legs and we both go down. More bullets chick through the window pane. Stay down, she shouts. They're trying to kill us. Who? I ask reflexively, but it doesn't really matter at the moment. I roll onto my stomach as bullets splash against the drywall, shattering picture frames and science equipment. The back. We crawl on hands and knees over each other, trying to get to the rear door. Anna slams into it, but I pull her back into the house. They're out there, I shout. You won't make it. She clutches my hand in hers as a shot splinters the door jamb. Ballistics would later link rounds from the frame to the same rifle that killed 5-year-old Meredith Rose Lockridge. Smoke fills the house, black and acrid. There are so many books and papers for the fire to feast on. She leads me to the bathroom. I'm thinking she intends to hide in the tub. What are you doing? That won't work, I scream at the top of my burning lungs. Anna pushes me against the washing machine. The circular door of the clothes dryer is hanging open. She points inside. I know dryers are built to withstand heat, but she must be crazy if she thinks it'll save us. Are you crazy? The door, she repeated in my face. We tried the door. I think she means the back door. The cat. Then I understood. The back of the dryer has been cut out. Only a dark fabric hangs in its place. I push through and crawl into a small landing. It's pitch black, and I cling to the wall as Anna comes through. She has an LED flashlight on her keychain. It's intensely bright in the sealed corridor. A railless spiral staircase stands inches in front of us. We hurry down into a dank bunker. With the keychain light, we locate a pull string hanging from the floor struts. By the incandescent glow of the naked bulb, we see a sparse cinder block enclosure with a concrete floor and a cluttered folding table. But we're certainly not safe here under the floor as the fire rages above. There's a flimsy, hollow wooden door across the room, and we push through it. We can see just enough to locate a light switch. A row of lamps buzz and flicker down a long hall. Against the wall, there are 3 slim cots. The walls are buttressed with blocks, and the ceiling is supported by pillars, but it's primarily an earthen tunnel. The smell of soil hung like drapes in the stagnant air. There's got to be another way out, I said. We're past the house, observed Burr. Maybe we should wait. I hate that idea, but I don't have a better one. Calmer now, we scan the bunker. Did you know about this place? I ask her. Number I had no idea. This strikes me as odd, and I confront her. How did you know about the dryer then? Huh? If you didn't know about this place, how'd you know about the dryer door? She faced me, her key light raking my eyes. What are you talking about? You told me about it earlier tonight. I put my hands on my hips. What are you talking about? I suspected there was a secret room, but I couldn't find the entrance. But you did. You sat up on the couch and said it was in the dryer. Remember? I asked you what was in the dryer and you just lay back down. Bullshit. I said I forgot about my laundry. Yeah, and then later you said it was in the dryer, and I was like, what are you talking about? You're full of shit. I never said that. You told me to stop shouting. Well, I'm not making it up. Roman never let me do laundry here. Believe me, I tried. Then you must have dreamed it, I said. I was being sarcastic, but now, I'm not so sure. Or Roman told you and you forgot. Yeah, you're right. I totally forgot about the horror bunker in the dryer. You're the one who went through all of Roman's crap. Fine, I don't care anymore. Maybe we can focus on who's trying to kill us. Whoever it is, they must think we're dead by now. Unless they know about this place. Even if we knew that they knew, we don't know if they know that we knew about it. Annie, that's not helpful. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just saying. Thankfully, my phone was stuffed in my pocket. On the best days, I was lucky to get a bar out here. But in this bunker tunnel, there was no signal at all. That was probably the point. Anna patted herself down, turning out her pockets. Shit! Her phone was toast somewhere in the ruin upstairs. We need to get above ground. I think the cat can get in and out through here. There has to be another way. I hate to break it to you, but we're a little bigger than a cat. We looked around and found equipment stored, tables that had the impression of being cleared of bulky objects. There are raised flower beds, but they are barren. Burr mused that this must have been Roman's first attempt at a dream lab before they found the house. The dream house? I ask, and she shoots me a concerned expression. She wasn't expecting me to know about that. I had read the name on the files in the catacombs. The resemblance between this bunker and the photos of that house would be obvious to anyone. Since Anna wasn't closely associated with the university, it's likely she never knew those files existed. It's something I'd love to discuss, but as the flooring collapses into the bunker behind us, filling the dugout with ash and heat, we concur that escape should take priority. At the back of the tunnel, we meet with roughly hewn stairs, mixing compacted dirt and flat stones. It's a short but steep ascent, so we go single file on all fours. There was a thin sheet of plywood partially covering the exit. Anna went first, but when she tried to lift it like a can lid, it butted against something above. Instead, she slid it back and took several quick peeks, not knowing what awaited us. There was an air gap and then another lid about 2 feet higher. After about a minute of fumbling uncertainty, we came out through the trunk of the old blue Mustang into the shed. It was not graceful or tactical, but we were out of the burning house. More gunshots thwacked into the side of the shed. We ran behind the Mustang as bullets shattered the windshield and punctured fluid containers, spilling the contents. 3 figures converged in the lawn. The middle one was exceptionally tall. To his left was a young man. To his right was a young woman. 2 of them had pistols and one had a hunting rifle. Anna took cover and returned fire, pop, pop, pop. The weapon seemed paltry and ineffectual against the roar of flames and the deep of night. The 3 shooters fired indiscriminately, as if in a trance. Then another shot thundered and another. The nearby tree trunks burst with splinters. The assassins looked as they broke for cover. Gilroy was running down the hill in his bathrobe and slippers, spraying lead with a shotgun. We heard fire trucks and ambulances wailing in the distance as the blaze overtopped the trees. The attackers scattered into the woods. Gilroy joined us behind the car, panting and cussing. "Nice night for a stroll, ladies?" We remained in the shed until the responders arrived. We just had to hope that the shooters had taken their leave. Whoever they were, they made no effort to disable Anna's car, so they likely assumed we were dead until it was too late. Which, given the utter annihilation of the house, was a pretty fair assumption. But we are not dead. We are pissed. After being checked out by the EMTs and questioned by police, it was almost morning when we separated. Anna offered to let me stay at her place, but I declined. Instead, she went back to the station with a promise to return to collect the carpet sample that evening. At approximately 0100 hours, Rithvik's silver sedan pulled in with Ciro behind the wheel. Raimi came out of the back seat before the tires settled. We hugged and she asked questions in frantic phrases. "What happened? Are you okay? Oh my God, are you okay? Were you inside? What happened?" Ciro stood half out of the driver's seat and beckoned. Come back with us. Raimi held my hand in the back as we drove the few miles to the mansion. Ciro opened the door for us and we walked together inside. Raimi led me back to the room where I spent the night before last, as if that had been a rehearsal. Although now I was increasingly numb as the strings in my chest ever tightened. Raimi's eyes watered as she tried to wipe soot from my cheeks. I'd like to rest, I said, drawing her hand away. She left me to once again shower and to cry. I never thought of crying as a weakness. There's no shame or failure in it, as long as it's not the only thing you do. I regard crying as I do bathing, resting, or eating. It is a physical act of repair and of preparation for things to come. The drain ran dark with ash from my skin and hair. I stayed longer than necessary, letting the scalding water scour my weary back and limbs. I had no idea what time it was. It was surely late. When I emerged cleaner and redder, I found a brand new bathrobe waiting for me, as if someone knew I'd be back. I saw nothing malicious in this prediction, though. Raimi lived here, as did Ciro, and Esperanza had her own room in the mansion. It was reasonable to conclude I would stay a while. The only question was as to my role in Rithvik's roster, whether I was a ward, a mercenary, or a servant. My clothes were gone. They were essentially ruined anyway, blackened, soiled, torn, and singed. With no armor but this robe, I sought the other occupants. I was physically exhausted, but my mind was burning like Roman's house had, burning with furious and eager questions. Not just questions, but accusations. I follow the glow of light down the hall. Somewhere in the mansion, the room is a museum of Rithvik's career, awards and memorabilia everywhere. And in the middle of the room is an oil portrait of Rithvik, gaudy and narcissistic. Raimi has lit a prayer candle and sits on the floor, propped against the wall with her head bowed and legs to her chest. Before I can announce myself, she speaks through her arms and knees. There's been another fire at the hospital. I close the distance. They're saying it's an accident, but was anyone hurt? Raimi wiped tears from her eyes. One nurse was burned. And what? Nathan is missing. Missing? Gone from his bed like he was never there. We need to get down there. Ciro already went. He's with the police now. I approached her slowly. Our bodies are illusions. She gazed up at me. That's what he always says. Now he's gone. Like that. The fire was a distraction, I said. Someone wants Rithvik alive. Raimi stood up, revealing a bottle of whiskey in her fist. It was nearly empty. Why did you come here? You know why, I said defensively. My brother was murdered. What do you even care? You were never here when things got bad. I was closer to Roman than you. That's not fair. You don't understand my family. Sure, what do I know about family, right? I didn't mean that. You know, the only reason Roman talked about you was to say how you wasted everything. This isn't about me. Yeah, he said you were smart and strong and honest, but you wasted everything on pointless cruzados. This isn't pointless. I'm going to find who killed my brother and Dr. Rithvik in the process. Raimi flung herself into an oversized leather recliner. What have you found, huh? Deacon Voynich, for one thing. I watched her face for a response. Did you know he was fucking around with my sister? Raimi couldn't disguise her distress, burying her head in her hands. Oh, God. Tell me the truth. Raimi pressed the bottle to her lips. It was a well-practiced motion, but she didn't take a drink. She let the bottle dangle over the arm of the chair. She whispered, What do you think you know about Deacon? I shrugged dejectedly. Everything I had on him was in the house, but I know he's dead. Raimi laughed and hiccuped. You sure? Nobody will tell me where he is. I thought she was being flippant, but her chewed-down fingernails were dragging streaks in the leather of the chair, and her eyes were glossy, fixed on the window as if the man himself was stood upon the lawn. I couldn't help looking over my shoulder, wondering who or what she saw. Now that Roman and Deacon are dead, I said with finality, Dr. Rithvik can make millions on this new drug? No, that's what he was talking about at the party. He was trying to convince those Norwegians to build their new labs here. No. Then how is he involved? I don't know, they approached him. I threw up my hands in frustration and stomped around the room. Roman and Deacon were already working together before Rithvik got involved? I don't know, I only met Roman after you shot Deacon. Raimi realized I had learned more of the story than she had shared. And it was you, I said sharply. You were in Roman's house the night he was killed. Her puzzlement appeared genuine, but wasn't. What are you talking about? You knew about the basement this whole time. You lied to me about Deacon. Raimi slipped under my arm, abandoning the chair. The bottle fell from her grip and landed on its side. I picked up the whiskey and took a shot. The throaty sting was more sobering than anything. Raimi stared out the window. I got a phone call from Roman. She was pallid and her fingers picked at themselves. She expected not to be believed. He called me. After he was dead, he told me to run, to hide, not to trust anyone. I didn't know where else to go. She waited for me to accuse her of lying, to tell her she was crazy. But I knew it was true. What else did he say? He said someone would come to protect me. I thought he meant Ciro or Annie. I saw you and I panicked. I came back here. I didn't think someone like you could help me. I ignored her comment. I wanted to know more about Roman's activities just before the shooting. So, Roman was performing the experiments, not Deacon? Raimi nodded and I continued. Roman wanted to cure nightmares, that's what Anna Burr said. What did Deacon want? Raimi stifled her reflexive response. Cosas malas. He believed that dreams are the world, the real world, especially the bad ones. What did he do to you? We were all grateful to him at first. I owed him my life, and he cared for me. No one else did. Nobody cared about me. You sure that wasn't a dream, too? Raimi's voice hung in her throat, and she sobbed once before nodding. He arranged for my mother to drop me off at the diner after school. She didn't care. Deacon and I would have milkshakes and pie. He would ask about my dreams, my plans, and my day, then give me some pills. That's all I wanted. Until one day, mi madre, she never came to pick me up. So he took me to the house. Whose house? He called it Casa de los Sueños. That's when the evil, at approximately 0300 hours, bang, bang, bang. I jump and turn, dropping the bottle. Fucking Ciro. He came in. It was obvious he had been listening outside the door. That's enough, he said, cutting between Raimi and I. I put my hands on my hips, looking pretty darn tough in my fluffy lavender bathrobe. I'm not done. What do you hope to accomplish with these questions? Deacon didn't kill your brother. I push past him, but he grabs my shoulder and spins me. That's enough, he repeats with a firm grip on my elbow. Enough for tonight. I stared hard at him, trying to decide between a hip toss or an armbar. Raimi broke into tears and ran from the room. The tension of confrontation frightened her. Ciro stooped to pick up the bottle. He crossed the room and poured a shot into a proper glass. He handed me the drink. I was pissed at him again, but I swallowed the whiskey. Even though he had let go of me, I was still considering breaking his arm. I raised my finger to tell him off, but the glass slipped from my hand. It shattered on the hardwood floor. I didn't want to admit how shaken I was by Raimi's story. There was no hiding it now, though. Ciro and I bent at the same time to clear away the glass. When we stood, we were very close. Sorry, about the glass. It's not what I wanted to break. Ciro chuckled, but not because he didn't think I could do it. It's okay. No, it isn't. I turned away. I just get so fucking mad. You're mad because you are hurt. It's natural. And you never get mad, do you? I don't get hurt. You can't help her like that, I said, by burying her trauma. But I thought we were not so different. If anything hurts the ones we care about, we bury it. That's why you're here. I couldn't deny the truth of what he said. I do want to bury the motherfucker who killed Roman. But I also want to protect the others if I can. Raimi, Diana, even Rithvik. That's why you're here, isn't it? I live here. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Actually, I came to tell you. About Dr. Rithvik. I know. I know Raimi told you about that. It's something else. He was staring at me, but not like a fellow mercenary or like a klutz in an oddly shaped dress, but like he was about to tell me his deepest, darkest secret. I leaned towards him, my hands clasping behind me. Tell me what? Your car is totaled, sorry. What, that's what you wanted to tell me? I brought you this. He held out a small white box with a red ribbon tied around it. I was so mad. Okay, yes, I was hurt. I was really sure we had something, that there was something between us. Although up until this moment I wanted there to be nothing between us, if you get my meaning. but this piece of shit clown tells me my dad's classic car is wreckage, like everything else in my life, and then hands me a fucking box? You're not going to open it? I laugh at him, but mostly at myself for acting like a schoolgirl, fawning over some handsome, intelligent, well-dressed, muscular, emotionally distant jerkface that doesn't even deserve my time. I snort and slip off the ribbon. I throw the little white lid on the floor. Inside is my cassette from the Trans Am tape deck. The faded label reads, "Cass Mix, do not remove, or we'll fight." I want to throw it in Ciro's smug, incredibly thoughtful face, but I just burst into tears instead. Ciro is as shocked as I am at the reaction as I fall into his arms. Roman, made it for me. He held me, gently swaying and patting my head. I slowly gather myself as snot and tears soak into his tailored Italian lapel. I'm sorry, I choke. It's been a rough few days, I guess. He put his hands on my cheeks. You're the strongest person I know. Come, let's go to bed. Now, I'm not sure to this day how the physics work or whose hands did what, but when I nodded, okay, my fluffy lavender robe fell off. Way off. Snap. Light gone. Heat lightning arced against a cobalt sky. I watched the distant thunder move across the panes of the floor-length windows looking onto an encroaching copse of churning trees. The dissonant yip of joyous coyotes yielded to the urgent howling of a wicked wind. Ciro's room was dark, Spartan. The walls hung with rare medals, certificates, and old photographs. The moonlight flattered us both with Prussian blues mingling skin and silk. Ciro held me as memories flooded through my mind. You're tense, he said with his eyes closed. Do you know you're vibrating all the time? I'm worried. Don't be. It's not that simple. I wish it was. You're worried about Ramy? She's so afraid of what? I don't know, of Deacon. You said he was dead. But how can I be certain? I wasn't there. Where's his body? Ciro's arms tightened around my waist. Where's your body? Seriously, I murmured in mortal terror of melting. Why are you so warm? Chapter 20. Originally, I wrote a whole steamy scene, explicit, graphic, gratuitous even. But after letting this manuscript chill for a few days, I returned to it and was immediately mortified by my glib and descriptive abuse of adverbs. I know by now that you and I have been through some shit together, and I know I said we need to build trust. But trust me, you're better off not knowing the details of what transpired on that night, and into the early morning. I only ask you bear in mind that I had been through a lot, physically and emotionally. And Ciro put me through a lot more. There's no time to linger on it, though, because I'm uncomfortably stiff on the floor and one foot has found its way underneath the bed. I'm generally not superstitious, but there's something about that liminal space that's viscerally unnerving, distressing in my DNA. I'm fighting to stay asleep in this reverie when I think I hear noises downstairs. I sit up, pressing off of Ciro's chest. What was that? It's Craigo, he says, but this bum is still asleep. I'm probably being paranoid, which I generally am, which is different from superstitious, but let's stay focused here. My bathrobe is MIA, so I drape Ciro's button up over me. He likes his clothes fitted, but it's still enormous. As I rolled up the sleeves, my knees wobbled, marveling that my whole body could fit in his shirt. So how did he fit in me? Focus. I have no gun, no flashlight, no phone, doing great. But it's probably fine. If I was actually worried, I'd wake the Greek god taking a post-coital snooze on the Afghan rug. I moved carefully down the hall. The floor makes no sound, unlike Roman's house, and I feel pretty sneaky on my toes. I came to the small study where Ramy and I had spoken. The prayer candle is in its last flickers of life. I step into the room. Ouch! I berate myself internally for the outburst. Fuck, though, something stabbed my foot. I hopped into the room, examining the underside of my foot. There was nothing there but a bead of blood. I wiped it away and searched the floor. A shard glinted from the broken whiskey glass. I bent to pick it up. I'm deliberate with it, not wanting to cut myself any more than I have already. Broken glass is treacherous. As a pathological thing smasher, I should know. I happen to look up before standing, and I see beneath the leather recliner. It's another one of those prickly liminal spaces that I'm not fond of. But I see a brown cylinder. I don't need to grab it to know what it is, but I do anyway. It's a pill bottle. There's no label, no identifiers, instructions, or physician's name, no lid, and nothing left inside. Cassie? I whip around in time to see Ramy disappear down the hall. Shit, wait, she's too fast. Ciro! I shout as I'm already flying down the stairs. Across the main entryway, an eerie silhouette dashed for the far passage. I couldn't make out any details, but it was just like the first night at Roman's. But why was she running in her own house? What the hell? Then from the opposite direction, the shadow came at me. I covered and braced. The impact staggered me and I tripped on the bottom step, falling back. When I shot up to counter, the shadow was gone. I'm conflicted at this point. I mean. Right or me, not past me in this exciting moment. I'm sorry to break the tension, but I want to make something clear. Here, in about a minute of real time, I'm going to realize that I'm dreaming. This mystery shadow attacker is our first indication that something isn't quite right. While not begrudging other writers their trope and trade, it personally feels disingenuous to mislead you for the sake of a jump scare. My editor argued that the dream sequence adds to the foreboding atmosphere of the narrative, but I just can't betray the trust we've worked so hard to build. I only include this sequence because even years later I can't say for absolute certain what really happened. You'll see what I mean. I raise my gun and fire into darkness. My gun? I guess I had it with me all along. My senses tingle and I turn. The shadow comes again from the corner. I fire and it explodes in prismatic fractals. I pivot to run up the stairs. Raimi is on the landing. "It's him!" she screams. I spin, every nerve straining, sweat dripping, eyes darting, everywhere shadows are moving. "Get the lights!" I shout to no one in particular. As if in reply, a burst of stunning fire envelopes me. I swing round to see a stranger unfolding out of the shadows. The fire is at my feet like a twisting serpent. There are more figures. 3, now 5, coming at me from the walls and ceiling, curling inward. I retreat. It chases. I head for a door, any door, and fling it open. They're a hand. A hand. The 5 figures hook and close on me, following me across the floor. I look up to see Raimi in the doorway, encoiled, wreathed in serpentine fire. On the other side, the hand contorts into a claw, and each finger is the stranger. His face a smear, a mask. My legs are weak. I fall. I've forgotten how to move, how to fight. Raimi and the stranger stand over me. She reaches for me and her touch burns through my flesh. My arm erupts in flames as greasy droplets of subcutaneous fat sizzle to the floor. I scream in searing agony. "Who are you?" The shadow stranger folds around Raimi like a hand upon a candle. The howling breeze blows through every window and the light extinguishes in a curl of smoke. I lie helpless on the floor, cradling my simmering arm. Finally, Ciro comes through the doorway, still buttoning his trousers. I point at the nearest window. "He's here, get him, stop him." Ciro offered me his hand. "What are you doing?" I can't understand why he's hovering over me when someone is in the house. The shadow, I manage to spit. It's after Raimi. Ciro lifts me up and I see beyond his shoulder that Raimi is on the stairs. Her expression is contorted with fascination and dread. "Are you awake now?" "What?" Ciro holds my face in his hands so that we lock eyes. "Are you awake?" I don't have time for his nonsense. I push past and see I'm in the kitchen. I need to plan my next move. Find Raimi, find the shadow. I just need to remember how I got here. "Cassandra." "It's all right, my arm, I show him my charred and ruined limb. It's fine, except his sleeve is dingy from the floor. "What? You were sleepwalking." Naturally, I call bullshit. Did you drug me?" Ciro is understandably nonplussed by this accusation and withdraws from me. I'm furious, scared, vulnerable. "Did you help cover up Deacon's murder too?" "No, I don't know what you're talking about." I swear I'm about 10 seconds from beating his ass when I take an aggressive step toward him. A tingle of pain reminds me I cut my foot. I did, didn't I? That's when I remember that Ciro had poured me a drink, but it was from the bottle Raimi already had with her. The pills. I dashed up the stairs. "Raimi! Raimi!" I reach the top and Ciro is close behind me. I realize I have no idea where Raimi's room is. Ciro takes the lead, grabbing my hand as we run down the hall. Raimi meets us coming through her bedroom door. She is sallow and slumping. Ciro catches her as she dry heaves. I messed up. "We have to take her to the hospital." "No," orders Ciro. "It's safer here. I'll make some phone calls." Ciro carried her back to her bed. She was like a rag doll in his arms. "What did you take?" I asked her repeatedly. She answered weakly in broken English through nausea and delirium. "I need to behold. You'll leave me if you don't understand. Must prepare. Who gave you the pills? Was it Rithvik? Number Deacon." Ciro growled with frustration. "Deacon is dead and buried, for fuck's sake." Raimi curled onto her side and pulled a pillow over her head. "No importa." Ciro snapped at the phone. "We're not taking her to the hospital." When he hung up, he looked at me. "Gillis Blake is on his way. He knows what to do." I wait a beat, then confess. "I want to see Deacon's body." Ciro considered what I said and guided me out of the bedroom. "Why don't you leave this alone?" I crossed my arms. "You don't understand. It felt real. Your brother went to a lot of trouble to be rid of this deacon. Maybe we should honor that." Chapter 21. Ciro makes a case for coming with me, but I refuse him. He agrees to stay with Raimi and Blake while I attend my brother's funeral. It's a simple reserved service at the local parlor. Roman was cremated according to his wishes. His stately urn stood on the altar bedecked in flowers donated by the university. Our parents are there with Fiona. We barely speak, and that's fine with me. I'm a mess. I had promised Mom and Dad that I would find Roman's killer. And at the end of the week, I had been abducted and tortured, totaled my car. Roman's house was burnt down. His best student was missing. A prominent doctor was poisoned and vanished from the hospital, while the teenage girl who hired me tried to kill herself out of fear. And my only suspect was a dream ghost. The brief service has just ended and the mourners disperse. Raimi should be here. If she survives her ordeal, I know she will regret not saying goodbye. There are several faces I recognize. Gilroy and Street, Hobbs, Tseng, Devon, the sheriff, Deputy Dillon, colleagues, administrators, IRS investigators. There are also several members of the press, and 30 or 40 more. Some of them, if I had to guess by their dress and demeanor, are doctors. I keep my distance from the crowd. My eyes are on Fiona as she wheels amongst the mourners, receiving condolences. A different nurse follows close behind. My parents ask how I'm doing, where I'm staying, am I sick, how's Brian, and so on, like reading from a teleprompter. The whole transaction takes 5 minutes, ending with my mother lamenting that now she will never have grandchildren, because clearly this is about her. Meanwhile, Deputy Burr has arrived at Rithvik's mansion to collect the carpet sample. She opted not to attend Roman's funeral. I still don't know how I feel about that. Esperanza lets her in. Coming up the stairs, she passes Blake on his way out. Her eyes cut into him, but he doesn't stop. There's no good reason for him to be here, especially today. Burr pauses on the stairs as Esperanza lets him through the front door. When she latches and locks it, Anna asks, "What's he doing here?" Esperanza stuttered some Spanish, but Burr knows she understands. "Hey, just visiting Ms. Ramsey, officer. A friend from uni." Anna doesn't buy that shit for a second, but can't blame Esperanza. She's doing what she was told. Likely Cassie, me, had neglected to mention she'd be stopping by, which I did neglect to mention. Rithvik's office is dark. Crime scene equipment, tape, tripods, styrofoam cups still linger. A temporary job light stands at one corner. Rather than hunt for a lamp, Burr switches on the stark beam. She makes her way unhurried to the place where the ice bucket had fallen. She stares down at the floor. It seemed like a brilliant idea at the time. Now she has her doubts. The poison wasn't even the primary concern anymore. Dr. Rithvik had disappeared from the hospital while under the protection of the sheriff's department. There was no way to know what condition he was in now, even if he did just up and walk out. Waste of time, she thought. Anyway, I'm coming out of the bathroom at the back of the funeral parlor and catch sight of somebody moving cautiously through the crowd. To clarify, the crowd is about 40 people milling, gossiping, and snacking around Roman's ashes. This figure is dressed like a textbook spy. Dark glasses, black blouse, a fedora like I imagine Norman Donner would wear on one of his adventures, and a long black coat. It's only marginally functional because this happens to be a funeral. I can't help but smile slightly. I go out the rear door and post at the corner where I can see both exits. Not long after, the coated figure slinks into the back lot. There's only one funeral home, and the backside faces a bad neighborhood. The streets are trashier and disrepaired. The figure scrambles across the street and slips through an iron gate topped with barbed wire. I followed at some distance. It was dangerous, maybe, but less stressful than the funeral. I peer through the bars. The figure glances back towards the street to see if she's been followed. She has, but somehow overlooks me. Maybe I'm sneaky. Maybe she's an amateur. Either way, I get a glimpse of a woman's face beneath the brim of the spy hat. It's obviously Diana Young. She disappeared into an abandoned building. I let myself through the gate, following her lead. The derelict building had once been a hospital. When the partnership of the new hospital with the university was announced, it didn't take long to drive this old dame off the market. Now there wasn't even enough money to demolish it. The littered and deserted corridors echo with footfalls. I pass by empty wards of rotting mattresses and spilled boxes of surgical supplies. I explore this tiled labyrinth looking for signs of Diana's course. Birds fly up disturbed as I wonder why Diana would be slinking around this ruin. Then it dawns on me that I'm an idiot and this is a trap. Right on cue, Diana appears behind me. Instead of facing her, I rush to a corner, double back and wait, playing at her own game. I hear Diana running. her heavy boots marking every step. She rounds the corner with a gun in her hand. Sprinkling shafts of light cut through the circular window and fall on an overturned operating table. Pieces of discarded equipment clatter underfoot. Diana scans the shadows as she advances into the room. I knew you couldn't stay away. Diana turned briskly, swinging her aim confidently but inexpertly. I enjoy turning the tables on her, even though I'm unarmed. Silence. I provoke her. You wanted to make sure Roman was dead? Silence. Don't want people to wonder. Don't want to make the same mistake you made with Deacon. Diana threw down her dark glasses to see better in the tepid interior gloom. The veins in her temples bulge and throb. Deacon Voynich is dead, she screeched, and the walls echoed. Is dead? Is dead? Is dead? A lot of people will be really pissed off when they find out he's still alive. Honestly, I never believed this back from the grave bullshit, but I could tell it struck a nerve with her. Diana looked up. She spotted me above on a metal catwalk. They'll never find out what happened to him. They will when I dig him up, just so I can bury him again alongside whoever killed my brother. You shouldn't have come here, Loner. Listen, I don't give a fuck about Voynich. Who shot Roman? Young lowered her gun. How the fuck did you get up there? And you still don't believe me? Which part? That Roman lost his mind. He was paranoid. He thought everyone was out to get him. He claimed Deacon was alive, and that hitmen from Czechoslovakia were trying to kill him. Crazy shit. Well, someone did. They'll kill you and me too. Who? I don't know. Someone burned Roman's house down. Did you know about that? Tried to burn me and Anna Burr with it. Diana raised her gun. You know, funerals make me nihilistic. Like nothing we do matters. I don't give a shit about you. Just tell me who killed my brother. Jesus, you want a name? Like an actual fucking name? Maybe Roman gave you too much credit. You're thinking small time, Loner. This goes way beyond small town peccadillos. We were going to change the fucking world. By curing nightmares? That's just the surface. Diana is weary, and the gun is heavy in outstretched hands. She holsters the weapon and sits herself on a concrete ledge. I clamber down from the catwalk and approach. Why the disappearing act? I like playing games with people. Gives them something to wonder about. Games? It distracts them from their banality for a few days. It's like a public service. You think this is a game? Silence for a moment, and I'm increasingly pissed off because she's talking about my brother's life, and Deacon's sicko experiments like they're trivial, harmless pranks. Everything is a game. Don't be so literal. It's pedestrian. You think you're hot shit, huh? We went out the back of the hospital. Diana leads me up an alley and down a sidewalk, cutting through a parking lot, past the shelter and the rehab center, and back across the tracks as it curves and heads into an overpass. We walk and talk. Roman really was brilliant, you know. I don't tell her how happy I am for her approval. Oh, we were going to discover the secrets of the universe. That's why I liked Deacon at first. He promised me all these explanations. Rithvik too. And he didn't have any? He had something. He taught me how to bend the rules. I always thought of myself as a lateral thinker, but shit, these guys were in and out of their boxes at the same time, depending how you observed them. It was wild, man, mind-fucking. Is that all? Sounds like more talk. No. Diana was smirking at some fond remembrance, then snapped alert, grimacing and menacing. At the end, when we had enough of him, that's when he got in my head. Romans too. He showed us what we really are when the shine is gone. Protoplasm, jelly, shit. You believe that? I felt it in my own fucking soul. See, that's his best trick. No more dreams. Just truth's hated beam. You're never ready for that. So you had a bad trip, got scared, killed him, is that it? Diana sighs. You think Deacon Voynich came up with an entirely new wonder drug on his own? They gave it to him to play with. God damn it, Di, who is they? Nobody knows, that's the whole point. We're just lab rats to them, monkeys. Small towns are perfect microcosmos. Isolated, homogeneous, private. You know, all the big companies have beta test sites for their products. They've been doing this shit for centuries, man. Now who's being paranoid? And what about the university? How are they involved? Drugs. Drugs get pharmaceutical contracts, Loner. Enlightenment is for paupers. Even Deacon understood that. We're into a neighborhood, serene and sedate as Haddonfield. A dozen two-story cottages packed into a few acres. Claustrophobic front and backyards carved out by xenophobic shrubs and picket fences. Painted mailboxes and POW flags. This is it. This is what? Where it all started. Diana didn't point at a white house with black shutters and a red door. Deacon's house. There had been a garden, nicely delineated by hand-picked stones and black mulch. The garden is gone now, replaced by browning weeds and molehills. You're kidding. We may have been a troupe of drug-addled youngsters, blindly following a charismatic charlatan, but I'm no merry prankster, and this sure as shit wasn't electric Kool-Aid. Have you been inside? Of course. Since his disappearance? Diana hesitated, then shrugged with her hands buried deep in her coat pockets. I come here sometimes. What the fuck for? Home away from home, you want to go in or what? I took a deep breath. Hell yeah, I wanted to go in. But I'm also smart enough to know that what I want and what I ought are usually very different things. Okay, I said. Give me your gun. Diana huffed. Give me your soul. Fine, do you even know how to use that thing? Do you even know how to use your soul? She asked while slowly pointing a finger at me. Bang. You're dead. You're really a lot of fun to be around. Let's go. We cross the street and Diana takes us around the narrow porch to the back gate. It's a simple latch and we're up on the landing. She opens the screen door with a shrill whine of the spring and the back door is unlocked. It's dreary inside. The carpet is old and a worn path speaks of heavy traffic. All the blinds and curtains are drawn, leaving only streaks of ambience to ricochet off the dust we disturb. The house was built in the 50s, remodeled in the 80s, painted and modernized in the 90s. My eyes navigate the room. We're in the kitchen. I can see appliance displays glowing. Diana reaches for a light switch and I slap her hand. Calm down, geez, she hisses. This isn't Watergate. Why is the power still on? All the bills are paid, she answered smugly. I had Seng look at the records. Electricity, water, gas, trash, taxes, internet, all paid on schedule. Must have been on autopay. Deke was organized. You realize you can see the lights from the street? So? So you're the one who's been feeding this paranoia. This house is just sitting here. It's not considered abandoned because Voynich isn't considered missing. Might as well use it for something. I wanted to snatch her in a headlock and grind my knuckles into her skull. You're the fucking ghost. She shrugged. Okay, I can see that. And what are we supposed to find here? I don't know. You're the detective. We went into the living room. The space is overburdened with stout furniture, but it's not cluttered like Roman's house. There's a wide couch and an open rug. There are 2 coffee tables and no television. Roman always sat there. Diana pointed at the left arm of the couch. And Deacon sat over there. She pointed at a high-back antique chair off to the side. Deacon sat on the edge and leaned toward you when you spoke. He was so engaged like he wanted to eat you. I winced because that sounds creepy. Diana got defensive. No, it was like he saw you, man. Heard you. Everybody else leans back on their phones and says, yeah, cool. But Deacon, he wanted you. He wanted inside all of us. It was like love. I thought you hated him. Well, what was Roman doing here? They talked, look. We went through a cutaway into a den. There were whiteboards and posters on every side. Formulas, diagrams, models, and sketches hung on the walls and scattered on the floor. Deacon liked to talk in riddles. It was fucking annoying after a while. But Roman was like a human flowchart. You had to follow him or you didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. 1 minute it's paleobotany, then it's astrophysics, fractal solitons, psychogeography, and emergent murmuration. I rifled through the stacks of notes and drawings. Someone had scribbled on a bicycle safety pamphlet. A distinguishing feature of the echinoids is that the ossicles imbricate. And then Deacon would say, let's get quiet. And we'd all sip bourbon and smoke weed. We felt like the Illuminati. But it wasn't just weed. No, he did it right. We thought we were so cool. Me, Blake, Carla, Misty, and Mark. We thought free weed, man. And all the homework help we could hope for. But then it was acid, then coke. Then Misty started sleeping with him. What about the dream house? Diana was characteristically cool. We burned it to the fucking ground. Who's we? Roman didn't even hesitate. He brought 3 sacred objects. A file folder, a gas can, and a gun. This had gone way too far, for far too long. You burned it because Deacon kidnapped Raimi? He was going to kill her. I was fed up with everybody's hand-wringing, especially Burr. Why kill her? Why kidnap her? Doesn't matter. We weren't going to give him the chance. Roman thought he brought his best knights, only to watch them buckle in the face of fell deeds. That's what happens when you lose touch with reality. Stay outside. He chides before starting towards the house. I brought my own gun. I was the first to follow him. Okay, I say. Walk me through it. Diana's eyes glazed over as she stared into the past. She acted out each action as she described it in the moment. It was like watching a one-woman stage performance at open mic night. I got the sense this was not the first time the events of that night had replayed in her mind. Mark Shutter met us at the door. We anticipated violence, but he raised his hands and says, "He's expecting you." Burr and Blake exchange nervous glances. Loner turns to me. Look around. If you find the kid, yell. She's Latina, that's all I know. Shutter turns away, grinning to himself as Roman follows. I peer gun first into a circular room where 5 kids are sitting cross-legged on the floor and rocking back and forth as if self-soothing. One man looks up. He's wearing a mask homemade out of tree bark and papier-mâché. He says nothing while another spots me behind the plastic divider. "Hey, Dai Young," he says pleasantly. "Didn't think you were coming back." One of the girls is topless, attempting to breastfeed a moldy baby doll. "Come try this." She smiles a crazed smile and reaches out for me. She has a snake around her neck that descends from under her hair and drips itself over the baby doll pressed to her exposed nipple. Probably just a bull snake, not venomous, but unnerving. The masked man is squatting like a Neanderthal in front of the door. He is not hostile, but he blocks me in. I use my Doc Marten to push him back, not a kick, but an assertion of dominance. "Hey, don't be like that," says the mama, getting up and dumping both baby and snake. I went through the door, wondering if any of this is really happening. I entered a dim room where a brown-haired girl is lying on a bare mattress with her back turned. I tried to say something reassuring, but under the circumstances, I wasn't making any promises. The girl turns. It's not Ramirez. It's Melanie O'Regan, everyone calls her Misty. She's 19, a high school dropout, reported as missing by her mother. But hey, she's an adult. She can join a cult if she wants to. She gazes up at me with drugs in her eyes. She beckons me to her mattress, thinking I'm another customer client hit. When I move towards her to, I don't know, wake her, soothe her, knock some sense into her, she lashed out with a hunting knife hidden under her body. Misty snarled like a caged panther but seemed afraid to leave the mattress to pursue me. I watched as she carved the sigil into her thigh among a dozen older scars. I ran to the door to keep looking, pointing my gun as the cultists began to gather, sensing through their stupor that this wasn't a friendly visit. "Get the fuck back! Blake, come here!" Blake was standing against the wall, clutching a pocket Bible. He's not even a believer. He doesn't even know why he brought it. He's pale with terror. I snatched the book from his fingers. But where did Roman go? Shutter was guarding the inner door. Roman screamed through the passage. I pointed my gun at Mark and told him to get out of my way. He just shook his head. I fired, and the bullet struck the plaster beside him. He didn't think I was serious. He growled like an animal, so used to his size being the determining factor. I kicked the inner door open and ran in. Deacon Voynich was standing front and center with his back facing the door. He glanced over his shoulder, fully aware my gun was on him. He pointed, "Ese homo." Roman stumbles into the middle of the room, his eyes blood red. "Take a look, my children." Roman reeled like a drunkard as he looked up at me and Blake. I jabbed with my pistol. "What have you done to him?" Whatever Deacon injected him with, Roman later described faces mutating, humanity dissolved, soulless muck and void. I reached for Roman, but he retreated in disgust, shaking his head. "Don't touch me, he's got me." "You want to try some of that, little girl?" Deacon held up his syringe for me to see. He raised his arms like a Christ, welcoming all into his lair. The last thing he says is, "Behold." I had to ask, behold what? We don't know what he wanted us to see because his brains were blown out. A bullet passed through his skull, killing him mid-sentence. Roman said that something emanated out of his fractured frontal bone, a face not his own with swells of darkness pulsing from the head wound. "You're full of shit." Diana paused to look up the carpeted stairs. It was very exciting. Science, you know, article consciousness. And money. These guys had money, it wasn't about that. What was it about? I'm having a hard time understanding any of this. Diana hopped on her toes. "Don't you just want something to do that isn't just something to do?" Boom. The front door flew open. I swallowed my organs and grabbed Diana. A gust of wind fluttered the stacks. "Who's that?" I snapped. Her eyes were wide with bewilderment and they spoke for her. Clenching her coat sleeve, I dragged her towards the kitchen. A shadow moved heavy from the other room, cutting our line to the exit. Diana tugged me toward the tall and narrow stairs. "No," I whispered at her. "We're not going upstairs." She pulled sharply on my arms. Where else could we go? I held out my hand in the shape of her gun. She shook her head and flew up the steps. I hate this horror movie shit, but I chase her. She runs into a back bedroom. I follow her in, and for an instant I'm afraid she'll slam the door, but she slows at the last moment and quietly presses the latch. "Who the fuck knows you're here?" "Nobody," she says. It's obvious in my face that I don't believe her. That's the whole point of disappearing. I sneak to the door and crack it open. After a quick look at nothing, I stick my ear out to listen. There are 2 or more people below us. I hear speech but can't make it out. I recognize Mark Shutter's low drawl, but who is he talking to? It's a feminine voice that Diana knows. She mouths the name. Misty. I turn back to find another way out. Diana takes my spot at the door and listens. For the first time, I realize the room is barren. The room has been cleared and partially painted. Cans, pans, and rollers loiter in the corners. A stepladder is propped under the only window. The deep burgundy paint was streaked and hasty and insufficient to coat the space. The still exposed walls are defaced by manic etchings. Black hands printed and smeared, repeated and layered. The remnants of words or possibly names are barely perceptible in the shading. I can make out the letters, R-I-P-H-R-A, amid the chaos. I take a picture with my phone. The fucking flash is on and Diana has a heart attack. She clutched her chest and glowered at me. Then she sees what I see. We scan the room together. Was this here before? No, I dash. Who else has been staying here? She doesn't have an answer. Looking out the window, I abandon any hope of escaping that way. It's a sheer drop onto a stone walkway, but I see there is another window over an awning. I point to it. If we can get to that window, we can climb down. Diana nods, and I assume that means she knows how to get there. For some reason, we crouch, walk out the door, and sharply down the hall. Does this make us quieter? Oh, for God's sake, the next room is even worse. It's been converted into a demented workshop. There's an improvised bench made of sawhorses and plywood. The floor is covered by the loudest plastic drop cloth ever made. Several tables have been pressed into service to support piles of hammers, hacksaws, drills, surgical, and anatomical manuals, assorted bones, animal skins, sewing machines, and leather works. We sigh a collective, "What the fuck?" Diana hands me her gun so she can claw at the window. While she fights the swollen wooden window frame, I go to the door and peek. A second chill wind groans through the cottage as the front door opens again. The voices are silent. After the creak of slow footsteps, I hear Misty gasp. "It's you." Young gets the window open and we're gone. Once we hit the ground, we hustle 5 blocks before stopping to breathe. I said hustle, not run. What the hell is going on in that house? "Beats me," panted Diana. "I never saw any of that." "Who was the third person?" "How the fuck do I know?" "Was it Deacon?" Seriously again. "How do you know he's truly dead?" "Because I killed him." "You killed Deacon Voynich?" "Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Either way, he deserved it." Pause. Later on, I was able to get a copy of the autopsy done on Voynich's body. The medical examiner's report stated that death would have been instantaneous. The last time I spoke to Young, she still fervently insisted she had delivered the deadly shot. But ballistics would later confirm it was not her who killed Dr. Voynich, but Ramsey Ramirez with Roman Loner's gun. Maybe he doesn't see it that way. Maybe he dug out of the hole you put him in. That's what you're afraid of, you, Raimi, Anna, isn't it? Maybe you didn't do a thorough job? Burr didn't do shit. She came running when she heard the gunshots, only to find Deacon dead on the floor. She was in denial about the whole thing. She wanted to take him to the hospital. Roman poured gas on all of it, the bone heaps, the chairs, carcasses, the rugs and mattresses, even the mushrooms. I put 3 holes in his fucking chest. I did it for Roman. And me, Blake, and Burr, we carried him out and buried him so deep no one will ever find him. I'd do it again. Oh yeah? This is the first I've heard of Diana shooting Deacon. I take special note of the 3 shots. Now that Rithvik is dead, their research is gone. Diana stopped. Rithvik? There was also a fire at the hospital. You missed a lot while you were missing. People are dying. What was I supposed to do, wait for them to get me too? And I don't give a shit about Rithvik. He's a fucking liar. Her words reminded me of Fiona's, and I flash with anger. I grab Young's collar and yank her to me. Now we're eye to eye. For all her posturing, she's afraid of me. I've seen the files in the catacombs. You kept all the research, didn't you? She made no effort to break my grasp. Roman wanted to expose the whole thing. After we worked so hard, suffered. First to get results, then to cover it up. It's not fair. We deserve something. Yeah, you do. So, you shot him? She didn't kill Roman. Ciro came into the streetlight. How long had he been there? I let her go. Now you've got something you'd like to share? The cops cleared her days ago. She was with Von Walda and Blake that night. And you believe that? Cassie. Listen, said Young, turning up her coat collar. I'm leaving the country, like forever. You've got my gun, test it all you want. Ciro shrugged. This doesn't sound like a terrible idea. I just wanted to say goodbye to Roman. I shake my head. First, tell me where Deacon is buried. I'll prove to everyone he's dead. Diana tucked her coat behind her empty holster and shouldered by me. After I'm gone, if you still really want to know, go up to the blank. Behold for yourself. Ciro stood between us as her blue-eyed boyfriend, Von Walde, chirped up on a yellow crotch rocket. Without acknowledging anyone else's existence, he handed Dai Young a helmet. Once they disappeared into suburban oblivion, I spun on Ciro. What are you doing here? I challenge him. Blake told me what was in those pills. Raimi didn't just swallow them. She mixed them into the whiskey. You're saying I drugged myself? Yes, that explains why you were sleepwalking. How much did you drink? It's possible you're still under the effects. I'm fine. Would you know if you weren't? You're supposed to be with Raimi. She's okay. Your deputy is with her. It doesn't make sense. I had one sip and I was hallucinating, sleepwalking. Felt like I was losing my mind. But she drank most of it and she'll be fine? You think she has developed a tolerance for it? Dr. Rithvik was controlling her medications, wasn't he? Yes, but they were all legitimate. I picked them up myself. I don't like it, and you came all this way to tell me I'm still drugged? That, yes. And our mutual stranger gave me an address. He said they might have a certain classic car you were looking for. Roman's car. Some goons took it a few days before he died. That's why he was on foot that night. So what? You think it's worth retrieving? I'm sentimental, and besides, these are the same dreg fucks that abducted me. Ciro acquiesced. Let's get sentimental then. Anna Burr was down on one knee sawing the carpet with a box knife. She heard something. Who's there? She reaches under her jacket to draw her duty weapon. There's the noise again. Soft, deliberate, slow. She swings round, but it's too late. Mark Shutter kicks her in the stomach, winding and grounding her. In an instant, he has a scalpel to her throat. Taking a moment to let the situation sink in, he comments, I've sometimes thought if I'd had the opportunity, I would have been a doctor. Anna was taut beneath his weight. She couldn't see the steel below her chin, but she felt its chilling edge pressed against her skin. Even a slight movement could slice her open. She knew Mark well enough to know he wasn't constitutionally a killer, but he was a sadist. The healing cut, such a paradox, it's transcendent. Shutter's blade probed her cheek, just beneath her eye. You have the loveliest eyes. Like late autumn frost. I've been meaning to tell you that, but you could never take your eyes off of Professor Loner, could you? Mark, please. I could just scoop them out, ploop. Don't. Tell me where Deacon is. I don't know. Shutter pushed the blade into her skin. She was a disciplined young woman, but convulsed as the steel pierced her. Wait. There's a small cut beneath her eye, but that's all. A drop of blood appears and streaks toward her ear. Shutter intercepts and plucks it. The droplet reddens his fingertip, and he pops it into his mouth. He savors her like red wine. Your secrets are bleeding. Just relax, okay, I'll tell you. Shutter smiled wide. You'll do so much more than that. Chapter 22. The address leads us to a small garage on the south side of town. It's a private business run out of a converted home, said Ciro as he drove us. The sheriff uses the back lot for impounded vehicles sometimes. Great. Nice of Hruska to share that information. I'm not thinking about getting there. I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do when I arrive. I want to barge in, kick ass, and peel out in Roman's hot rod. But I have no idea what I'm up against. Hell, it could even be a trap. Maybe Ebenezer regretted our little chat. Moreover, I'd like to question these boys on my terms. Can't do that if they're dead. I have news from Deputy Dillon, said Ciro sideways. Huh? What? About that shooting a while back. The 3 to the chest, like Roman. What about it? They found the gun. Fuck, where? That's the interesting part. Spit it out. They found it in their own evidence locker. What the fuck are you talking about? That gun and others were being shipped to a facility to be auctioned. Dillon thinks he stumbled onto something the department is trying to keep quiet. Why's he telling you this? He wanted to tell you, but he thinks you will tell Burr. You two are close? He thinks this is an inside job now? Possibly. They knew police procedures. They knew where the guns were stored and how to get to them. And how to put them back. Shit, maybe an ex-cop? Either way, no one thought to check ballistics against a gun that was already in lockup. Motherfucker, where's Dillon now? I don't know, he took time off. Great, where are we going? We pull up to the garage. It's a quiet rural area on the edge of town. While the street is lined with a few homes and small businesses, the back of those buildings open onto forested hills stretching for miles. There's a rusted gas pump growing weeds and a broken streetlight. We can hear through the bay doors an impact wrench buzzing over concrete inside. Ciro goes to the front office while I circle to the back. What are you doing? He asks. It's a surprise. I hate surprises. Dead cars line the fence row. It's almost macabre, somber as a graveyard. There are decades of cars fading into the forest, some with trees growing through the hood or roof. Ciro approached the front desk. There was no one at the station, only a service bell and a card that said, "Ring at your own risk." He rang it. I tiptoe all sneaky and shit up to the rear bay. The garage is wide open on either side. There are at least 2 men inside. I can only see one, but he's talking to someone else. "Come on, let's go. How long's it going to take?" 45. The unseen answers. 45. All right, we've got 2 more. I'll get to them later. Let's go. Then a door opens on the other side of the bay. I'm fucking stuck in the open, so I sidle against the wall. Smooth. First thing I see is a cigarette. That's chucked into the weeds and the man turns. We immediately make awkward eye contact. It's that hillbilly Street, my other neighbor. He doesn't look all that surprised to see me. I have maybe a second to decide whether to run or fight. Come on, we all know what I'm going to pick. Street rubs his throat and shouts, "Hey, Jimmy." I shake my head at him. "What now?" "I'm going to the Gas and Chicken. You want anything?" Smokes. Street returns my gaze. "Fine. And a candy bar." "Yeah. And hurry up, we still have 2 more, you lazy fuck." Yeah, candy bar, fuck." Street walked by me without a second glance. A few seconds after he went around the garage, I heard his car speed away. "What's his problem?" said Jimmy. "Shit, you told him to hurry." "Pfft, yeah right, lazy fuck." Okay, admittedly, that's not how I thought this was going to go. Fuck it. I strut into the garage. "Howdy, fellas." 2 more of what? Jimmy, or Stroker as we know him, lets out an incredulous laugh. "Looky here, it's our little marionette." Fuck, that was kind of clever, caught me off guard. I can take witty banter off my resume. No time anyway, there's yet another of these assholes and he blindsides me before I can think of a retort. He charges into me like a linebacker. I'm weightless for an instant, then start dropping elbows between his shoulder blades. We slam into a car. The weight shifts and it drops off the jack. "Easy," said Jimmy Stroker. "Let's not kill her yet. Let's find out who she is." I'm pinned to the car, gasping for air. "I'm your worst fucking nightmare, Eck." "Shut her up." The linebacker presses on me harder. "So, Princess, how did you find this place? Just follow your cunt back to Daddy." I can barely breathe, but I can still manage to gag. Oh, gross. Then I hear it. Bam, bam, bam from the office door. Another one. What is this? Ciro kicked through the door with his gun raised. "Put your hands up, assholes." "Up." "Cassie, how you doing?" "I'm okay, No, I'm not, hang on." "Who paid you to kidnap her?" "The Tooth Fairy. Fuck off." Ciro advanced. "You'd better tell me or I'll blow your head off. I want to know now. Who hired you?" "Why you asking us? It was her friend Rupert." "Wrong answer." "Who the fuck are you guys?" "We're just conducting a routine investigation." "Fuck you." "Hey," said Ciro sharply, and even I thought he was being serious for a second. "There's a lady present. Now someone put Rupert up to it. Someone connected to this shop. Just tell us who." "We told you, asshole. Get lost." The linebacker bounced me off the car and I grunted. "Hey, take it easy, fatso." "Cassie, you want some help?" "Yes, shit, what took you so long?" "I thought maybe you were feeling embarrassed, that I had to save you so many times, and that you would like to do some kung fu things." God damn it. Despite what my record shows, I hate headbutting people. It's a great demoralizer, but it still hurts like hell. Wham! I crack into Fatso's face, instantly breaking his nose, sending blood gushing down his chin. He lets me go and I jam my thumbs into his eye sockets. I can't hold on to him though, and he shoves me against the car. I snap off the radio antenna and whip him across the face. He spun to shield himself and I saw my Colt 45 sticking out of his pants. I grabbed it and kicked him in the tailbone. He tripped over an oil pan and splattered on the concrete. If we're done fucking around, I've got some more questions. "Get a warrant." I turn to look at the other guy, and when I do, I gouge my revolver barrel into Jimmy's throat. You can do that with a revolver without worrying about the slide. Then a backspin kick to the midsection doubles him. I really don't like this guy, so I knee him in the face. He goes down. "Honey?" "What?" "That wasn't a question." "Who put you up to it? Don't tell me Paul fucking Rupert. He couldn't arrange this." "Deacon," said the last man standing. "He said his name was Deacon. Swear to God, that's all I know." I stepped toward him with my pistol primed for a backhand swipe. "Come on, man, I wasn't even there." Ciro aimed at him. "They don't know anything. How do you want to kill them?" "Seriously, knock it off. I thought this is what you wanted after what they did to you." "Yeah, I did. But now that we're here, they're just sort of lame. Let's go." We walk back to the car, taking care not to be followed or ambushed. There's a man leaning on Ciro's hood. It's Gilroy. I assume Street called him, but I have no way of knowing for sure. He's wearing an all-black suit with his hair neatly slicked back and expensive shoes that he wants us to see. What are you doing here? Gilroy chewed on a dental pick. You're wasting your time with these lowlifes. What do you care? I don't. Just trying to keep you on track. What track? Who are you really? I work for the government, Miss Loner. We've been watching these dickheads for months. So what? They're nobody. Muscle, guns for hire. We've been trying to track down a man named Dr. Deacon Voynich. Yeah, you and everybody else. You don't seem to understand, Miss Loner. He's an international drug dealer and a terrorist. I don't care about that, and anyway, he's dead. You sure? I didn't answer that. He didn't kill my brother, so I really don't give a shit. Is this why you've been snooping around? Have you seen his body? If you don't have anything to tell me, then get out of the way. Gilroy shifted to Ciro. We're not talking about ordinary drugs. He had something. Ciro smirked. Something you want. In the interest of safeguarding it, yes. What is it then? Something the Russians cooked up and tested in a Czech bunker during the Cold War. Get real. The workers sabotaged the lab. They haphazardly mixed chemicals to confuse the Russians. They thought they were doing the right thing, but only God knows what they made. You're serious? We don't know much, but it has to do with a preserved mushroom they dug up in Siberia. Like Steppenwolf? Number this is old, prehistoric, extinct, compounds that predate mammals. You have no idea what you're up against. Yeah, everyone keeps telling me that, but I'm still here. That's what the drug does, Miss Loner. Makes you feel invincible, arrogant. Makes you think you're God with a morality to match. Ciro grinned. I think she is born that way. I don't care about mushrooms or bunkers. I just want to know who killed Roman Loner. Gilroy slid off the hood and flicked his pick. You already know who. You just can't accept it yet. I opened the car door and scoffed. And which government do you work for? He watched me flop into the seat and then gently latched the door while leaning on the window, letting an MP5 peek from under his blazer. The real one. I get in the car with Ciro. I'm tired, emotionally drained from the funeral, seeing my parents, Fiona, everything. I allow myself no respite. I lean over the center console and interrogate Ciro. What did Blake say about Raimi? She's going to be fine in a few hours, maybe tomorrow. We should keep an eye on her. Did he say what this drug does, what it's for? He said it was experimental. Voynich claimed he got it from higher sources. It was meant to treat anxiety, depression, addiction, you name it. But Voynich altered the formula. To do what? Blake didn't know exactly. Roman believed it was derived from psilocybin. We drove past town and into the countryside. Ciro was taking me home with him. I didn't comment on his route. Where did she get it after all this time? We wondered that ourselves. It must have been at Roman's somewhere. I didn't like that answer, but it seemed the most likely solution. He probably had some stashed in his secret bunker, and she found it the night he died. So, what did Deacon do to it? Blake didn't know. Whatever it was, he made it more addictive than heroin. That's not usually the case with hallucinogens. So, he created a monster. It was already a monster. Deacon turned it loose. The manor could not appear more calm, a poster of tranquility and security in perfect harmony. At dusk, geese strut beside the koi pond. There's a languid, somber moment. Ramsey Ramirez shrieks and seizes in her queen-sized bed. Sweat soaks her nightshirt and the weighted comforter. She's back again in the dark place, the dream house, writhing on the floor. Her hands and feet are bound with coarse ropes, no snakes. Crushing, constricting, alive, predatory. The lab monkeys screech in the rafters and on the furniture, running at her to scratch her face and neck with their gnarled, filthy fingernails. They race unrestricted around the sanctum, frenzied, frothing, hungry. Fangs in her skin everywhere, over and over, sticking like needles. The meat sculpture creaks as the cord twists. Deacon. He's a smear, a blank. She can't quite see. She won't look. Don't look. Black serum oozes from the void and glops coldly on the concrete in a viscous puddle. Every falling drop, like a heartbeat, ushers the stream of gore toward her. Cultists surround her. Gouts of curdled venom cascade from their gaping mouths. Creak, creak the rope, creak, creak, don't look. A hand appears. It's her own. In it, the gun. It's enormous, barely fitting in her aching grip. It's so heavy and cold, dead yet deadly. She aims at the void. Oh God. The cultists slap it from her grip. Hands drag her directly beneath the sculpture. She's baptized in a frigid ectoplasmic vomit. It fills her. Shutter has one hand hooked in Anna's hair, with the other driving the muzzle of her own gun into her armpit, the shortest distance to her heart. Don't underestimate Burr, but Shudder is a legitimate giant by comparison. He's been training for this, exactly this. They paused to watch as Raimi tossed in her bed, as though an unseen puppeteer yanked at every string, tangling and flailing its plaything. Shudder likes to watch, gets off on it. He knows where Ramirez is. He helped put her there. But he's seen it before and it's time to go. Wake her up, he orders. He lets go of Anna's hair and shoves her with the muzzle. He's strong. Anna nudges Raimi's shoulder, as if not being able to wake her would somehow be an excuse to call the whole thing off. Shudder points the gun at Anna's face. At this range, he couldn't miss, and she wasn't the only one who knew where Deacon was buried. She tapped Raimi's back, calling her. A hand swings as if to rip flesh. Anna catches Raimi's wrist and tugs her out of the comforter. No point being gentle. "No!" she screams and is instantly awake. The first thing she sees is Anna's face, a tear of blood trickling on her cheek. And she knows reckoning has come. When Anna sees Raimi's eyes, she realizes her face is bleeding again. She wipes away the blood. "I'm sorry." Raimi clicks over. Shudder stands monolithic at the foot of her bed. Deacon says hi. He's on her. He knows Do-Right Deputy Burr won't try anything once he has Ramsey in his clutches. She's so frail he could snap and shake her like a glow stick. "Be a good girl," he whispers in Raimi's ear, but he's staring into Anna's frosty eyes. Ciro parked under one of the lamps along the arching driveway up to the mansion. The front door is open. Ciro draws and we race inside. I check the study, the library, the bedrooms. "Raimi!" I call out from the landing. I see Ciro below. Esperanza is dead. Raimi's not here. I spot a drop of blood on the carpet, hard to notice, but to be honest, I was looking for blood. Ciro shouts to me, did Raimi know where Deacon was buried? Or no one would tell her. That's why she thought he was still alive. I met Ciro at the bottom of the stairs. "Who else did?" he asks. "Did Burr?" "Yes, according to Young." "God, who else knows?" Ciro was already punching Blake's number. The line rang to completion. Fucker. By now, 6 vehicles have gathered outside the charred, skeletal, reclaimed remains of the Dream House. Spencer Lockridge, Misty O'Regan, and several others who will not be named, either due to a failure to identify them, lack of confirmation of that identification, or because they have been purposefully omitted based on their particular circumstances. They bivouac at the threshold, where a grayed-out picnic table serves as town center. The vehicles are circled like covered wagons, with tents and tarps strung and cross-strung between them. A fire is lit and well-fed by a year of forest fall that cluttered the encampment. Trucks arrive, bringing timber and prefabricated framings. 20 or more pairs of hands set to work, resuscitating the ruins. They hardly speak except to call out for hammers, nails, screws, and drills. Lift, pull, bring, stop, there, another... A surge of suppressed ecstasy pervades the gathering. The work moves inward toward the sanctum. As new walls arise, the interior darkens. Lamps streak angular shadows across the blackened floor. Now there are a dozen vehicles parked around the house. In the windows, lamplight flickers as forms pass between them. The bonfire grows, sparking into the airy dark. There is a low, humming chant drifting, contagious through the house. It has no set words or tones, but it steadily rises. The workers move down the passageways to the sanctum remade. Inside, they stop to kneel. Each in their own way shed their old lives. Clothing is cut and tattered. Locks of hair are severed. Beards shaven. Blood is spilled. It all goes into the fire. Lockridge stands and spreads his arms before the throng. This is the most attention he's held in his entire life. He's coming for us. Someone hangs a picture on the unfinished wall. It's a blown-up copy of Deacon, Shudder, Misty, and Carla, smiling at the entrance. It floats over a scene of amended post-apocalypse. Misty pauses to admire it. She kisses her 2 fingers and plants them on Deacon's blurred image. Welcome home, baby. Chapter 23. Mark Shudder's extended cab truck crossed the Barrens. It's a cold, overcast, and starless night. Anna Burr is driving. Her captor forbade her from fumbling with the seat, so she looks ridiculous trying to steer and reach the pedals at a severe height disadvantage. Shudder and Ramsey Ramirez are in the back. Raimi's wrists are bound by Anna's handcuffs. Mark had tried to don Anna's sheriff shirt, but it was way too small, and he hastily wadded it and stuffed it into the gym bag open at his feet. Ramirez watches, confounded and terrified. He huffed and polished the silver star, admiring it. Like the look of this? He asks her. The 5 points, they stand for corruption, indifference, oppression, misinformation, and murder. Raimi glares at him. What took you so long? I liked watching you suffer, all of you, the guilt, the paranoia, the betrayal. He spotted Anna's eyes spying from the rearview mirror. I don't have the power to resurrect him. Only Nate can do that. These things take time, planning, trust. So he is dead? Asked Raimi, relieved. Shutter waffled his answer. For now. You think you can bring back the dead? Asked Burr from the front, just a touch annoyed she was being held hostage by a total whack job. Not if he was just a man. But he's more than that. Raimi pinched her hands between her knees, the terror palpable in her dark eyes. What is he? I better let him show you. It's on the back face of an unassuming hillside. Wide, wild, a few rocks, and a profound sense of emptiness. The headlights and bar of Shutter's truck glare in the darkness, shining on a mound of disturbed dirt. Chuh, a shovel toils in the night. Shutter paced at the edge of the hole, watching the work. A few yards back, Raimi is cuffed to the passenger side mirror. Maybe she could break it, maybe not. But she couldn't outrun Shutter, nor stop him from killing Anna before giving chase. So she stood quietly shivering in the night air. What's taking so long? Burr flung down the shovel. She was caked with dry earth, with gravel in her loosely bound hair and mud like war paint on her chin and forehead. She was sweating in her bleached white undershirt despite the chill. Shutter bent at the edge of the hole and snatched Burr by her ponytail, hauling her close. If you brought us here? Burr winced and grabbed his arm for slack. This is the place. I wish I could forget it, but I can't. While Shutter is distracted, Raimi peers through the open truck window and sees Anna's duty belt coiled in the passenger seat. She's seen enough cop shows to suspect there's something dangerous in one of those pouches. But with her hands clipped, all she can do is stare and wonder. 5 minutes, growled Shutter. Get it, he better be here. Perhaps due to his own size, Shutter had underestimated how thin Raimi's wrists are. He had ratcheted the cuffs as tightly as possible, but they weren't made for little girls. If she could endure the pain of pulling and scraping, she could be free. He whipped around to startle her. What the fuck are you doing? Raimi's gone, and the leather belt is strewn on the dusty ground. He comes to the door to look into the cab. Raimi came around long ways to surprise him from behind. She takes aim with a canister of pepper spray. She bleats a desperate war cry as she depresses the trigger. Shutter recognizes the implement and shields his eyes. But nothing happens. Raimi presses and presses as she retreats. She shakes the can frantically. She can feel the fluid sloshing within, but something hinders the flow. She doesn't know how to operate the twist lock safety, and her adrenalized fingers feel like mittens. Shutter has been in enough competitions to know how to seize a fleeting advantage. He comes at her, striking the can from her hand, and slamming her against the truck grill. He slaps her. Again. Mark! Shouts Burr, raising the shovel. She's going to chop his fucking head off with the blade, but he forces the gun into Raimi's bloodied mouth. I'm not afraid of waking up, he bellows at her. We're all sleepwalkers. Anna hesitates, not only unsure whether her blow would do the job or whether he could pull the trigger before it lands, but she was afraid of hitting Raimi in her rage. She didn't realize it, but even at that distance, she was within Shutter's wingspan. He stiff-armed her and she stumbled backwards. Her heel missed the ledge and she plummeted into the fresh grave. Shutter punched Raimi in the gut, sending her to the ground. He picked up the pepper spray and maliciously doused her hair before chucking the canister into the grassy night. He couldn't see over the dirt mound, so he came cautiously. Peeking down with the gun, he spotted Burr mesmerized in the corner. A decomposed hand dangled from the dirt wall, as if waiting to be kissed. Shutter emitted a high-pitched squeal. Get away from him! The sandy hole gave way, and a roar of dust spilled onto Burr as she screamed. Shutter stepped down into the grave as easily as a bathtub. Anna scrambled and swatted the corpse dust that soiled every crease and crevice of her clothing. Oh, fuck. Oh, Christ. It's him. He waited for us. Raimi's eyes and nose were burning from the spray. Saliva, snot, and tears gushed into her hands as she sobbed and gagged. Through her haze of misery, she heard Shutter's words. She instinctively crawled under the truck, trying to hide, to bury herself, to put her body under the tires, to die, anything but this. Shutter turned on Anna, who was stunned against the opposite side. He pulled her to him and covered her mouth with his, lifting her off the ground to push his tongue into her throat. Anna slapped and kneed him, but the taste of grave dirt between her teeth drove him into a frenzy. I was biting my nails and my knees were bouncing as we cruised the lonely highway. We passed no other cars, and the headlights barely penetrated a dense fog rolling in. Are you sure about this? Ciro questioned softly. I didn't hear him the first 3 times, huh? What? Am I sure? No, goddammit, I don't know. Where else can we look? There, where? Up there. The tires screeched as the car lurched sideways. Ciro was out before I realized what was happening. They got here before us. I get out of the car and start toward him. I don't know what he sees, but I'm scared. I'm looking where the car is headed, diagonally in the street. Ciro points down the road and I look. It's hard to see. There's a certain luminescence in the mist, but it's all surface refraction. A dark figure emerges, erratic but determined. We run toward it. It's Anna. She has been badly cut. Her face and arms were drenched in blood. Loner. Shit, I couldn't. She collapses into my arms. Ciro. Indecision is plastered on Ciro's stoic face. He's not getting paid for this. Ciro, I shout at him. He makes up his mind and jogs to our aid. Give me a hand. Together we help her to sit on the hood of the sedan. Her hands were shaking, raining bloody droplets on the pavement. He's got Rami. Who? Deacon, he's got her. We have to take you to the hospital. No, I'm fine. They're not deep. Shut up. Don't be such a hard ass all the time. I'm sorry, Cassie. Truly, I'm so sorry. About what? I don't really care, and I'm only sort of listening as I take off my top layer shirt and tear it into bandage strips. Ciro sweeps the scene, expecting an ambush that never comes. Don't worry about it, okay? She stares at me as I work. You don't get it, do you? We're shit, Loner. We're all sleepwalking. And when we wake up, we'll realize we're in hell. But I'm hitting the snooze button, I say, thinking I'm pretty clever. She laughs, and it hurts her face. I stop to gently wipe the blood away. The cuts are numerous, but they're superficial and clean, almost surgical. She'll be fine, maybe a few stitches. She winces as I tie a knot in the last bandage on her arm. Those cuts, defensive wounds, are already bleeding through. Where did they take Rami? Back to the dream house, the dark place. Can you take us there? It's not far, few miles that way, 2 rights and a left, keep going. Further than seems possible. There it is. I look at Ciro. He nods and grabs the door handle. Come on, let's go. Anna sits on the hood, staring down the road. She's understandably exhausted. I see by her clothes she's been digging most the night, digging up her own worst nightmare. I'll show you the fastest way to get to the dream house, but I'm going to need a gun. I look askance at her, but she smiles sheepishly. Mark's shutter took mine. Ciro shook his head. He's sensible, pragmatic. Not me, though. I got my Colt back during the garage incident, and I've got Diana Young's gun in my waistband, the gun that put 3 holes in Deacon's chest. I think maybe it will embolden her, at least for the journey. She's a strong woman. I believe I can depend on her when the time comes. I exhale and hand her the pistol. She takes it slowly and cradles it in both hands. Thanks. Okay, I say, let's go. Rami needs you. I'm sorry about Roman. I know. I understand why you couldn't be at his funeral. I'm getting antsy again. We need to get moving. Ciro is already in the driver's seat. I appreciate the sentiment. This just isn't the time. He never loved me. Huh? What are you talking about? He'd make love to me, but he didn't love me. He was complicated. She smiled again. He loved his work. He was obsessed with it. Devoted. He never showed that kind of tenderness to me. What are you talking about, Annie? After everything I did for him, I fought for him, I buried the body, I lied for him. I risked everything for him. And he was going to throw it all away. Throw me away because of his conscience. Annie, I'm sorry, Cassie. Deacon made me. I take a step around the open door. She stands off the hood and faces me. Her bandaged arms hang limp at her side. What are you saying? I think... She swallows hard, taking shallow, rapid breaths. I think I'd like to wake up now. She put the gun to her temple and fired. Chapter 24. The house is silent now. When the work is done, 17 remain. They stand together and stare down the passageway to the sanctum. The door winds on its virgin hinges. Mark's shutter emerges draped in white robes. Do you wish to behold? They murmur in unison. Yes. This time you have to beg him. Yes, the gathering has knives in their hands. With sidelong glances, they stab and cut each other, but it's only their clothing that suffers. Rock music wails in the resurrected walls as they cut open each other's shirts and trousers, slicing through elastic and nylon, denim and silk. Inevitably, blood begins to flow as nicks and pricks appear on their hot, ecstatic skin. Shutter collected the shreds in his wide arms. He stepped back through the door and slammed it behind him. He approached the decrepit body of Dr. Voynich. Deacon hadn't been given a proper burial. Shutter could understand that, though, since he wasn't properly dead. His non-embalmed corpse was significantly decomposed. The soft tissue was mostly gone, leaving only his semi-moist bones. The table was surrounded by jars and ceramic bowls of oil. Shudder painstakingly soaks the shreds of clothing in the oils. Beside the slab, a table is lined with simple domestic instruments: shears, needles, screwdriver, pliers, hammer, hacksaw, duct tape, thread, cord, and twine. Shudder recounted the implements over and over, like a tedious housewife before a baby shower. Raimi is crouched in the corner. Her nightshirt is sopping wet. The cultists took turns chucking buckets of creek water over her head to cleanse the pepper spray from her hair. Now her skin was waxing blue, and her fingers and toes were numb from the cold. Shudder didn't even bother with the handcuffs again. She was unrestrained except by disbelief and fear. She watched as Shudder bathed the bones. He gently and serenely handled those that were disarticulated from the hole. He works with medical delicacy and precision. He's been training for this. A further door opens. Raimi jolts, unsure what fresh horror to expect. Spencer Lockridge and Misty O'Regan emerge. They have dressed themselves in white as well. It's clear in their watery eyes they've been partaking of the sacrament ahead of the others. "Please," she whimpers. "I don't want any more." Misty caresses Deacon's fractured clavicle. "You will once you taste it." Ramirez goes silent, and Shudder looks over with concern. "He's not mad. He loves you. You don't have to be afraid. He knows it was all Loner's fault." Shudder smiles placidly. "He's more generous than me. I'd open your belly button and suck your guts out with a shop vac." He props Deacon's skull upon a scrap wooden block. Its hollow cavities follow Raimi as she shudders. She can't take her eyes away from the dark radiating circle in the forehead. With a grunt, Shudder saws into the cranium. Raimi watches in agonizing horror as the bones are haphazardly stitched and woven into the torn, oiled fabric by the three acolytes. The far door opens wider. The bone sawing ceases. A bronze, sculpted body walks through. Dr. Nathan Rithvik stands naked in the room. "My lord, he's home." Raimi broke into desperate, hopeless tears as Anna's sheriff shirt was placed on Rithvik's torso, with Deacon's humerus, radius, and ulna affixed along the sleeves. The ribs and scapulas were corded like body armor and hung on Rithvik's shoulders. The pelvis was snapped like a wishbone and strapped on either side of Rithvik's hips. His legs were wrapped like a pharaoh. The wrappings wed his flesh and blood to Voynich's bones. Misty and Spencer held the halved skull on Rithvik's face as Shudder, towering over the man, placed titanium screws into the bones with a moist squelching. As the drill strained and whirred and a sickening coil of bones spiraled from the holes, the front door opened and the others filed in. A whisper runs through the congregation. "He's coming. He's coming." Shudder completes the process in amazement. Deacon's hands move up to his face, where black pupils glimmer under the brow of the skull mask. He's home. Raimi's body lies on the floor, still breathing, still pulsing, still shivering, but her mind is gone. Rithvik tilts back his head and screams a primal, barbaric howl. The cultists scream in sympathy, letting out years of repression. They dance around the god they made, wailing and baring their chests and burning each other with torches. We park a quarter mile from the dream house. Ciro gets out. Anna's body is in the trunk. Screams carry on the wind. "Jesus, I guess this is the place." "Fuck it." I start towards the house. Ciro throws himself in front of me. "Are you sure about this?" "Sure about what? What do you want me to do?" "We don't even know what's out there. And they don't know we're coming. Hey, you got your answer that you came for." I glare up at him. "The one who killed your brother is dead." "What about Raimi?" "Unfortunate, but we don't even know if she's alive." "She is." I push past him. "Wait. Stay here," I shout. "If you're afraid, if you don't have the stomach for it, just get out of my way." "I'm trying to keep you alive. Let someone else handle this part. This isn't your investigation." "I'm not here to investigate. I'm here to hurt people." All eyes are on Rithvik as he stops screaming. His face is grotesquely disfigured by the mask, his flesh stained and corrupted. Dreamers. The cultists all face him awaiting instruction. Rithvik raised his arms like Moses over the Red Sea. Deacon is reborn. Together we have carried him, his spirit scattered but impressed into every one of us. He has called us from the interior world. Beneath the surface, we are all joined. Together we will go into the true world, the interior world. A hollow earth not of dirt and clay, but of such things that dreams are made. Together we will escape into a brave new world. We will share a dream together where we can eat and fuck and kill each other for all eternity, as the gods we are. Will you come with us? One by one, the cultists fall to their knees. They drop to their knees and crawl towards him, crowding at his naked feet, kissing the oiled shin bones lashed to his legs. "I've returned with knowledge of the final rest. Do you wish to behold?" Yes, yes, they answer in synchrony. "Follow us." Rithvik steps out of the doorway. The cultists let out cries of adoration. Beneath Deacon's sockets, Rithvik looks at Rami. "Do we know you, child?" He reaches for her. He pulls her close to his body. Rami struggles weakly, exhausted. "We do, don't we?" The decaying skull nestled into Rami's hair as she turned away. The dry, brittle teeth brushed her ear. "Thank you. You opened our third eye." Rithvik squeezed her tiny wrist and forced her index finger into the hole she had made in the forehead. She could feel Rithvik's bloodied skin beneath. When she jerked back her hand, he shook her hard and crushed her against his ribs. "Where's the loner?" "I don't know," she whimpers. Rithvik picked her up so that her feet dangled off the ground. "We're not done." Then he carried her down the passageway, walking on the construction debris of splinters, staples, glass, and nails, apparently indifferent to the wounds. The others follow. Rithvik strides into the middle of the room, still carrying Rami like a carnival prize. He whispers into her ear, "Hold on to me very tightly. I'm going to do terrible things to you." The others enter the room on hands and knees, bloody from the path. "Are you ready for our vision?" Tell us. Chapter 25. Ciro hands me the Remington, something else I salvaged. I'm so happy to see it. "We only have what's in the tube," said Ciro, referring to the shells in the shotgun. "It'll have to be enough." We merge onto the moonlit road of ruts and gravel. There's a chill wind, and we're beginning to sweat from the jog. A roar startles us, and we scurry for the embankment for cover. We see headlights glaring on the hill. We wait for them to pass. At reckless speed, they fishtail onto the dirt road and fly by us. In that split second between headlight and taillight, I recognize the flames. It's Roman's car. I heave myself back onto the road as Ciro pulls at my belt. "Cassie!" The brake lights douse me in red as the car skitters to a sidelong halt. I raise my shotgun at the back window. The tires scatter and the hot rod bolts backwards. I step aside narrowly, missed by the trunk. I sight down the barrel as both doors open like angel wings. I rack around and advance on the passenger. His hands are instantly in the air. Ciro comes around the back with his pistol out. It takes me a beat, but I recognize my target. It's Street, formerly of Gilroy and Street. I knock his trucker cap off with my barrel to get a better look at him. "Hey," he protests but keeps his hands high. Ciro latches onto the driver. I look across the roof. It's Deputy Dillon, except he's not a deputy right now. He's wearing flannel and cargo pants and a few days of stubble. "What are you doing here?" "Street told me about the shop. We knew you'd come." So we're here to help?" "Why now?" Dillon pushed Ciro's hand off his shirt. "Let's just say I owe it to you." "And you?" I kept my bead between Street's eyes. "That's my brother. Gotta back his play." "Brother?" Deputy Dillon tapped his own chest. "It's a small town, ma'am. Chase and Street, the Dillon boys." "You gotta be fucking kidding me." "We got a sister too." I cock my head at him. "Her name is Lane." "Yeah, 'cause why the fuck not?" Ciro and I lowered our weapons. Street smiled at me. "So what's the move?" "Find the house, get Rami out, kill these fuckers." "Shouldn't we call the cops?" asked Street of us all. "Yeah," I said as I started walking. "Let me know when they get here." I wasn't thrilled to be working with amateurs, but I knew I would need all the help I could get. It was me, Ciro, Chase, and Street against an unknown amount of fuckheads. I tell the Dillon boys to go around back. Their main objective is to pull Ramsey out and run. I volunteer myself to be the distraction. I'm too mad for stealth anyway. Ciro insists on sticking to me. I crouch and run across the open area about 12 meters in front of the house. I cut through plastic stapled over the window and climbed in. Ciro follows. We are amazed and petrified by the work that has been done here. The place is a surreal mixture of charred floors and fresh timber, the structural equivalent of a phoenix. Eerie echoes drift through the hastily constructed walls. Ciro spoke beneath his breath. "This is where they killed him. I never figured you for the superstitious type. Let's see if we can do better this time." We crossed to the next door. Suddenly, hands grabbed from the darkness and caught hold of my ankle. Shutter was squatting in the shadows, waiting for us. The support vanished from under me and I smacked the ground, losing the shotgun because of course. I watch in slow motion as it clatters out of reach. No time to berate myself, though. Shudder has the cordless power drill in his hand. He stabs at me as the drill bit whistles, striking the floor between my legs. Shudder pulls the drill out of the floor with a puff of ash and lunges at me a second time. Ciro leaps onto Shudder's back. Shudder jabbed the drill into Ciro's thigh, forcing him to let go. Ciro thrashes reflexively, and the drill flies from Shudder's grip. We hear screams from the hall. Whatever he's doing to her, stop him. As Ciro prepares another assault, a tangle of hands seized him from behind and pulled him through a slit plastic curtain into a side room. "Show us, Deacon," someone shouted. "Yes, show us." They all rang back. "Show us, show us." With a roar, a pit 4 or 5 feet across opens up beneath Deacon and Raimi. It had been a cellar door, but decades of decay and stagnant moisture seeping up from below had corrupted and softened the flooring. Deacon's followers that had secretly remained among the townsfolk, faculty, and student body had tried to renovate and recreate his dream house, but it was rotten at its core, decomposing beneath fresh paint. Deacon lingered on the edge of the sudden pit. It's utterly dark, perhaps bottomless. Raimi screams. I recognize her voice. Even as I scramble away from the giant, I look back toward the passageway. Shudder and I are locked in a life-or-death struggle. We tumble back against the table where Deacon was resurrected. It's slick with oil, and torn fabric clings to our skin. The table collapses under our weight, and for a moment I'm stunned. Shudder snatches up the hammer and swings at me. I roll out of the way as the head punches through the flooring. I get to my feet, but too slow. I lost the knife, and Shudder abandoned the hammer for the blade. Before I can decide whether to create space or close the gap, he slices my forearm. Instantly, I'm bleeding. "Fuck!" Shudder is delighted. "Bleed, baby!" He slashes at me again. "Bleed, bleed." Shudder comes after me, and I back into a wall. I post off of it with one leg and Superman punch at his face. He reverses mid-stride, dulling my blow, and we clinch. He's enormous and ragdolls me across the room. "Oh, but you thought I forgot about the shotgun." Well, Shudder forgot. You didn't think I was going to take him on like Game of Death, did you? I slide on the scorched floor, and as my arms flail because I'm pretty sure I'm going to die, I latch onto the cold, beautiful steel. Shudder moves fast, but I somersault onto my knees and bring up the weapon. He has about a millisecond to ponder his mistakes in life before I pull the trigger. But his stride is also enormous, and he's quick on his feet. He zigs right, and I blast a hole in the far wall. "No!" he wails as if hit. He reaches blindly and grabs the shotgun. I pull it to me, letting it sink into my elbows and using my lats to hold it to my chest so he can't take it. He railroads me against the wall, forcing me to expel air. He holds me off the ground, pinned by his outstretched arms on the weapon. He jerks and spins, but I don't let go. My feet swing freely, but I don't let go. If I let go, I'm dead. He presses down on me until I'm bent backwards. He has to squat low to keep the pressure because I'm small. When his leg bends 45 degrees, I explode upward, climbing up his frame and crashing down with a 12-6 elbow to the top of his head. He didn't expect that. He releases the shotgun and falls backwards. I don't hesitate this time. I sprint and hop-kick his knee with my whole body. I hear him drop and scream, but I'm not wasting any more time on this asshole. Rithvik and Raimi are a yard from the edge of the pit now. He very gingerly crosses the still sticky ground. He spots Chase coming into the room. "You're not Loner. Who are you?" "Oh, I know what you want." He lets Raimi slip from his arms. Chase flings himself towards the hole and catches hold of Raimi's arm before she falls away into the abyss. His gun goes spinning across the ground back towards the door leading to the passageway. The rush of the drop seemed to rouse Raimi from a stupor. "Oh God." "Hang on." Rithvik reaches down to torment Chase. But before he can touch them, I storm in. "Nathan!" Rithvik looks up. "There you are." Suddenly, he isn't interested in Chase or Raimi. He steps onto solid ground and walks towards me, his tone lightly conversational. "We've had a lot of time to think about you. Where we went wrong." With Rithvik's back turned, Chase, joined by Street, pulled Raimi out of the chasm. "What about me? You're the Loner. We should have been honest with you right from the start. We weren't reborn just to show people the way. We evolved to cleanse the world of the entire addled, delusional species." Chase leads Raimi to the door. He stops to glance back into the room. "You could still help us do that." "Why would I want to?" "Because it's what you've secretly been longing for." "Bullshit. You hate people. You loathe your own kind. You think you're special. All you've done is get the people around you killed. Nobody's left to save you. Except us." He runs at me. He switches instantly from savior to savage, teeth bared and fingers hooked into claws. I was expecting an attack, but not such ferocity and explosive power. He was a strong man with corded muscles and decades of gymnastic conditioning. He's strong, I know, but he's got to have a weak spot. Everybody's got a fucking weak spot. I try to match his fury, but I'm tired. I'm sweating, bleeding, and worried. Maybe he's right. Maybe I have led the others here to die, like lambs. What was I thinking? He tags me across the jaw. I cover and he nails my ribs. He's fast. I fire off rabbit punches to his face. He brushes them off, pivots and hooks. He's more like a snake than a boxer. I've lost often enough to know when I'm losing. Chase pushed Raimi into Street's arms. I gotta help her. You have to, pleaded Raimi. A bang. We all turn and suddenly Shutter is there. He's hobbling, but he's still very much alive. Bitch! He launches himself at me, driving Rithvik and I into the broken glass and debris. The fight carries us into the passageway. Shutter has me in a bear hug. He spits in my face. It's you and me. Just you and me. I look him in the eye. Come on. Raimi watches from the doorway. My eyes flicker towards her. Shutter turns his head. You think you can save that bitch? I'll fucking kill you. Before Rithvik can intervene, Chase grabs him from behind. Rithvik struggles in his grip, but drops weight, breaks the hold and snaps Dylan's thumb. He shouts in pain as Rithvik rotates to elbow him in the mouth. Rithvik charges and flings Street against the wall, pinned there like a fly. How dare you? With each word, Rithvik lands terrible blows. One to the ribs, crack. One to the face, blood. One to his arm, snap. Then Rithvik turns on Raimi. Come here, flesh. Street falls to the ground, broken. Shutter intends to crush the life out of me. Ironically, I'm too small for his long arms to squeeze effectively. I bite hard into Shutter's chest. He redoubles the pressure, but can't stand the pain. He drops me, and I slip under his arms, and Chase called my name through shattered teeth. Cass, stop him. I look up. I see Raimi retreating into the darkness. Shutter comes at me again. I've got no more time for this creep. I kick him hard in the balls. He squeals, "Gah, bitch, stop it!" I center myself and snap a kick under his chin, whipping his head back. He's tall as fuck, but I'm flexible. He spins as he falls and lands face down. I look down at him with my boot raised. I'm going to stomp the fucking life out of him, but then... Where is she? First turn. Rithvik was on me like a juggernaut, trampling over Shutter as he came. Where is she? Rithvik grabs hold of my head with both hands and presses my temples. The pressure is agonizing. I struggle to get free, but Rithvik is too powerful. You've got Loner's disease. You think a little courage, a little love, and it'll all be all right. He twisted my head back and forth so I couldn't get balance. My hands latched onto his as fingernails cut into my scalp. Fucker! He didn't understand. The secret ingredient wasn't DMT, melatonin, or heroin. It was fear of God. Fear and pain, endogenous, personal, consumptive. Get off me. I wrestled free of his grip and stumbled away, sacrificing thick tangles of my hair. His eyes were bloodshot, almost full black in the sockets. Pain activates the medicine. It will cleanse you if you can turn towards it. He's right. The walls are moving, alive. A face screams, releasing blossoms of fire from the scorched flooring. I reel around, gripped by a waking nightmare. Oh, God. Oh, shit. I see a woman wrapped in the sickly, sensual embrace of some glistening, gnarled monstrosity. I can't see her face. Only her terror is visible in the coils of a devourer. I approach the wall. The woman is like a wet painting, flowing. I reach for her as she reaches for me. She needs my help, but there's a wall between us. She's Raimi. She's Fiona. She's Kathy. She's Anna. I scratch into the cracked plaster as darkness swallows the screaming images. I beat my head against the wall. No, stop it. No, no. It's not real. I know this voice, a tender, wounded voice. I can hear the slur of palate reconstruction. Raimi. But is she real? Cassie. I turn around and she's there. I'm flooded with relief. Her face blooms with orchids and roses that rot into brown primordial mush. Listen to me, whatever you see, don't believe it. It's a lie. It's all a lie. I'm deathly nauseous and pouring sweat. I fight the delirium. I fight the visions. I want to run away. I want to run. But I don't. Rithvik stepped from the shadow between us and the door. There you are. Raimi wrapped her arms around me as I stooped and spat. He was ghastly in his bony deacon suit, drenched in oily blood. Raimi shielded me with her trembling body. What's happening to her, Nathan? She's waking up. I just wanted to die. Why wouldn't you let me die? Rithvik gurgled and laughed. No reason. No reason at all. You weren't even our first choice. You were just there when we happened. Why didn't it kill me? Rithvik smiled beneath the toothy grin. Oh, Mashuk, you've been swimming in it. I look for a weapon, a gun, a brick, a stick, anything. Raimi hugged me tighter. "Stay back." I say as I try to push her behind me. "I'm okay, I'm fine. Come, child, I want the loner to see what we make out of you." I prop myself up against the wall, shaking. I stare at him. I'm not afraid. I'm mad. His face darkens as the bullet hole in his false forehead begins to weep blood. Behold, we are no longer human. We are gleaming darkness, stripped of illusions. Only his gaping red mouth betrays his humanity as he utters a demonic shriek. He is a terrifying spectacle, his lean bulk more intimidating than ever. We are who we are. In deepest darkness, darker still. I raise my fists. Raimi still holds onto me from behind, her face buried in my back. "You can't kill him." He comes at us. "Watch me." I lunge at Rithvik, double leg takedown. He topples. "Get out of here!" Rithvik hits the floor screaming. A pulse of energy ripples through the house. The room trembles and the boards groan. What the fuck? I don't know if this is real or in my head. I climb into full mount and start pounding. The skull mask cracks under my blows, but so do my knuckles. "Fucking die, you fuck!" Each hit sends a shockwave of howling energy from room to room, crumbling the walls and slamming the doors like an evil wind. I rip the mask from his face, flinging fresh blood and screws and ragged flesh. Rithvik's face is purple and swollen. I'm prepared to cave his face in, but I'm overwhelmed with sudden pity. His eyes flicker and dart. He doesn't even know what's happening or why. He starts to laugh, but only bubbles of thick blood erupt on his lips. I stand over him. Who is the real Nathan Rithvik, I wonder? Did this drug reveal him or kill him? I reviewed the situation. The walls are just as they were. No wind is blowing. Raimi wants to run to me, but she's afraid of Rithvik's monster. She sits on her feet, gripping the bare struts. Is it over? Are they dead? I walk to her and put my arms around her. I want to wipe away her tears, but my fingers are useless. Bam! Bam! Bah! The door bursts open, coming away from the hinges. I wobble, but prepare to fight. A suit comes in. It's torn and frayed. Ciro's face is bruised and his hands are bloodied. I don't know what happened to him, and he didn't say. Reports later indicated that the body of Spencer Lockridge was found outside a front window with multiple spinal fractures, and Melanie O'Regan was found unconscious with a broken jaw and collapsed lung. She was taken into custody and transported to the ICU at Blank Hospital. Ciro inventoried the room. He saw Rithvik on the floor, convulsing. He nodded to me and said, "Ramsey, Ramsey." When he was sure she was watching him, he strode over to Nathan Rithvik and shot him twice in the chest and once in the head. Tell them I did it. We emerge into the open air. Chase and Street stumble out behind us. As the sun peeks over the horizon, I look back at the dream house. The carved board still hangs above the door. It's charred and weathered. We walk in silence to Roman's car. The Dillon boys fall into the back seat. I sit between them because I'm small. None of us can drive because our hands and eyes are fucked from fighting. Raimi jumped in the seat behind the wheel. She smiles faintly. Roman let me drive sometimes. The hot rod roars away, leaving only our echoes and dust in the air. Chapter 26. Pause. This is a good stopping point. If you're untroubled by a few loose ends, then this is the ending for you. If you're curious about some of the aftermath, then stick around. I can't promise everything will make sense or come to a tidy conclusion. But if you're like me, you'll appreciate a little extra closure. But don't think of this as the cherry on top. I fucking hate those. First, we don't know how or when Dr. Deacon Voynich met Dr. Nathan Rithvik. Blank is a small community with a lot of interconnected parts. Theories have come forward that claim Rithvik and Voynich had known each other for decades, even attending a private school in England at the same time, although in different age brackets. Others say that Roman and Deacon approached Nathan with their research, wanting access to his patient database. Roman and Deacon were hunting people with sleep disorders to practice their black magic on. Dr. Rithvik was intrigued and corrupted by these devils. We do know that at some point, Nathan became obsessed with the idea of reanimating Voynich's corpse. This obsession drove him to fake his own poisoning, escape from the hospital, and screw Voynich's skull onto his own face. I say fake because he really did poison himself. He trusted in his medical expertise and physical conditioning to survive the dosage, not something a sane man would attempt. The latent and totally unqualified psychoanalyst in me believes his quest for physical perfection lent itself to this macabre fascination with resurrection. For whatever reason, Rithvik believed that Deacon had discovered some mystic or psychedelic pathway to rejuvenation, something the aging perfectionist desperately craved. And perhaps this gives some insight into his patronage of young Ramsey Ramirez. Despite her battles with depression and fears of abandonment, she was a vibrant young woman, full of energy, compassion, and optimism. Raimi doesn't know why Deacon showed so much interest in her. Some have said she was simply a marginalized individual, an easy target. I speak with her over the phone once a month. She is warm and caring and deeply troubled. Our conversations are shorter every time. I think she wants to forget me, and that's okay. She is engaged to be married. She has asked that her fiancé remain anonymous. While writing this book, she confessed to me that she had sought out Dr. Voynich through a friend of her mother's. At that time, she was 16 and under the impression Voynich was a practicing medical doctor. She asked him for an abortion, which he granted, only stipulating that what he takes he will someday have to replace. Creepy fuck. Rithvik himself never showed any sign of mental illness or sleep disturbance. He was a healthy, active, and astute man. The worst you could have said about him was that he constantly sought approval from those above him. But Roman was certainly not his superior physically, academically, or socially. And Deacon, well, let's talk about Deacon. Dr. Deacon Voynich is dead. Nobody is sure where this idea of his Christ-like resurrection came from. Within the cult, there was rhetoric of transcending death and rebirth, but nothing quite so literal. It's my opinion that ideas have a life of their own. They grow, evolve, and mutate according to their environment. It's not exactly random, but too complex to predict. The idea that Deacon was alive became symbolic of the town's own unacknowledged struggle for survival and hunger for urban renewal. I spoke with Mark Shutter before writing this epilogue. He's serving his sentence in a state prison. According to his parole officer, he's a model inmate. He seems fully engaged with his rehabilitation and is even continuing his education. He thrives in this structured environment. Of course, it helps that he's big. He was thrilled to speak with me and even helped me with some important details. I'm not ready to be a Mark Shutter cheerleader, but he has expressed remorse for his actions. He has to walk a fine line between accepting the psychopharmacological influence of Deacon and taking accountability for himself. Mark was convicted on several counts of aggravated assault, vandalism, kidnapping, criminal conspiracy, and desecration of a corpse, etc., etc. However, he was not charged with attempted murder and claims no involvement in the fire at Roman's house. His lawyer was able to argue that, unlike Spencer Lockridge, who was not alive to defend himself, there was no physical evidence linking him to the scene. Moreover, since Anna was dead and Gilroy was never seen or heard from again, I was the only remaining witness to the 3 gunmen outside Roman's house. I didn't press the issue. I had to admit, I only saw a shadow, a very tall shadow. Ditto for Misty. She's out on probation. They could only charge her with criminal confinement based on testimony by Ramirez. Anyway, Shutter claims he was in communication with Dr. Rithvik prior to Deacon's death, and continuously for the entire time leading up to the events of this book. In fact, Shutter claims that Rithvik was at the Dream House when Deacon was killed. There is no corroborating evidence for this, but if you read carefully, I implanted the idea that he was there in disguise, and I leave it here for you to decide. Shutter saw Deacon get shot 4 times and his body loaded into Blake's van, but he did not know where the body was taken. When Rithvik became adamant about recovering the body, Shutter claims he came up with the idea of convincing Roman, Gillis, Diana, and Anna that Deacon had survived. The idea was that one of them would become so paranoid that they would want to confirm the body was where they left it, wherever that was. Shutter and Wallach simply had to follow them when they did. I'm skeptical. The primary problem being that they couldn't watch them all the time. This is further complicated by the fact that Roman was the most convinced of Deacon's survival because he didn't know where or if he was buried at all. Roman took Ramirez to the hospital, where he met with Dr. Rithvik, by the way. Gillis Blake became ill and was left on the roadside to make his way to a local park. It was only Diana Young and Anna Burr who buried Deacon's body. Burr was under tremendous pressure from Roman to confirm that Deacon was in fact dead. The constant reminder must have been difficult for her, especially as Roman began to suffer from guilt-induced paranoia. After testing by the state crime lab, it was confirmed that there were minute amounts of unidentified compounds present in the swimming pool at Rithvik's mansion. It's unlikely there was enough to affect Ramirez, even granting daily exposure. But I guess we'll never know for sure. Dr. Rithvik clearly had access to the drug. He was taking it himself and supplying it in diluted forms to Wallach, Shutter, O'Regan, my sister Fiona, and others spread across the state. It's likely he was in possession of a large quantity of the drug, but didn't have the source material available to synthesize it properly. Gilroy of the government said the active ingredient originated with an extinct toadstool specimen from the former USSR. There were raised planting beds inside both Roman's bunker and the Dream House. Neither had anything growing in them. I believe that after the fire in the dream house, Dr. Rithvik was convinced that the only surviving samples of the mushroom were on Deacon's person. That's why he wanted to find the body. Only later, when his pharmaceutical and real estate deals fell through, did he suffer a psychotic break. Although I have no proof, I'm certain that Deacon was visiting my sister, with or without Roman's knowledge. I have since visited with her more regularly. Despite being lucid and bratty, she denies ever meeting with Dr. Voynich. When I visited her while investigating this case, I saw her planting flowers along the sidewalks at the hospital. I swear I saw the caps of mushrooms peeking amid the blossoms. On the most recent visit, they were gone. I gently questioned the staff, and the overall consensus is that I'm the crazy one. It's hard to argue with the professionals, and I still see things from time to time. As for Ciro, some say he never existed at all. There's no record of his employment, immigration status, or tax history. Some say I invented him to cover up my own criminal behaviors. Despite myself, the Dillons, Ramirez, and others testifying to his role in these events, no physical evidence has been found to confirm his identity. It can be said with reasonable certainty somebody lived in and monitored the Rithvik mansion, but who that was no one is willing to officially say. I will tell you that only weeks before completing this, there were 3 soft knocks at my door, but the courier was gone before I could answer. When I opened the door, I was met by my best friend in the whole world, Craigo, the German shepherd that saved my life. He was sitting patiently on the doormat next to a rectangular parcel. The package contained a very expensive laptop, a printed letter, and a thumb drive. The letter stated that the laptop was equipped with state-of-the-art decryption software, and that the flash drive was taken from my pants pocket after the fire at Roman's house. Frankly, I had forgotten all about it. That was a weird night. The letter writer knew that I hate computers and had taken pains to ensure the process was as straightforward as possible. I was able to access the files from Roman's computer. The information relevant to this case has been used in revising the final draft of this book. This included the recording of the conversation I had with Raimi over the phone. Lastly, we know who killed my brother, Roman Loner. It was Blank County Sheriff's Deputy Anna Burr. She used a handgun from the evidence locker, then returned the gun without being noticed. While this clearly shows premeditation, it does not necessarily mean she was sane. Anna had a history of mental illness beginning in early childhood. Her parents, who I have met but declined any official statement, told me she was diagnosed with insomnia well before the age of 14, although they couldn't say exactly when or what doctor she had seen. It began with frequent curtain call behaviors, requests after lights out for drinks, hugs, or stories, and continued with such increasing regularity and persistence that her father sought the advice of child psychiatrists. Before she killed herself, she made references to sleepwalking or being a sleepwalker. Acquaintances claimed she may have suffered from PTSD due to her work on the sheriff's department, but this would have been after her experiences in the dream house. Others have pointed to an uncle who committed suicide in his 20s upon being diagnosed with schizophrenia. Either way, at some point she was registered in a database of sleep disorders that caught the attention of Dr. Voynich. While I in no way seek to exculpate my brother's murderer, I would like to note some rare or odd circumstances. Not least of these is the fact she was being treated legitimately and illegitimately by Dr. Voynich and later by Dr. Rithvik. Given what we know now about these two, it is highly likely she was exposed to numerous potent psychoactive substances that, far from helping, would have savagely exacerbated her condition. She was unmarried and lived alone. By all accounts, she was a dedicated and effective officer of the law, eschewing familial attachments for long hours at work. We will never know what she secretly struggled with in her empty house. There was no mention of her in any of Roman's documents, real or digital. While it's possible Anna could have deleted those files, it seems unlikely to me that she wouldn't have kept them somewhere. And none have ever been recovered. It's more likely to me that Roman didn't write about her because he didn't understand her. We will never fully understand her motives. As far as the sheriff's department is concerned, it's a simple case of a jilted lover, a forbidden romance gone bad. They painted a picture of the drug-dealing Professor Loner seducing his naive student and then blackmailing her to cover up a conspiracy to commit murder. Diana Young, who I correspond with through her lawyer, believes Anna Burr participated of her own free will and killed Roman to prevent him from exposing her crimes, and thus ruining her precious career. I would simply argue that she was smart enough to keep her secrets in perpetuity. She could have continued to mislead and baffle us all with relatively little effort. Her mind was quick and sharp. It was only her heart that was broken. End of Loners Stay Together by Robert Napier. Thanks for listening.